What? Move. What a move. What a move there. Roller. Big move up today so far. Nice, good squeezy play. One bull flag that led to the really good pop right there. Right when I came into, I didn't really see this play at first on the scanners, and then I finally started looking at it when it was in this little bull flag. And then I watched it just squeeze. Beautiful breakout right there. Didn't get good candlestick confirmation, just what I had to jump in it. And then it did it again. I was hoping what I typically like to see is candlestick confirmation somewhere right over this upper shadow, or even on this one. These just exploded with massive volume candles on the way up. Massive volume candles. So right now, bounce played down at this 1365 mark into this 1250 mark. Somewhere in here is where you'd be looking for a dip buy on ROLR. And then way down here is your other one down around 950s or so. But this area, especially at 1250, looks really good for the dip buy. It's doing a lot of what we saw yesterday with AMA. If you saw AHMA yesterday, and of course our bounce play on it. This play was a pretty good sized mover. It didn't move as big, but it was pretty close, right? And had the 3 bull flags up and then came back. This one came from 5 and went to 15. This one went from 4 to around 21. So a little bit bigger move today. Still 3 bull flags up, and that's when this pullback started to happen for us. So I have orders myself at the 1365 mark into around the 1250 mark for my bounce play on ROLR. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Then again, your area down below is going to be somewhere right around 1050 to around 950. That upper shadow may even get hit, but I would go down here with most of your orders. Excuse me. Starting the same as yesterday. Telling you, starting the morning with these awesome weather of January we get in the south. All right. Let's get to the morning alerts here overall. Let's get the phone up, just so you guys know what to be looking for in ROLR. There is no past chart history, too, as well. Good alert there from Tim. OT Web. There is nothing to the left of this play. But again, like I've talked about so much in the past, the more this goes in pre-market, the less it will go in market. We just see that. So awesome. All right. Dun, 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 dun. And let's get back to the levels here overall for the day. Hopefully you guys are having a great Wednesday. We talked about it already. If you know the last squeeze-a-rooney there for ROLR. Now we're up, and again, 3 levels up. We went 3 flags up yesterday on AMA, and then we pulled back. First bounce area starts at around 1360. Have orders down into 1250. Heavier into the 1250 mark. Down below, it's 950 into 10. Then below that, we have 660. Yeah, we got some big levels here. It is trying to hold up a level just like AMA did yesterday. If you go back to AMA, early on in the morning, it built up a really good shelf right at around 12 and held that for a long time heading into the opening bell. Then we got that pullback about 7 minutes into before the opening bell. It's forming a shelf right now at 15 is ROLR. Now, past chart history, there really isn't any. We have 18 resistance built in so far this morning, then that 2085 mark. Over that, this play again could start going to another level and leg up. It could, which would then make that 18 shelf resistance support and a good bounce play. So there are your levels on ROLR. 2085, and after that, it's all-time high, which we're at right now. Look for 2250 to 2350 get hit. Over that 25. Over that 2750, 2875, 30. Etc. just gonna make it. It's the main one. All right. Pretty cool stuff to see. Isn't that cool to see, though, team? Is that not awesome, building that shelf right there? This is doing the same thing at 15. All right. So here we go. Just doing it in a shorter time frame. Let's see, what else is... What's the next top play? What's the next? Gels. All right. The number 2 top gainer is Gels. Gels is the number 2 top gainer right now. Or, well, at least maybe of last check. But Gels coming on down now. But still, 115 support. Under that, there's really not a lot to hold up. Goes down to 1. And then below that, down to around 85 cents. On the way up, we have $1.25, $1.30 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop to $1.40 to $1.45. Then we have $1.60 to $1.65 resistance. Another play up this morning is AZI. Back to this play. We've seen old crazy AZIs for a while. Had a small pop up yesterday. Nothing major, but it had a small pop from 250 to 325. Now today we have 360 support. If we crack that, we're going back down to yesterday's high of day in 325, 330 area. Under that, then we'll have support at 310 and then 290. On the way up, resistance, I have a line in at 295, and it's respecting it this morning. I love it. It's a line we've traded before. Over that, 420 resistance. Over 420 to 450 to 455. If we do get back over 455, that is an area that we could not get over before previously looking at this play as it made its run up in December into January. Now, of course, we saw this play back in November and last year as well. So over that 450 mark, and I've talked about it so often when we were looking at it a couple of weeks ago, 520 resistance into around 545, very strong. Oh, AZI, crazy eye. Well, here's your 18. See if it pops up the new high of day here. We had that from right here. You know, we had that yesterday. This is almost running almost identical to what yesterday at 53, 54, 55 after. Look what time we're doing this the same time today. And like I was saying over in the Discord, getting a lot of stuck traders out that were long. That is fucking absolutely hilarious. All right. I think we're on all the plays that are up today other than previous runners. Am I missing anything? I think it was relevant, and that's why I haven't been. Yesterday was a little different, where we had to play up a little bit earlier with AMA. Today, again, this is where we just haven't had a hot pre-markets. We've been relatively dead, to be honest. We haven't had a lot. Yesterday was money. Most days though have been not so great. Let's go out of the 1 minute. So you can see some chart right here. Back out to this right there. All right. All right, now we're going to previous runners. Those would be the only new runners I'd look at. Previous runners, let's look at AMA. Under 1125, watch for a crack back down to 1080. Under 1080, we go down to around 1050. Under 1050, there's a nice wick down around 1015. I don't know that we'd get lower than that today unless we get a nasty sell-off, and we could. We possibly could. And then under that 1115 mark, watch for move to 935, and then possibly 880, 875 area. On the way up, 1260 resistance that then runs into around the $12 or $13 mark, 13 and a hair over at resistance. Over 13, we have yesterday's high of day in market at 1385. Over that, that's where we're going to pop back up to yesterday's high of day area right around 1530. Now, over that, for AMA, if in case we do get over 1530, watch for a move up to 16, we'll call it 6, zoom in right here. Yeah, we'll call it somewhere right around 1650. Over that 1735 and then 1820. There's through, and it moved up back in the 1st of, because we saw this play, if you remember, the 1st of December. This play popped up really nicely as well and could just not, same what it's doing now, where it had a big day up, second day was a lull, third day it tried to pop up. You go back and look at December the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd. And then we have the 4th when it fell off in that high of day. So that's going to be some strong resistance. And if we can blow through that 1820 mark, now then we would be talking for a big move and, you know, probably starting to fly, you know, and could be that multi-day runner. If I'm not mistaken here, that is all-time history there too as well. So over 1820, we're starting to roll into rollers territory, and that play could possibly get a squeeze-a-rooney. Okay, SEG just popped up, so we do have a new runner here in SEG, S-E-G-G, S-E-G-G. Oh, I have another one here just on the scanners here, SEG. So S-E-G-G did pop up. We have a nice tight bull flag forming. Watch for a break of 105 for the squeeze up. And over 105 for S-E-G-G, another 52-week low play. Shocking, this play is really far down in the depths. Watch for a move up over pre-market high. So let's go back. Yeah. Trying to zoom in here, team. Sorry. Really tight. We're so far at the bottom right-hand corner. Over pre-market high, we have resistance at 115. That sounds about natural into 120. Over that, then it's over to 145 to the around 150 area, and that's all familiar territories when you deal with these plays that are coming back up over $1 for the first time in a while. Over 150, watch for a move up to 175 area, and then of course too. We're seeing that same sort of look, another, sub $1 plays spiking up, trying to get to, that $2 area. The lower they start, usually they only get to 2. Sometimes they'll get to 3, which we've seen, of course. We got EVTV, which we'll go over in just a moment on its multi-day run. Support down below for SEG, really not a lot built up at all. I would say your only bounce opportunity, which a lot of the time, again, when they crack back below $1, if they break above it, it's sketch territory, but I'd say 80 cents would be it. All right, former runners here. Let's get to it. EVTV, speaking of it, let's just go straight to that one. Watch back under $3, just like yesterday, for a move down to 265, to that 260 area. Now, if we crack that, then we'll probably have more of that pullback effect, and this play will start to have a bigger pull down to that 210 area. And then, like I said yesterday, it's somewhere right around the 180 mark. On the way up, we have a little bit of a downtrend form from after hours through pre-market that comes in around the VWAP and 335. Watch for a break of that, but you have to worry about that last reversal we had at 345. Over that, then we go to the next leg up at 365. We get enough volume at the bell, we're going to squeeze through both of those and go straight up to around the $4 area where it's really strong resistance. Over 4, then watch for a move up to around 440. Excuse me, over 440, we run to 460, and then we have that 485 to 490 resistance of yesterday. Now, if we get over that, for EVTV, the next leg up would be watching for a move to, which we have some strong past history, just a big upper shadow wick, not bad, and then it cracked back on down at 445. But if we get over that, it's got room to run, and really has a little bit of like gap fill territory, to be honest, up through 5 to about 555, and then we start rolling up to the 6, maybe possibly after that. So keep EVTV on watch still yet again. Keep AZI on watch there. It does it's on that bottom shelf. It could start cracking here soon under 360 down to around the 340 area. So keep your eye on AZI. That could be coming up soon, and then under 340 it really starts to fade. I can type today. Go over to BDSX. Go back to yesterday, team. It bounced right at pre-market low at the dip buy that I had on Monday at 720. And this dip buy goes all the way up to 10 yesterday. Beautiful runner here on BDSX. I like this mover. Down below today, we have 920 support into around 9. Under 9, I would say your best support somewhere right around the 875 mark. Under 875, watch for a move down to 835. Under 835, watch for a move down to most likely around 790. On the way up, 10 resistance is really strong. Over 10, do we get the win? That could be the next. This could be the runner. And we're starting to get these multi-day runners back. Over 10, we have some resistance showing up at 1020. Over that, we have clear-cut resistance right around 1065 area. Over 1065, we have 11 resistance. Now, over that, that's where this play could really get to run because it's light volume on those charts where you have resistance. I'd say there's definitely some wicks there, but these aren't strong wick reversals. You can go to those days. It's very low volume, very little movement. But over that 11 mark, this play can, start to roll and get another $1, $2 move, if not all the way up to, you can see 52-week highs all the way up into the 1450 mark. Over to X-Air, cracking back on down under 180. Here comes X-Air's reversal. Could be a little hangover play, but I think it's cracked a little too much here. Down to 150 we go next. Under 150 we go down to around the 135 mark to around 130. On the way up for X-Air, if it gets any air back into this play for some volume, that old shelf we cracked at 180 will be resistance, and over that we run to around the 190 mark. Over 190, this has then resistance at 2. Even built in this morning, the main strong resistance from yesterday, and that shelf is at 2. So that's the one I would worry about most and looking for a possible pop back up. I guarantee you, going to traders that I trade with now that, that love that reversal back into this area, 2 to 220 would be a great short if it got there. That's about it for me for small caps. I think I've done enough as far as I got 8 tickers out there for you guys. ROLR's the one for now. I'm looking for dip buys out of the opening bell. The main other one I would say keep your eye on for small caps at the bell would be gels coming back down into that 120 mark and cracking for more. EVTV will be on watch today. That AZI shelf crack for some continuation on down would be pretty good. BDSX after and if and when we can get dip buys on it today because it's been dip buy awesomeness in the last 2 days, or the breakout over 10 and a dip buy there. Those would be the ones I'd be looking for even at the bell, and then later on. These plays I think these are the ones that'll have you covered for the day. Just take the one you like the most, and then of course what I just alerted there at the bell and what to look for. You guys honed in over there? Your guys honed in over there? All right, let's see here. Let's go to charts. Let's go to SPY. Getting stuck in that channel right there, Tesla. Sorry, team. All right, here we go. Into come on. Oh, yeah, duh. All right, here we go into large cap plays into SPY. Friday, Monday, identical, right? We talked about that yesterday. Yesterday, pretty ugly, pretty choppy. Today, building up a good floor. Bodies of candles kind of showing up more so and around the 980 or 9080 to 9090 mark. We got some wicks, major wicks at 9050 and the lowest one at 9025. Watch for reversal and bounce back up. A lot of soakage going on there. Now, if that floor does crack, and we'll start there first. The first area that this play is going to run down to, in my opinion, there's a nasty reversal on Friday. Right around the 89.15 mark. somewhere right around there. Like right now, we're on this new little small uptrend channel too, and that takes us to like right where those wicks are at. An uptrend probably starting from last Tuesday, from pre-market, going through Thursday's lows and maybe basing right off of Sunday's low. So that's, definitely a nice little uptrend that's forming. So back under pre-market low, watch for a move down to 89.15 and 89. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 88.55, 88.50. And then at 88.50, watch for a move down to the low of last Thursday of 87.50. That'll be your normal low. Ooh, man, they've just been so tight lately. I want to go to that level, and I think it's going to be key, but I almost want to say that's going to be ultimate low of day. Because if we do bounce here into the bell, it's less likely we reverse that hard back down to that level today. All right, so what I'm going to do is that's ultimate low of day, 87.50. Normal low of day is going to be the 89 mark. On the way up, resistance is heavy into 91.75. Over 91.75, we run to 92.30. That's last Tuesday's high of day, and some real strong resistance as well from yesterday into pre-market. Over 92.30, watch for a pop up, and this will be your good pop where you get to 93 finally. 293 or 693 into around 693.10 pre-market high, normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Goes up to after hours high, last Wednesday's high of day of 93.85 area. And I'm going to stick with that. 93.85 to around 94.20 ultimate high of day. Wow, the charts I'm looking at. I'm looking at some charts. All right, Apple here in a very tight wedge. Top portion of wedge is at 261.35, 261.50 area. We do have a trend line forming from last Thursday, heading up to Friday's low, Monday's low. Didn't quite touch it yesterday. It is at 58.15. We're going to stay trapped in that, in my opinion, today. Although, if and when we get the buying volume or we get the sell-off, that's your levels. Watch this over 61.30, 61.50 for the squeeze up. Your target would be 62.35 to 62.50. Over that to 63 and over that to 63.75. On the way down, if we crack 58.15, 58 area, watch for move down to the lows of the last few days, right? So that would be cracking yesterday's low, so we'd go to Monday's low, to Friday's low, to Thursday's low. Use those levels. AMD, nice, good reversal like we talked about. Inverse head and shoulders now through yesterday. Didn't do too much in market, but if you turn from last Thursday into yesterday, upside down, had a nice inverse head and shoulders form, or even multiple shoulders overall on that left-hand side as we were staircasing down. So let's get to levels here on AMD. On the way down today, some supports forming off of old resistance areas and highs from a couple of weeks ago at 217 area. Under 217, which was also a nice low dip yesterday. Watch for a move down to 215.50. Under 215.50 to 215.20. Watch for a crack down to around 214.50. Under 214.50 area. Watch for a move down to, which will be my normal low of day, 214.50 area. Ultimate low of day then heads down for a nice move to 213, and under that then down to 211.25 for your ultimate low of day. On the way back on up, we're going to have 219 resistance, then 220 resistance. Over 220, I do see some support resistance sandwich area built in at 220.90. Over 220.90, nice good pop into around 222, maybe a hair over it. 222 yesterday's high of day, or 222 into yesterday's high of day, which is right around 223. I know that's a big area, but you can see how much we failed. First started day right at 222, tried to escape it and got up to just around 223, then failed. Then, okay, even a higher low pattern. Here we go. We go up again to 223 almost again and then fail. So it gets heavy into around 222.50 to 223. That's your normal high of day area, though. Ultimate high of day, if we push over that, watch for a pop up to 225. Could be a good mover today. You've got to be kidding me, motherfuckers. Baba, speaking of staircasing, what a staircaser this has been on the way up. Holy bejesus. Again in after hours yesterday with some moves. Basing right off of yesterday's high of day, we have support at 170.75. If we crack that, watch for a move down to, I would say first 168.75 area. Then under that, we go down to Monday's high of day of 167.80. 167.75. That'll be your normal high or normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes back to the dip yesterday at the end of the day, 166.25. Ultimate low of day. On the way up, we have resistance. I would really say the main resistance you'd want to look at first is 172. But then again, we can see after hour to pre-market high is 173 and to 174. So again, another play with it. So it starts at 173, gets stronger at 173.50, and then really strong at 174ish area. Normal high of day there, ultimate high of day over that area, over 173.50, 174. Watch for a move up to, got some past short history resistance there too as well. Nice. Watch for a move up to 177.50 to 177.75. Google's still just overall, in my opinion, just an ugly day chart. Just the intraday, it's in level area that I feel you could trade. I wouldn't go long. It look good to squeeze at the bell, but back under, I would say 334.40, 334.50 area. Watch for the crackdown. That has some potential to really get going to 333.60. Then under that down to 332.20ish area. Under that, then we get into the high of day from Friday of 331.50. So watch that to the bottom side. It's just been an ugly intraday chart. No, it's been choppy. So if you get any bit of direction on that move, take profit as it hits the targets. Ooh, forgot to do B. Forgot to do B. Ooh-wee. It's kind of an ugly intraday chart. It's had nice good moves up, but man, intraday, I'll give levels on it. I like it to the top side. It's tight this morning. It's over 138. Or my bad, over one. I was going to say 139.80, but 140 we'll call it. Over 140, watch for a pop to 141. Over 141 to 142. Over 142, we go to 143.50, and then over that to yesterday's high of day of 145.85. That's your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to, and you have to go back to past chart history. And the last time we were in this area, over yesterday's high of day, watch for a move up. And I think I talked about this yesterday. This goes back to last October, November, where we had strong resistance in this area. So that's my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day does not go much higher than yesterday's high. Watch for a move up to around 147.80 for your ultimate high of day. Now back to the bottom side here. Support under pre-market lows. Watch for a crack under pre-market lows to 135.50. Under 135.50, we go down to 133.60. 133.60 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, we go down to 130.20. You guys good out there? Getting the levels in, just watching me put the lines in, trying to soak this up. Try not to go as fast as I used to, but I know sometimes I still do. Meta, great play yesterday. This is what I'm talking about, where I see a play, I'm like, oh wow, this is getting nasty. And I was on the live stream saying, you guys look for Meta to get more reversal and I got a short on Meta yesterday. It was pretty nice. Got about 2.5 points out of it. Today it's in an area we haven't been in a while, so back under 625.40, where we were holding up a lot yesterday. Watch for a move down to 624, and that's my normal low of day in case we get hung up again. Under 624 though. This doesn't have a lot of charting to hold this up, in my opinion. Under 624. Watch for a move down to 623.20. Under that, that's where I really feel we fall down to 620. Somewhere around 620, maybe into the 619s, ultimate low of day. I won't go as big as yesterday, but if we get under that, under 619, 50-ish mark, watch for a move down. We could head all the way down to where 617.75. 617.75 would be some strong support. So it could head down to that area and soak to it. On the way back on up, we do have... What's the deadline play plays out today. I don't know if it wants to do straight across levels. Over the next level up for resistance for right now is going to be 628. Over 628, we go to 629. Over 629, we go to 630. Zoom in a little bit right there. Over 630, watch for a pop up to around, I would say 630 to 630.50. Over that, watch for a pop up to 630.125. Now, it could have, like, again, you think about some days are tight, and it'll hit these levels. You know, pretty much a lot of them. And then some days where it's not and has volume, it'll fly straight to that 631.75, 631.50 mark, pre-market high. I'd say your main resistance area is 628, 630, and then 631.50. Over 631.50, which is my normal high of day, this could get a good pop into last Thursday's lows of 636. NVDA, again, just stuck really tight in its ugly sideways consolidation channel like I talked about. Real strong resistance comes in right around the 186.50 mark into 187.50, as you saw that yesterday and the day before and the day before. Strong supports right around the 182, we'll call it first around the 183.50 mark, and then down to around the 182s. It's got to break or crack out of that before we get another good play, and it's just an ugly, choppier play. Think of that. NVDA has just gotten gross. It's just more of an investment play. You don't even try to trade that. PLTR stuck in the channel and tight too as well. So PLTR, same sort of boat as NVDA here, getting really tight and ugly. I would say, like we talked about yesterday, it needs to get over that 182 mark. Back below 176 is some strong support. The more bottom channel comes in around 174 to 173 area. It's just got really tight channel written all over it. Now, once we get over 182, I think we could blow the doors off here and start flying. Just to the bottom side, I just don't know. We had that move a couple of Fridays ago that was just nasty dumpage. Since then, it's been really tight. We've had a couple of good days, go back to last Wednesday and Thursday, but otherwise, it's been really relatively an ugly ticker over the past 15 days or so. Just like yesterday. All right, over to the Qs here. Really tight, but I'll give the level since I know you have some futures traders out there. It's ugly, though. Ugly, really tight sideways chart. Top resistance, 628 strong in the 629.50 area. And then down below, support strong at around the 620s into 619s. Levels. Down below, 621.50 support. Under 621.50, watch for a crack. Should head down to at least under 620. Well, yeah, 621.50. It heads down to 620.75. And below that, I feel it's really going to soak heavy down to 619.50. 619.50, normal low of day. 618, ultimate low of day. On the way up, strong support, or resistance was support at 623.80. Over 623.80, watch for a pop into 624.70. Over 624.70, we pop into 625.50. Pre-market highs, normal high of day. After hours highs, 626.50, ultimate high of day. Tesla starting to get tight here. Really gross day yesterday. Could see a good squeeze coming up soon or drop. Under 443.50, watch for a crack down to... I would say... Man, there's really not a lot of... the main area I would say is 442 to 441.50. Under 441.50, watch for a crack down to 440 on itself. Under 440, we get another good drop down to 438. 438, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, which is also off of Monday's low, last Wednesday's high. Watch for a crack then down to Thursday's high of 436.70. Under 436.70, we go back to the lows from a couple of weeks ago on a Friday at 435.50. I'm going to say 435.50 with maybe a lower shadow that goes lower into around the 434 area. Ultimate low of day. On the way up, watch over 445.20 for the move to 447.20. Over 447.20, we go up to around 448.50 to 449. Normal high of day there, last Friday's high. Over that, watch for a pop to 450. Then over 50, we get into yesterday's high at around the 451.80 to 452 mark. What to trade at the bell? Watch for Tesla. It's got this boot heel H shape forming there into the opening bell. That looks like it has potential to get a crack back on down. As I also talked about going back alphabetically, SPY, if we get under that soak zone in pre-market low, that should have a decent pull. But a lot of the time, I just haven't seen a pull out of the gate for SPY too often, really. It doesn't happen too often. But that is the one that might point me to watch for that later in the day. Other tickers to keep your eye on. Meta, does it get back under 624 and continue down for another dumpage day? Seeing that sometimes we get back-to-back days down or up. You know, it could go either way. Going back through different tickers here. I don't think there was really anything else I liked large cap at the bell. Yeah, Google, there was a possible move down under that 634.40 mark, 334 mark. That's on watch there, and that's really about it. You know, I don't really like anything as much. There's been a little bit more, so we're finally, it seems like, getting back into, hey, I'm seeing some more things at the bell to trade. Today, nothing. So just sit back and wait and see if we have, again, double tops, reversals, repeat days like Meta again, right? Just wait and sit back to see if we have something forming. And there has been that. If you just sit back and wait on the ticker and kind of float around and change the channels, whatever you like to do, you will find your move. You just have to wait for it. Yet another bounce off 15 here for ROLR, doing exactly what AMA did pretty much into the opening bell. AMA started seeing a pullback at this time yesterday. Not getting that from ROLR right now, so we'll just sit back and wait. Again, VWAP has now moved into that bounce territory, so keep your eye on that. That's exactly where the bounce play also came yesterday for AMA out of the gate. It hit right off that VWAP. So nothing's changed for me in the small cap. Same exact thought process as about 20-25 minutes ago of what I said to trade and what to look for at the bell. All right, I'm going to get some water, get my hat, I'll be back. I'm going to get some water, get my hat, I'll be back. I'm going to get some water, I'm going to get some water, get my hat, I'll be back. What's up, what's up, what's up? How we doing? All right, just sitting back and waiting to see if we get this pullback here. 1 minute till the opening bell. My orders again on trade the pool, you know, to get filled there, you know, into that the 1375 1377, you know, down in through all the way down into, honestly, I have one all the way down at 1237. Just in case we go down that low, because I just don't know how low we're going to go today on this pullback. Dip buy right now, 15's been holding up over and over and over and over. The dip buy has been. So I'm moving some orders around now. La-da-dee, la-da-da, la-da-dee, la-da-da. But just all into this bull flag. Into this bull flag essentially is where I have my order surrounded. Into this VWAP if we get a pullback like we got yesterday on AMA. You know, if you go back to yesterday and you go to the bigger chart, AHMA here, we'll break it down in a little tighter time frame so we can see it. You know, it had that pullback, came right down. Finally, we got filled there around the 1030 mark before it ripped back up. Now, again, that floor is going to be resistance, so we know if we're going to sell, 15 is going to be resistance for us to sell. If this squeezes and goes up to new highs here, then it's going to have a little different move and different effect than AMA had. And we'll have to trade it differently and accordingly, which again would be most likely, if you're looking for a short, you know, you'd really be looking for this 1820 mark. That floor, though, would become great support for a bounce play if we get over it. Just again, to see how does it move in market. All right, watching AZI here. Got XAir on watch. SEG was on watch. And EVTV was on watch. I'll put all those out there real quickly. EVTV. We got SEG, of course. ROLR. We'll start with the better ones. ROLR. We'll go with AMA. I'm gonna go with. I'll just put Nalgels, BDSX, XAir, AZI, EVTV. All right, so we have this little stalemate at 15. You know, not bad bounce plays on it, obviously, especially this last one back up to 1650. You know, right at the 1515 mark is getting hit. Nothing really else doing anything. It's been very slow in small caps for the most part, other than had a decent move from AZI earlier. That's really been about it. There was a couple up and down shorts. CR Trader took advantage of, you know, kind of those straight up, straight down moves, which are awesome. Got a couple, which I wish we get more of those coming back. Geez, I can't wait for that, you know, when the VWAP catches and it just falls over. But as far as the last 45 minutes, 50 minutes, hour into the opening bell has been doing the levels here, there's nothing. It's obviously ROLR took the momentum and mob. It sucked it out of everything. Absolutely everything it sucked the mob out of. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over, let me know. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over, let me know. I'm here to help you out, whether it's small cap, large cap. Let me know if we're also going to maybe missing anything in the large cap sector. AMA's popping up a little bit right now. AMA's starting to pop up a little bit. AMA's starting to get a little juicier. AMA's starting to get a little bit of that juicy sauce there. Kind of got a big wick upper shadow. I wish it would get to like 1370 area again. 1370 would be a good short for AMA for a potential move up if it does get there. AMA's trying to pop up a little bit, so that's trying to move a little bit there. That level 2's got to be huge. I just wicked down. Whoa, look at that level 2. Nasty spread on AMA. AHMA, nasty spread. Whoa, I just now looked at that. Whoa, wowza, wheezy woozies. Yeah, you would want to put limit orders in for that bad boy. Let's go to large caps. I'm just going to look over here real quickly, see if we're seeing anything. Huge red to green out of the start there for Apple. AMD, massive doji candle. That hurts it out of the gate. BABA, pretty similar, but not good. Now it's trying to reverse. B, good short out of the gate. B, good short out of the gate. Nice, good reversal right out of the gate for B. Nothing too crazy. Same with Google. They are soaking back up, though, a little bit. That metal right off of yesterday's low, for the most part, hit 623.80. So that's a good sign. If we can build up some support at 624, and eventually when we do, we can then get a good crack at a 624. I hope it holds it all day long, to be honest. Let's go over to NVDA here. Oh, we're halting down. Ooh. Yee. Oh. Ow. Eee. I know a lot of you guys in chat right now are going, yowza. Does the dip happen here? Do I want to put them lower now? Do I still want to trust my high orders at 1365? Because nothing's moving. Nothing's moving in small caps right now. Nothing's taking the mob from it is my point. You know, nothing's taking the mob from it. I'm thinking I'm going to leave my orders in where I have them in at from that 1357, 67 mark. I was moving some of those higher orders down there. So my highest order is in at, yeah, so it's like, do I want to move? My highest order is in at 1377. I can't move him right now because it's halted. Shit. Damn it, Michael Katz, we got to work on this. Fuck. Ray, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do here? Anyone have the open price? Anyone have the open price? Anyone the LULD? Anyone have the LULD? Anyone have the LULD? LULD, anybody? Anyone have oh man, that hit almost hit 1375. That almost hit that 1370 area Alma did. Again, just would have had to have orders in there. Yeah, it had that one quick little pop up there, but still, that's scary. That's pretty scary for Alma right there, for taking a short with that spread. Anyone have the LULD? Anybody? LULD out there. Level 2, where this is going to open up at. That'll help me out for sure if I'm going to take it. If not, I'm a little worried here. It'll open up 38 after 32 seconds. 38 after 32 seconds. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm just going to leave them in. I'm just going to leave them in. I'm just going to leave them in. Dis said 1430. Okay. Gotcha. I see that. I saw that on the Discord. That's why I wanted more information from anyone else. Just was seeing if anyone else had it, you know, to get as many. I like to get as much information as I can. Trade Zero. What do they say? What does Cobra say? Because that's just a level 2, right? It's just a level 2. This is right here. See the bid and the ask. But that was on that gets frozen, so that's not truly where it could be at. Oh, this one's got a minute left here. Ooh, this one's a little scary. I trust it, I just don't trust the halt. Now, I don't know where the gap down is going to come from. How far the gap down is going to go to. So I'm going to cancel my top orders. I canceled all my top orders. I still have orders in starting at right at the VWAP. Right at the VWAP. Right around 1330. I have my orders around this area. If we only gap down to like 15 or 14, we start at like 14, I'll start to market order in if I see anything in high, like where my orders were at. I canceled them because I don't know how big of a gap down we're getting here. So my orders start at the VWAP and go down to around the 1230 mark. Oh, no gap down. No gap down. Okay, no gap down. Let's see if we see them a little bit move down here into the end of the high 13s. I still would not have been filled here. Low was 14. Would not have been filled. Don't do this shit to us. Oh Oh, man. That halt really ruined this play. Whoa, and they're going for a halt up now? I'm going to leave my orders down in the VWAP area still, team. See if we see a reversal. But I still feel we got to bounce off that wedge. I still feel we got to bounce off this wedge right here. Halt Festa Rooney. Son of a biscuit whiskers. Surprised Margot hasn't wanted to come in the room yet. She must be out. The Great Dane that always comes, the spotted Great Dane that always comes in here. X-Air with the red to green move kind of starting off here. This wouldn't, if X-Air, just to get a good, to test this, you know, if X-Air can get back into around the 220 mark, I would take a short there. Now, 2 is going to be the start of the strong resistance. We have Jails doing nothing right now, so I'm going to get rid of it. It probably does nothing the rest of the day. X-Air, though, this starts at 2, runs into this 220 mark. I wouldn't mind 220 area because then the profitability zone becomes bigger. If you take it at 2, your profitability zone is light, and where I feel you only may get down to 180 at most. So there goes that 10-cent roll of going, boy, I may only get there. I may only get 10 cents. I don't know. So I'd sit back and wait and watch to see if you get to 220. Roller, I still like this and still have orders in at the VWAP area, you know, into this 1250 mark. They were spread out pretty big because I thought this was going to happen, but this would come down a little lower, and we, like we did yesterday, just like we did yesterday with AMA, where it fills those low levels and or that dip buy area, and it goes racing back on up. It's the exact same theory I was looking for. It just literally the high. What's the high in that candle? 14 on the dot. So 14 was the high. The low there was 14.01. So it literally came and teardropped right off of that. So that's why I'm just going to, and I may move my levels up. I may, it depends on how much this moves up. And if it starts to move a little slower, and I could trust it and not be so volatile, I'll probably start moving my orders, these low orders, up to the top, and knowing that we're going to bounce off of this again, you know, and then going back to, again, you go back to yesterday and AMA. Right? So then you find this low area yesterday right here. I know it created later in the day, and I know there's a low there, but this is kind of what I'm talking about, where you find an area and then there's another one, and then there's another one. And it creates the first dip for you, and then you start surrounding this area with orders. So sit back, wait for that. Only other play I see is X-Air that's popping up, and I'm telling you, talk about taking the air out of plays. Roller, you know, has done that where a lot of people aren't looking at any other tickers right now. I'm going to go back to large cap. NVDA here. Nice, good reversal out of the bell. Tesla. A bit of a bear flag. Seeing a little bit of that sell-off. Did SPY get that too as well? Nope. Oof. SPY super tight. NVDA new low of day. NVDA new low of day. So NVDA is starting to get maybe maybe out of this choppy area. If it can get back through the 180 mark. It still has a little ways to go, but that's at least pulling back today a little nice. A little nice. Apple, so wicky. So choppy. AMD starting to get some sell-off. We're seeing red here across the board. Now it's just some reversal strong candles there that I'm noticing. Nothing that's saying, hey, I don't notice it on the SPY. With that and BAB is kind of tight. But a lot of these other tickers are seeing some red for the day right now. So across the board on what I'm looking at, we are red. And the main thing, a lot of these plays had a doji candle, a huge one to start the bell. Like another one that I like a lot's Meta. It's now escaping that and that 624 mark. So I'm going to see if this can actually go and then start building a bear flag for us. Meta could be another potential short for us today. Or is it going to just kind of make a new low, new wick? So I'm, kind of see what we get across the board here. For the large cap tickers, give it another 10-15 minutes before I really look to go get a trade there on them. It is hitting new lows now. Around 623 is Meta. 622.60. Love it. So Meta is here starting to get a little bit of sell-off, cracking below yesterday's low of day. The trade tab. Let's go to products. Go to Meta. Friday's expiration. Let's go to the 20 puts. 20 puts are up 100% today. 620 puts are already up 100% today. Nice, good move there. Would have got in on the break of low at 624, which would have been right there at 5. So we would be up about 50, 40 cents on our contracts. Not a ton, but we would be up a good amount on the contracts. About 40, 50 cents. So, okay, look, keep it on. I'm going to have the contracts already pulled up. I've got Meta pulled up. That's going to be on watch there. Resumption time would be 44-14. 44-14. 44-14. Yeah, I don't know why they do that sometimes, Ted, because it seems like that's across the board. No one has the LULD, or else usually people are, they just fire it out there. They can't wait to be like, here's where it's going to unhalt at. I used to love it. I was the halt meister back in the day. Thinkorswim, actually their level 2 was accurate as fuck, and you would go to their level 2 and it would show like, but I was almost on the dot, and people were like, how are you doing that with Thinkorswim? It was in that called me the Haltmeister, because I'd be the first to say, here was the halt time, and I'd be like, here's where it's probably going to resume at, like here's the open price. All right, I'm going to see how long this stays up top. I don't want to, if it gets wicky, I'm leaving my orders in. I'm not immediately going to put my orders at 14. I want to see if this is going to do this halt bullshit, or is it going to move into a normal ticker. Everything else is dead, right? Like, what's moving? Is anything else moving? Oh, here, look here. It's moving into this area, looking for another halt down potentially here. Looking for another halt down here potentially. Yes, this is why I'm going to leave my orders in low. I'm leaving my orders in low. New high of day for SEG. New high of day for SEG. New high of day for SEG. SEGG. 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 Nice slow and steady play. Got a downtrend built into. That's actually coming into play. Actually, I'm surprised that this has ran into that downtrend as long as it has. So we have this beautiful downtrend for ROLR. I'm going to leave my orders in down here. Let's see here where my orders in at. Let's go back to, yeah. I'm going to put my order. Oh, I can't move them now because it's halted. All right, so I'm going to cancel this one. All right, my orders are in right now, team, around the bottom of that bull flag. The bottom of the bull flag, because it's hitting the top of it, or trying to now. Again, does anyone have the resumption price for... and here we go with another halt. So we're 3 halts into this play. And that's what I'm getting a little worried. If we do take the bounce, am I going to have... I hopefully will have 30 seconds to take the profit back into 14. 14 would be round 1, target 2 into 15, target 3 into that downtrend. But yeah, we're not missing anything that I can see here. Let's go back here. XAir new high of day. EVTV is not doing anything today, so that's going to be on high watch for like a mid-candle breakout play. That's going to be on high watch for like a mid-candle breakout play. Finally building the base here for Meta. Let's see if we get a bear. I'm watching Meta too as well. High watch here for me on Meta. Meta's on high watch right now, team, for a bear flag crack and more continuation on down. Let's go to EVTV is not doing anything. BNAI got in a pot. BNAI getting a squeeze right here. So BNAI is getting a nice good pop. So BNAI new high of day. BNAI new high of day. I don't really like anything to bounce off of it. This 490 into the 480 mark would be it as of right now. So we'll keep BNAI on watch. New high of day for BNAI. Let's go to CODX as a new runner here. CODX was a little pop, not a lot of volume there. Yeah, and then AZI being okay. Cool. So we're pretty much all over it. The new play is BNAI. BNAI new play. Nice new play to pop up. Don't see anything else moving though. That would be your only other play. so dead. Okay, cool. Tesla with a nice good crack out of the bell too. Now building the bear flag. So that's another one to keep my eye on. Meta got way too big of a bounce. They may go red to green actually for the day. Halt down time 46:03. Resumption time will be 51:03. 51:03. Do understand that we have only been live for 1 minute after this halt down, open for a minute, halted up. Open for a minute and a half, halted down. I say minute and a half, it was something like that. We'll call it a minute, whatever. It was not long, and then down. That gets me a little worried, so that's where I want to see where this opens up at. So I've canceled all my orders, but the lower ones around that 12. I've won at 12.77 and down at the lower wicks at 12, or literally 12.30. So I have this area surrounded, so I mean the 12.50 fill would be fine. For, that'd be an average 12.50 area. That's fine with me. Again, we can't see where we're going to open up at, which does hurt. Although we can get a little bit of a grasp of what we've done so far. We gapped up, we gapped down. This may gap up and bounce straight fucking back up, right? So there is that potential that it could gap up and go straight into another halt up, or at least bounce right out of the gate here. And if that happens, then I start to get a little annoyed with this play and go, okay, we really going to even see a real technical sound setup and trade today? Where Alma yesterday ran. It had a couple of halts, but then it ran. It gave you more opportunities to trade throughout the day, way more so. The 12 or that 1370 area starting to finally get hit there. It's some strong resistance from yesterday into 14. Again, 49, or I should say 49. 51.03. So we're about to come live here. 51.03. We'll see where this play does go live, where the gap down's at. I, again, have my orders around that 1270, 1250, 1230 area. We're live. We did get a gap down. We did get a gap down. We're not really going down into my order area. Let's see if we can go down into my order area a little bit more so. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking here. Now we're talking here. See if we get filled there. I did get filled to 500 shares, so I did get filled 500 shares there. I did get filled 500 shares there. It's not really popping back on up, though. It's not really popping back on up, though. Let's see if we get the move back on up. There we go. Here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I'm going to take some profit right here. Taking some profit right here, team. Taking some profit right there. Taking a little bit of profit. I'm down to I had 500 shares filled. 500 shares filled there at the 1277 mark. Out 300 now. Out 300 now. Okay, I'm taking some more here because it's not really popping. So I'm down to my 100 shares. The 1277 was filled. 1277 was filled. All right, I'm taking, let's see, I'm down to 100 shares. I'm going to take 50 more right here. And I'm just going to hold the 50. I got my dollar move, which is nice. Not a banger play here. I didn't get filled full share size, of course. Stop loss for me. We'll be back if this, again, can confirm in the 1 minute time frame back under the VWAP. Or if I see anything around, 1310, 13-ish or so. All right, I'm out. I'm just taking it. That's good with me. I'm out. Good enough. Got a little something. Yeah, T-Web, that's why I had it up to that 1277 mark. That's why I had it up to that 1277 mark to get filled there. Good little bounce play, though. Not amazing. We're finding these. This is not like yesterday's play. The halt's really messing this play up now. I wish we weren't so removed from this old bull. I wish this flag wasn't so big. That this flag, we know where we go from 950 all the way up to 12. And now that 12, which I wish I would have gotten filled down low, which I didn't there. It hit 1257, unfortunately. I wish I had more orders in at that mark. I canceled all of the ones up here, which I'm glad I did. And I moved them down here, which I told you guys to do. And we're all over that. Let's see if we can't get another bounce play. If this can move back up to new highs, if this can move back up to like say 14s, then I would trust the 1250 area again for a bounce play. But yeah, that T-Web, that's why I've been trying to put them a little higher. I've been trying to put them a little higher to get filled there. I was right at that 1277 mark. That was money. That was money. Just watching it now. Okay, I'm going to go get off mine because I just sit here and stare at it. Just been banging out those. Most of my plays here, I've had a couple $1,000 plays here and there, but most of my wins lately have been between like 2 and 400. Every one of them have been between 2 and 400 because I'm not getting filled full share size. Like today, I was trying, literally at first, I had 5. I was trying to get filled 2,500 shares. I had 500 allotments to get filled in this area. Then I moved it, and I had to cancel them because you can't move these. I can't move them around. I would have kept all those orders in, but just moved them into a tighter area. And that's why I can't wait till I have to talk with Michael and say, bro, we've got to be able to move my orders around when the plays are halted. I've got to be able to do that. Like that hurts me. Because I would have moved a lot. I would have kept the orders, but it just surrounded this area, and I would have gotten filled probably there like around 1,500 to 2,000 shares, maybe possibly. New highs in the run here. Good bounce play. Called it. Beautiful bounce play, moving into a halt up. Oh, if I was still holding shares, this would have been third straight day in a row that I was in a bounce play. Oh, okay, didn't do it. Announcer's jinx there. That's awesome, though. Great bounce play there, team. Again, if this is what I was talking about, if you can move into the 14s and start to slow down a little bit, maybe even get a little higher. I trust this area as long as we stop halting. And then the market makers stop halting it because that was like, what are you doing? This didn't have a huge pop. What? Come on, that wasn't worthy of a halt. I wouldn't mind taking another bounce play off of this 1260 area. There's really nothing else to hold this up. Alma still with the nice goods. It's slow and steady and kind of wicky a little bit-ish. Nice good move up today. BNAI not giving us the bounce opportunity. I had my eye on BNAI too as well. That was it. I was looking at a roller, and there was your bounce opportunity. And that is my bad that we didn't get filled on there. I just now noticed that. Fuck. I called this out. Your bounce op was 490 area. I probably would have had an order in at like 497, probably 487. Maybe I would have had a few orders in this area. Probably would have only been filled 500 to 1,000 shares. Beautiful bounce play there, team. Look for a possible another dip off of this 490 area for BNAI. New squeeze, new high of day for AMA. AMA, nice good move there. AMA, another beautiful move today from AHMA. It's a little bit lighter volume. The spread on it's a little bit bigger there today. It's tightened up a little bit. Well, there's back to a 20-cent spread. There's a big spread on it. So you have to put limit orders out there for this play to get filled for a good entry that is on your trade. Roller. Rolling. I really wanted this to move, and it still might. I want this to move up a little bit higher. I like the way it's moving now. I just wish it moved up a little bit higher. Then I would trust putting in orders around 1250 to 1270 again for a fill. AMA new high of day. AMA new high of day. Whoa, AMA breakout, new high of day. AMA halted up. AMA halted up. Woo, there goes AMA, just as I was talking about it. It's really starting to take some mob away from ROLR. Watch for some more continuation down for ROLR there. This really under this 1250 mark. Could get a good short opportunity, and I wouldn't mind stabbing at ROLR, just kind of getting in. If I see anything under this 1250 mark, this could really start to see some sell-off and head on down to the 1150 mark, and really then all the way down to the 10, that upper shadow there at around 1020. Now that AMA is halted up. So AMA is halted up there, team. AMA halted up. Trying to hold this area still here, which I love to see. Small little bounce plays off this new high of day, BNAI. That bounce area at 490 was absolutely money. Now a whole dollar move from it. That hurts a little bit because I did see this play and called it out. I just wish I would have traded it. I was so stuck on ROLR. And of course, I mean, for good reason. Of course, I'm trying to get filled there. So that bounce play happened at 49 after. Oh yeah, so I was literally just about to get filled. So it was during the halt, which... should have still traded that. Damn it. Yeah, when y'all fart, I smell fart. I smell poop. I smell scootins. All right, so watch for this break of, like, you know, I could see that kind of what CR Trader talks about in the break of structure candles and stuff like that on under this mark of 1250. So I'm watching highly under 1250 for ROLR for a short and continuation on down. Bear flag on bear flag crack here for some more short on ROLR. All right, let's see if we get a candlestick confirmation below here. I'm waiting back under that 1250 mark for candlestick confirmation on ROLR. CR Traders, I'm shorting it as soon as it opens on AMA. So, all right, I love it. CR Traders usually good at shorts, so let's go over to AMA if we want to. That could end up being a really good short, potentially. Potentially. All right, AMA, time and sales here. AMA opens up at 0457. 0457 for AMA. Did not get candlestick confirmation below 1250 there for ROLR. So I'm waiting on under that 1250 mark. Under 1250, I'm going short on ROLR. AMA, CR Trader says he's going live as soon as this opens up. He says he's shorting this thing on AMA. All right, I like it. Let's go over there. I'll short that. If he's shorting it, sure. This guy knows what he's doing. I like it. I like it. AHMA, it's really strong resistance into that high from yesterday. There's probably a lot of traders trapped in this as well. All right, so AMA, let's see where this goes. Opens up at. CR Traders shorting it. So I just noticed that on the level 2, the time and sale, the Discord there. This opens up too, coming up soon here. AMA coming up. Let's see if this opens up. Should be 0457, 0457, 0457, 0457, 0457. Candlestick confirmation below 12.5 for roller in the short. Bounce play at 12.5 again was perfect. Honestly, on roller. I just was anticipating the short there. All right, so I'm in right now. Cost basis for me is 1486. 1486 is my cost basis right there. So 1486 is my cost basis right there for just was in the green big time. I just wasn't in the trade for 30 seconds. I just went in small, so I did go small there on roller, 500 shares. Or I should say AMA. AMA, it's not really giving us that short opportunity that I'm really liking though right now. I was hoping this would fly down into a halt down. So I am in at 1487. That's my average entry price. It's just not really doing much for me here. So I'm probably about to get out of this place soon. It's just not really cracking on down for us here, team. Let's see if this gets the short. Let's see if this comes down now in this candle. Big spread's killing this play too. Big spread killing this play too. All over the place. I'm probably about to just cut this because it's not really working out here, team. Yeah, I'm going to cut it. I don't like the way this is moving here. Glad I went super small. Actually, I only went in 100 shares. I thought I went 500 shares. I'm glad it was that first ticker. You know, when you move to a ticker, it's the first allotment you have up, which I had 500, or I thought it was 500 shares, but it was 100 shares. It's always, oh, halted up. Another bounce play off of 12.5. You got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh, this is, oh god. 12.5 was it. 12.5 was the money play today overall. 12.5 was money. So watch, I am actually going to go for one more bounce play on 12.5. I'll go for one more potential bounce play on 12.5. And then we're going to look for the short of 12.5. BNAI was the best play that we missed today. BNAI was the best play we missed today was this bounce play at 490. These were good, but this one was easy. This one was real easy. Could have surrounded this. There's no way, at my point being with the spread not being that big. It's a tighter play. This would have been one that we could have gotten, you know, chef kisses on right there. Chef kisses in the play for a minimum of 3 minutes, and we would have been absolutely banking on that play. With this lower cost basis too, would have went minimum, you know, or say probably would have went 2,000, maybe even 3,000 shares on that. And then that's, you know, you're talking getting really good money. This one I'm upset about. I'm upset. This one doesn't bother me as much. All the halts earlier on, it's going to start sketching traders out and where to take. The first bounce play was fine with me, but then after that, you start getting a little worried. Is it going to be it? Is it not going to be it? So whatever. But this one I am upset about a little bit. This one I'm upset about. This one, because I called it out. I moved away from it. Should not have. That was absolutely a beautiful banger. Oh, and Meta, no! Fuck! Meta! Did anyone get Meta? Oh, I have the contracts pulled up. I had the 620. Where did that go to now? I got to see. There's another one that I'm mad we missed. Oh, no. That play team the contracts went from 580 to 7. 580 to 7. They're still in the 640s right now. Oh, that hurts. Or maybe one more bear flag on Meta. So let's look for one more possible bear flag on Meta here. Let's look for one more possible bear flag on Meta. AMA looks like it's about to pop and go for more. I'm glad I got out of that. AMA may pop and go for more here, team, so be careful if you are in that short. AMA's really looking like it may squeeze and go here for more. Oh, it's saying tighten that flag. It's either going to be a really big pop soon, or it's going to be a really big drop soon. we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so we're getting some wiki action there on AMA, and there's that pop. Let's see if it continues to go for more, though, now. We do have ROLR halted up. I'd be looking for a bounce play again at 1250 or the crack of it, and then potentially one more bear flag crack here on Meta. Meta was, again, the other play I'm a little upset that, oh, no. Well, two plays I alerted and called out money that I am unfortunately paying attention too much to ROLR and AMA a little bit. Beautiful bounce play on BNAI. 490 alerted. Just beautiful. I like this back around 550 again if we get a reversal. If this goes up to, say, 635, 40, if it goes up any more, then it's going to be this see if it here we go. So now we can start putting orders around 585. 585 into 575. 585 into 575. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, mate. You have absolutely got to be kidding me. BNAI team. How you gonna do me like that? Merlin. How they gonna do me like that? Oh my gosh, O's. Merlin, please stop. That smells so bad. Stop. Get up. Get up. Turn around. Turn around, buddy. God, his breath team. Wowzers. Merlin, please stop and lay down. Please stop and lay down. Please stop doing that, son. Like, holy mollies. Oh, this hurts so bad. Oh, this hurts so bad. The two bounce plays. Another one off 1250. Runs up to... Why couldn't the first one do that? This is why they say the first bounce play is not always going to be the best. Sometimes the second one comes back down around, even a little bit, goes a tad lower, and then goes for the boom boom. You know, Tim, if you didn't cancel your order and I had orders still in there, that actually would have hit. It's like, why didn't I do that the first time? I do have orders in on BNAI at this 580 area into 560. 580 to 560 for the dip buy on BNAI. BNAI. BNAI, BNAI, BNAI. Okay. Meta, oh man, Meta here. Meta, honestly, could look for it. It did it earlier, but now this is probably that red to green move it's going to make. I thought it was going to do it here. It actually got a good reversal off 624 and came down. This may finally get through and stop doing the bear flag down here and get through this area. And if it does, it's going back up to that VWAP for sure. Merlin. BNAI, what are you doing? Quit running away. Oh, God. Well, the 490 bounce was perfect. 490 bounce was perfect right there. Absolutely money. And I have my order still in at 585 into the 560 area. 585 to 565 area. Two great plays there. The short continuation on down, that got $1 out of the contracts I was looking at. Who doesn't like $1? And again, those contracts cost about $5 to $6 for entry price, which is very cheap, for options. Not too expensive. You just got to think of a small cap ticker. You got, again, maybe you guys don't have the ability to trade options, which I get. On the way down, though, of course, BNAI with that 490 to 480 dip I talked about. I should have just put orders in on Trade the Pool. My dumb ass wasn't thinking about it. There is that reversal finally coming in some more there from AMA. Finally getting some more of that reversal. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just that spread. That is a wiki spready play. Spreads all over the place. I'm going to stick with BNAI for the last trade of the day, other than maybe ROLR cracking under 1250. ROLR under 1250 would be the other one. App down $52 today? Like, for real, for real? Big red to green move there from Tesla. App, oh my. I gotta look at those contracts now. Wow. Holy app. 500, 400. Yeah, they're up a ton. I thought they'd be up over 1,000%, but they're up, a few 100%. What a move. Good golly. Hey, that would be another one for one more leg down. App would be another one for another leg down because there is that move back up to the VWAP like I talked about. If it got over, 22 and held long enough, it would soak back into that VWAP. So App, we could look for another leg back down on it. It is building a bull flag here. So App, I know it's far down, but boy, oh, I guarantee you it has not been in this area for a while. So let's just go back to the 1515. Okay, so it has. What was the low today, too, so far? What's that bear flag at? 614. We'll call it 614. 614. So, yeah, we would probably easily run down. This thing runs crazy. I would say minimum 612.50. If this gets under 612.50, we're going all the way down through 610s. So that's the only thing you'd worry about on this play is under 612.50 is 612.50. Other than that, this play can go, 612.50. Then this play could go through 610, that would be money. Absolutely. Oh, the options are terrible, though, on App. I just noticed that. Oh, man. But there, we'll go over the trade tab, team. So look at this. All products, go to App. The volume. Wowza. Yowza. Halted down 12 after. 12 after 23 seconds. 12 after 23 seconds should come live at 17:23. 17:23. Have my orders in for BNAI. Have my orders in for a dip buy on BNAI. That is the only other trade I am looking to take right now, other than seeing what we get with ROLR when it opens up and possibly going short on it. Sweet. All right, we are live. We are live here. We are live. Waiting for BNAI to see if we get a little bit more of a pullback there. May not get that, and that's the thing. We could just short it down to that level. Well, one thing you would have done is just go to the past chart history here and see if there was resistance. You have some right there at this 670, 680 marks. In the 690, you can see this from back into here, September of last year. That would have been the short. Now you're just looking for this to reverse as it continue to come down to this old shelf area. And we're looking for a dip buy off of it. Also, looking back under 1250 here for continuation on down for ROLR for the short potentially. The short potential. And then App. I know the contracts are terrible. But this has definitely another leg down written all over it. This play is already down a lot today from 670 to 614, 15. This has a lot of room still yet to run at that lower VWAP band is caved all the way down to 600. AMD, huge move up there. Good job there again, J-Web, are talking about that. My good gosh, what in the world? That is flying off the hinges today. SPY big reversal too, bounced almost right off a line I have in at 687.50. This one bounced off of 687.67, 687.70. Potential here for app for more movement team. So app there, if you're looking to get in and trade that, the volume is so light on the options. You know, there's literally only a few hundred shares traded today. The spread on it is absolutely crazy on app. If you want to trade shares, you can. I'm going to leave it alone, but it does have that next leg down potential on it. I wish the options were more liquid, but they're just really not that liquid. Boy, oh boy, though, Meta doing these great reversals off key areas. You know, going back over here to Meta now, this one has been really nice right off the VWAP. So we talked about this a few minutes ago. Getting back up to it. There's a reversal off 24. There's one off 23 and off that VWAP. Absolutely money right there. So the reversal's kind of been just as good as the crack of the flags, if not better, because when you pop up, you get a better entry for that move back on down. You know, you just scale into that VWAP 9 EMA area for the move back on down. AMD with a huge rip today too as well. Not a lot of clean charts out there. It's not like we're hitting, you know, straight up move, straight down move, trends to build. We have a reversal at the start of the day for a lot of these plays that found a support area, and now they're turning green and moving back on up. Now reversing back on down. Meta and app are the only ones that have had that crash down sort of look today. Meta back-to-back days. They're not crazy for Meta, but a decent move for it today on down again. So I didn't give levels too far for Meta. I didn't figure we'd have back-to-back massive, nasty red days. Trades right now for me, waiting on BNAI to get filled and then waiting for ROLR to roll its way into its deathbed. It's funny, there's a place in Arkansas, look like Central Arkansas, it's called ROLR Funeral Services. Their last name's ROLR. This is it. ROLR Funeral Services. Let's do it. Come on, baby. EVTV starting to pop up a little bit too. Again, here comes EVTV. Nothing too crazy, but it is kind of getting this red to green move, doing exactly almost what it did yesterday. Little red at start, and then green to begin, you know, green for the rest of the day. I mean, of course, there's red in there, but that red to green move, and then it's up. So red to green move yet again for the day there for EVTV. My other beautiful bounce play, BDSX, did not do a damn thing today. So BDSX didn't do a darn thing. AMD continuing to race up there. Looking for a reversal off of 223, 222.75 for AMD. Yesterday's high of day would be a good trade potentially there. 223.75 or 222.75 to 223 on AMD. So watch for that 222.75 into 223 for AMD for the potential reversal. So AMD is starting to get right into that high from yesterday here. Definitely keep that on watch for a short coming up in the next a couple of minutes here. Is going to race into this area most likely. Look for a reversal back down to say the 222s 20s, and then definitely could see back down to 221.50. AMA now more reversal back on down, holding that short. Again, that spread was pretty sketchy, but that worked out gorgeously. CR Trader talked about it, and a lot of it too was just the fact that it gapped down. I wanted this to open up like right beside it, not gap down. What I probably should have done is as soon as this popped up into this area, go short again. I would have loved for this to, you know, open up right beside it. Then I would have felt a little bit better, too, honestly, about the entry. This play has slowed down quite a bit, so I do like this back under 1250 later on. You know, I know we're still getting every once in a while we somehow got a halt, then a halt down, but it's moving pretty slow and steady. So watch this under 1250, 1260. BNAI still waiting to get filled there on the way back on down, right around the 580 to 565 mark. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you guys want to go over with me right now? Anything at all? What do you got for me, team? Slower day again for myself. Just like trying to get bounce plays. Had the one good bounce play here. Got $1 out of it yet again on ROLR as it was popping up there, which is nice to get $1 out of that play. I love it. Beautiful bounce play on ROLR. Wasn't great, but $1's nice. I know some of you guys didn't get filled. This is the one I'm upset about. This one and BNI down here. Those are the two that I'm, definitely are more upset about for sure. Haven't gotten filled on BNAI yet. The low there was 93. My top order in is at 87. So 587, and then I have them down all the way to 557. Woo! AMD. That's why I'm not a big fan of shorting the tops a lot of the time. I mean, I just haven't, especially in the large cap world, it's just more to me like you'll find days like Meta, which the Meta was great today in getting reversals off of levels. That was really nice. Tesla was one that came up and reversed off a level I had. There goes app, like I talked about. There goes app again. Options are a little sketchy on it because there's no volume. There is your move on app. There's your one more leg down. This really could it could climb all the way down to around 600. Let me just go look at those options since we cracked. Yeah, even with the spread, we moved, but we haven't moved a lot, and it's very low volume. Over the last 5 minutes since I've had this pulled up on my active trader, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16. Someone actually bought 10 contracts, 17, and then we have a couple of the big ones, 8 and 9. So. Point being, and then 1 and 4. So over the last 5 minutes, we've had about 20, 30, we'll call it about 30-ish contracts traded. 30! That's crazy. Oh, J-Web, that didn't work. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, J-Web, yeah. It didn't, yeah. I honestly, that's why I'm just, again, I think it does come back on down, but man, this is pretty clear-cut resistance at 223. Does not work, right? Why? It's just right and it'd be one thing if it was there. It's coming from 215s and hasn't had a red candle yet. Like I said, I know it's going to turn red at some point, but why didn't that work? And that's why, again, I just have moved away from large caps for the most part. I like Meta was a good one yesterday, and I did like it earlier today. I missed the short on it, but that's what I like to trade, are those bear flag crack, bear flag crack. Or, bull flag break, and then get bounce plays off of it. Yeah, if I see CR Trader wanting to short a top, I get it. I'm like, okay, cool, let's go for it. And I get where Amish resistance comes in, and that's from yesterday. And it did work out. It just was low volume, didn't get a good entry price. That was honestly pretty decent. Still not filled here on the bounce play for BNAI. Still waiting on it. Check what that didn't work. Said for me, BNAI and ROLR. Those are the two plays I'm trading for the rest of the day. Waiting for 1250 crack on ROLR. Waiting for my bounce play to get filled here. I may not get filled on BNAI. It may come to this wick right here and hold up there. I wanted to get more into the bodies of these candles into that WAP. One more red candle down. I'll leave it in for a little bit longer, in my opinion. I think we could still see that area. But I don't want to do it for too long on BNAI. And the main reason why, this play likes to give back some gains. This play is a wiki upper shadow play. I don't want to sit around waiting for a bounce play all day long on BNAI. You don't see this play hold up that long. That's why this 490 bounce play irritates the shit out of me right now, because I called it out and we could have been filled at least somewhat on the move up. I shouldn't have been paying attention to ROLR so significantly for the bounce play, which again, I had orders out, so I get why it was halted. I was trying to figure out what orders to leave in. So I understand why I missed it. It's not like I was just fucking, twiddling my thumbs and not paying attention. I was honed into ROLR and where, why it was halted, where I should have my orders in at, or what I should keep in. And there you go, J-Web. See what I'm talking about, J-Web? This, though, going back to, I like ROLR all day under 1250. Whenever it cracks 1250, I will be looking for a short, 100%. BNAI, I'm gonna don't do this. If BNAI gets back over 1230 or 635, to me that's gonna be the bounce play. I'll probably end up putting my orders. I like this area too. That's why I like 550, 535 area. And so if this play bounces up higher, then that goes to me the bounce play there, and I want to go lower now. Look at this, J-Web. What did I tell you? Anywho, I like the 550, 535 area. That's why I liked it to begin with for a bounce play. Why? Because that could be a good stop loss area. Because my target's back up to 535 or 635, and then the 6, so that becomes a 2-to-1 ratio. Having this as stop loss, if this is kind of going to be average entry right about right there, right? Somewhere right around there to be average entry, right around 570. But now we're bouncing here at 590s essentially. Didn't quite get down to my order. So if we get back above 535 and my first target gets hit, I get a little worried about that second bounce. Now again, true, it did work out here on ROLR, but ROLR, I know it's the first day run. It's going to do like AMA, and it can hold up longer. It still can fade, but it's going to hold up longer. It's first day runner, had to run in a while. We've seen BNAI run a lot here over the past. I just showed you how many upper shadows it has. You want to be careful with how many bounce plays you get in a particular area when you see that. So if you see BNAI, and if we've seen it in the past, and you go back and you see it too, and you remember, oh yeah, wow, Upper Shadow City, there's a lot of wicks. This thing never holds its gains. Well, once you get later into the day, those bounce plays, they come, but they come one at a time as they tear down, right? So as in, this play, which it is now getting there, this is first bounce. Now then it'll come down and crack this and come down to here, then have a bounce up to here. And then that'll crack. Then we'll have another bounce probably down, then it does that. And then we're back to like huge upper shadow, we're high of day 675 and we're back around like this area. So I'll do that right now. I'm going to move my orders down. So now orders are in that 550, 535 area for BNAI, 550, 535 area for BNAI. Little annoyed with the day. It's all good. It's all good. Missing those 2 trades hurts. And then the one trade we took was good, but then the second trade that we could have taken, and we did, so it's one of those days. We get a good bounce, then the second one's better. We're worried about the second time around, so we don't take it, and it becomes better, right? You're like, you got to be kidding me. Not that it was a lot better, but it was better. It was better. And would have gotten filled more shares as it went down lower. And while this play was halted, we got our one play. I move away from, and I don't know if anyone in chat did take it, although I alerted it, and I said, this is a bounce play. I like it. BNAI, 490, 480 area. And it becomes the best bounce play. Quick reversal wick right to our area, and then just... And then Meta was a good one too as well. Alert the, hey, watch for one more move down from Meta. It's got that potential. App was a great play. App now down to 605. Again, that would be more about shares and trading that with shares than trading that with contracts, because it's just absolutely, it's hard to trade that with options. Not very liquid. So good alerts today. That's the main thing. At least we're seeing the charts, seeing the levels. Only have one trade in, so I'm one for one. I'm one for 2, because I did take a small loss on AMA. I did take a small loss, which should have been a win, which is good to see that in the end. It just, that level 2 and spread was killing me. Not the greatest of entry. The stupid gap down was dumb. Should have added in on that one up top. Good alert there from CR Trader. Was all over that one. And we got a few other great alerts from BNAI. App was good. Meta was good. Now just waiting for ROLR here. ROLR Funeral Services. Come on, let's go. Through this 1260 area. Watch for another leg down. Also looking for BNAI to get filled again. I want lower now. First I wanted 580 to 560. Now I have 550 down to 535. Anything you guys want to go over? Any questions you guys have? All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Oh, halting up again. Are you kidding me? Just holding this. Okay, well, BNAI halting up here, team. Not BNAI, roller. Not rolling over, which I was hoping it was about to do through the VWAP here. Halted up yet again, right at that downtrend. I would be careful taking a short into that downtrend. Of course, you have to wait now until it goes live to market order in on that play. Of course, you could put limit orders in possibly right after that, maybe. But I'm waiting for this 1250, 1270, whatever you're going to call this shelf crack right here. I'm waiting for this bottom support area to fall off. And I'm waiting to get filled on a dip buy here for BNAI. That's it for me. Keeping it simple. Slow and steady here. SPY, big reversal from up top. Kind of seeing that so much. Go down, go up, go down. We are at low of day, so this could continue to crash back through lows of 87.65. So this really could continue to go down. It's on an uptrend channel. My deviation lines too as well. So if it gets through low of day, this could start seeing some good size sell-off. This makes me want to see over here on Meta too as well. I'll just show you SPYs back on down here. We're seeing a lot of this kind of charting. Zoop, zoop, zoop. We're at this low now. It is at we're at that lower VWAP band. So that, does scare me away a little bit from taking the short. But Meta has some room to run though. So if SPY does get some nasty short, Meta could get one last leg down. One last leg down potentially. Roller's going to be in play, it seems like, through lunch hours. I'd imagine at this point, halting up yet again an hour after the opening bell. App all the way down to 604, so that had about a $10 crack back on down. Could have gotten just small share size and made some money there, honestly, on app, going like 10 shares, 20 shares, something like that. Nice, good move there on app on the way down. Still has some room to run, does app, honestly. That could continue to climb, or I should say fall. See if it builds up another shelf at 604. It's going through to or down to 600 and through that most likely at this point. Lower VWAP bands at 592 and continuing to crack on down. That one I have probably the most confidence in today. You just have to go small shares on it. Contracts are really hard to trade that. They're up a lot today. Some of the puts now are up 800 or 1,000%. Like the one that has the least volume is up 1,000%. The one that has the... Where's this one been? There's no way that has 1,700 shares of it. What? Yeah, there's no way. I don't know what the hell. There's no way it's 1,700. Yeah, I don't know what. It's a misprint going on there. I'm like, that's not seeing the same. That's weird. So very light volume on app today. Very light volume on app today. So yeah, the 600 now there's some volume. So the 600 puts actually have. So I didn't see those others. So the 600 puts actually have some decent volume today. That says 1,700 shares, because one candle one 3-minute candle where we had about 1,000 options traded. So that's one of the main reasons why it's not really that liquid actually. It looks like it is. It's or at least 17. You'd think 1,700, but it's all in one candle. THH. That's what just was brought up on the Discord from Love Chip. I have no idea what happened here, but THH is cracking hard to the downside, continuing to dump down. I think maybe we're still live. I don't know if this play is halted maybe a few times here today. Spread on it's not crazy big, but it's big, as you can see there. It's about, no, that's 75 cents, so that is pretty crazy big for a play that's $14, $13. We are live on ROLR. ROLR is live. Let's see if we reverse off that downtrend again. If we do pop on up, we're going to have some resistance at 1685. If this does squeeze up for more, 1685 would be a good, into 17, somewhere around there, 1675 would be a good dip buy. Filling off the downtrend. So the downtrend is working on the hook to get a little above it. May have stopped you out a little bit possibly. Downtrend still into play there, especially going to a 3-minute time frame. You can see that's definitely working out. You can maybe have it a little bit higher too as well. So just really chopping around overall in this little bit of a channel. It does have a little bit of an uptrend look to it. You can tell, possibly somewhere right off of through this area is where it looks like it would start. And then you're running in through that area like that. And then you got this right here, and I'd start up the trend line, and that's kind of your uptrend channel, somewhere right about right there. And that's why I'm looking for this trend to crack, get back down here at the 1250 mark, and under this, I don't see how we hold up. I don't care if it's later in the day. I still have my orders in on BNAI for a bounce play. This would be finally getting me filled at the 487 mark, but I canceled those, or I say canceled, I just moved them down. 550, 535 for the dip for me. 550, 535, and still just waiting, Veda and anyone else. That's just it for me.
Out. Go pay $1 million question.
So, can you like go in
Change 20 casino?
Making sure we're not missing anything here.
Mm-hmm. Oh god.
So
Yeah, it's all bar. It's all the bar.
If you guys have a year-end prediction show, that'd be fun. Just for complete like we would do a huge disclaimer that none of us is actually gonna make a bet. Like, I think that stuff's silly, but that doesn't mean it's bad. The guys go, yeah, my target year-end.
Screen a little off there. I'm here. If anyone still is around, we do have app for more continuation on down there for one more leg. So I would be watching app at this point if you're looking for one more leg down on a large cap ticker. I do like app for one more leg down. Meta, SPY as well, looking like it wants to have that leg down. So watching SPY here as well, potentially. There is Meta, new low of day. Meta just doesn't have as much room to run down, but the options are going to be more liquid there for you to trade over app. App has multiple dollars to run down. It just hit new low of day of 03.55. We are seeing that from the large cap tickers right here, starting to see some more pullback. Apple absolutely ugly as hell today. There's more resistance there and coming in finally down to that 2150 mark. I know we talked about that, Jay Webb, and that's, again, it's just a little inconsistent there from the large cap tickers there, and why AMD went on such a huge move. B's pretty choppy today, finding a base, a top and a bottom. Baba, sort of the same sort of thing. Google, same sort of thing. Finding the top, finding a bottom here. Not getting close to the bottom, though, is my point as of right now. Still chopping around. NVDA pretty choppy today. Levels being pretty decent on PLTR. I have some lines in there working out pretty decently. What to look at? I'll go to AMD. Hold on a sec, team. Margo. Lay down. I see you. Good girl. Lay down. Lay down. I see you. Lay down. Lay. Right there. Lay down. Sit. Good girl. Thank you, baby girl. Well, I would have been filled here only 500 or 1,000 shares. I was doing 1,000 share increments here for BNAI. I would be up, I would have a couple $100 maybe, Lay down. Guys making all kinds of noise over here. So what I'm going to say for the rest of the day, get rid of that downtrend. It's still kind of working. Probably in a 3-minute time frame looks a little bit cleaner, and I can go up with it, maybe like from like right there-ish, right there, and get more into the bodies of the candles, something like that. I'm still waiting on BNAI. See if we get back under this area for the short potential. But if we do get over 1660s, 1650s, that's going to be watching for a pop zone up into the 18s. Now, if we don't get too parabolic and we can move pretty slow like we have been, although we're still getting some random halts here and there, this would become a pretty good bounce play off of this low to mid 16s. Other than that, 12, 60, 50 area, we killed this. We killed it. Absolutely nailed the bounce play area for BNAI. Or for roller. For BNAI, I keep calling each one of them. Well, at least we know dip buys is it. It's where it's at for us. I mean, we're going to kill it every day. And what's predictable, in my opinion, it is bounce plays. We are getting some movement back down there from SPY. Meta, again, not a lot of leg down there that's left potentially on those trades. Maybe more so for AMD because it's popped up so strongly. Tesla, new low of day. Big reversal from Tesla. 443.50 area got hit, and it has crashed all the way down to 436.50 now. And that's the stuff we see a lot of. I like days like this. Now, maybe not just a straight fall off, but like we go down, bounce around, bear flag, crack. Bounce around, bear flag, crack. Then we come up, reverse, and fail at the last bear flag, and then come down for more. Then we make that green move, finally go up, and maybe break the downtrend, make a Thanos crossover, cross the 9, on the moving averages, and maybe get back to the VWAP. We're not doing any of that, which today getting a little similar look from app. Meta was decent yesterday if in the 3-minute time frame. Kind of again bear flag, then down, bear flag, then down again, hold, come up, fail, right, and then this chops around. So this ends up doing what we've seen way too much recently, where you just really don't get a lot of good trades the rest of the day there. And then especially we've seen so much of this. That's a good day, and that's not even that great compared to what we used to see. That's a good day, like what Meta did yesterday. This is what we're getting a lot of here recently. It's low of day, back up to high of day. New high of day almost. No, we're going to new low of day. No, we're not. We're going back up to highs. No, actually, we're going all the way back down to lows and making new lows. Okay, we're going back up today. Yeah, we're cracking. No, we're going back up. Yeah, we're cracking. No, we're going all the way through lows. Like, how do we go from here to here and not bounce here? How do we see no demand come in and no one buys it from 38.75 into 38? This is what we've seen too much, in my opinion, in large caps, to where I can't get a grip on them to where I know the trade's going to be at. I mean, look at this. And just continues to just flush. SPY finally getting that move down like we talked about. AMD, there's that bigger move down here. So SPY finally cracking those lows. That 87, 80, it got about $1 move right there. So there goes the bigger move from SPY in this last 5 minutes. 87.80s down to 86.60s. AMD, as I talked about, being the one with the potential to actually move more to the downside because it's popped up and correct a mundo. That's now $1.50 since I said that. Meta got about a $2 reversal. Not bad. Not bad, but again, not a lot. Candlestick confirmation was around 1950, so you got about $1.50-ish or so out of that. But again, not bad. Same with AMD. That was a little bit better and a little more predictable. It may even crack for more depending on what the SPY does here. Beautiful uptrend channel here on ROLR. Running into the downtrend, has the uptrend channel resistance, keeps putting in some supply areas for us, knowing that there's some traders trapped. As soon as they get their profit or even back to even, they're out. Now, this is a good thing because why? If we can squeeze and go up, this area will be a new bounce play potentially. And I'll put a horizontal line in right around 1650s for the bounce play. Any questions you guys have? I've been rocking and rolling here for the past hour and a half plus now. Making sure we're not missing anything on the different chat rooms. Anyone that is still streaming live. I always like going back, seeing who's streaming. Shh. Here comes more movement from AMD. Like we talked about, a SPY was going to go down more. There goes some more movement. So this SPY is starting to drag plays on down. Really just momentum at this point if you're just wanting to jump in, seeing how much further it goes down. But again, going back to the chart, this is what happens here. And some days it's SPY driven where you see the SPY crack into new lows on the day. Starts to drag other tickers with it as it goes to new lows. And then plays like AMD that have literally almost a $9 reversal from highs and lows, or lows to highs, I should say, hits high of day over yesterday's high for whatever reason, doesn't stop at yesterday's high, goes higher, and now sees a massive $4 almost, reversal, essentially right at $4 now. Well, BNAI did not get filled, their team. BNAI did not get filled. I had orders in at 557. 557 and somehow did not get filled there on my orders. You've got to be fucking kidding me again. It's 562. Did anyone get filled on BNAI? Oh, you shit. You little shit you. I knew it's exactly what I was wanting. Something that happened earlier where it soaks down, comes right back on up. Oh, I'd be up 30 cents right now. 1,000 shares. Didn't quite get down to my lower area. Oh, you little shit you. Did anyone get filled on BNAI right there? Perfect bounce plays today. We're killing the bounce plays. We are killing the bounce plays team. Killing them on small caps. How did I not get filled there? I'll see how this works its way out for the bounce play. This is why I went lower, though, and didn't keep... You can see exactly what I'm talking about, what BNAI does. I'm all over it. I know what BNAI does. You little dirty rat, you. Oh, you little dirty hound. You dirty scoundrel, you. You dirty scoundrel. Why would you do such a thing? All right, so now I have orders at 537, 527, and 523. Oh, you dirty rat, you. Give me a good bounce, though, too, because that would have been fine if I was filled full, you know, back up to 6. I'll take, you know, 50, 60 cents. Or even just if I was filled, you know, that would have been $400, $500 on 1,000 shares back up to 6. Not that I was going to take it all there, but... All right, so I do have orders starting around 5. Look for orders, team, around that 520 area. 530 to 520s. 530s to 520s. Oh, you're still keeping your bounce? Yes. I just put them a little bit lower just because that will, like, when I get, like, if the bounce comes down like it does and I have orders here and it bounces a little bit above it and goes up, then I move my orders down, knowing that the next best bounce play is going to come a little bit lower now with this play. And so that I still feel we're going to get a bounce off this area right through here, somewhere through here. So if you want to leave some in at 550, you want to do down to 535, the 520s, you know, this is kind of that area where you would be looking for a bounce play. SPY finally, and again, that's why you want to be careful taking those shorts. You never know how much further the SPY is going to crack and the plays go with it. The best was just getting with momentum once it did crack with AMD here was a better play. Getting around $2 of movement when I alerted that. Still sitting back waiting. We have the downtrend, uptrend channel resistance here. Roller still working out. I love this back under 1250 for short and just watch this kind of fade off. It may sit here in this channel. I'm going to take a break at the top of the hour here in 4 minutes. I am going to keep my orders in on BNAI. I'm going to sit back and wait for roller. And I'll type that into chat right now. BNAI, still looking for dip. Orders in 520. Roller. That was literally using all the characters. Literally, I had 0 left. And there's the 2 things I'm looking for. BNAI, still have the orders in. 520s to high 530s. Roller, uptrend will not last. Watch for a break of this uptrend channel for the break to new high of day. Over 1630s, 1650s for the move up. That then could and should become support. We'd be looking for a bounce play there. Or it could crack. Watch for one more dip buy off this 1290 to 1250 area. 1290 to 1250 area. I actually am liking that for a one more dip buy back on up to the VWAP in 1350. I don't see how we wouldn't get one more $1 bounce play off of it. You know, even a 1,000 shares or so, that's $1,000 buckaroonies. You know, try not to go too big there just in case you're not right. But definitely then under this mark, once and if when we do crack, watch for a good short. AMA dead. There's really no movement on AMA right now. It has really started to die out. Not a lot of good movement from other small cap tickers. If I'm not mistaken here, I don't see anything else moving. I'll go back over to stock rocks real quickly. SID-U's popping up a little bit, so we do have SID-U. We do have SID-U moving, so what I'm going to do is we'll just put SPY here like we normally do, and I'll put SID-U over here. Any other tickers you guys want me to break down? Any other tickers you guys want me to break down? Anything? We do have this 365 resistance from yesterday on SID-U. If you go back and look at SID-U, this was a play that we've looked at. When was it? When did we look at Sid U? I thought we looked at Sid U recently. Yeah. Okay. Wow. It was the multi-day runner a few weeks ago from late December. That's right, into early January. That's right. And then we haven't really looked at it since about the first of the year. Right after we came back from the first year, that first full week that we had last week, it has just died off. It has just completely died off. It's like, when were we looking? No, we were just looking at Sid U. That shows you how time flies. It's literally been 2 weeks since we've seen Sid U. Has strong resistance at 365 into 375. Any questions you guys have? Veda, you still around? Anyone else? J-Web, T-Web, A-Web, B-Web, C-Web, D-Web, E-Web. Any questions you guys have? We good to go? I'm going to take the break here. We're at the top of the hour. Still have my orders in for BNAI, in this area for a bounce. Looking for another bounce off of 1250s here. I'm just making sure it runs nicely, and I would mind another play off of 1250s. One more bounce play back up to the VWAP, and then looking for the reversal back through. Those are the trades I am looking for right at this moment. Sid, you still moving? That's about it, though, when it comes to the small cap sector. Small cap sector. EVTV not doing anything. BDSX ended up not doing much today. Very tight. AMA was moving earlier. Nothing there. Aton and Young Cheesy. ATO win, if you remember that one. That was a... offering play from yesterday, and we came a kind of good hangover, honestly, and more continuation on. But ATON had that offering right almost at the closing bell yesterday, if you guys remember that, and was halted down into the closing bell with that offering price, which I said watch for it to go to 2. And it actually did. It opened up right there, and after I was trying to pop back up to 2, I should watch it go to 1, because that's where the offering price was at. Was registered offering at $1 or $1.10, something like that, and it went right to it, glued to it, essentially. Y'all remember that play from yesterday? Okay, cool. We're all over it. Like I talked about with SPY, Meta already back on up. There's not a big crack there from those two plays. The potential wasn't huge. App as well is kind of getting that low portion. I figured App would actually go a little lower at 601.50 on its pullback. Now we're starting to see again that little green move, trying to see some green back on up. Not a lot from SPY though. Not a lot from SPY. More so from some of the other tickers. All right, cool. I got my orders in for BNAI. I like ROLR still. That's it for small caps, other than Sid U's trying to pop back on up. That multi-day runner we had there for a couple of weeks. Large cap plays got some decent reversals today. At least as far as SPY, Meta. We had reversals across the board with Tesla and all those the move we just saw. They're just not clean charts for the most part. We're making a high, then we're coming back on up, going through the old reversal areas and not failing at them, and then finally we reverse, and then we reverse down really hard. Go to new low of day, right? The one bounce area that worked and it was okay was right here. You could see this working out nicely, and could have gotten $1.88 to 89, and it makes sense. But on the way up, this isn't working. This didn't work. We're going like into a kind of an in-between area where we're getting reversals at times. The charting's not as clean. I will say, BNAI, I want to see this bounce soon. The reason I want to see what are you doing, Merlin? The reason I want to see the bounce soon, the volume is really dying on off. And this worries me in what I was going over with it, giving back gains. The trade was here earlier on. We want that front side move. I really don't like taking bounce plays on the backside move, right? It needs to come and happen, then make a move back on up to the front side. So this is a front side move, and now we're making a backside sort of move. So I want this to happen soon, or I'm probably going to cancel my orders and leave my shares to go to ROLR for a bounce play and then the reversal of it, or the crack of it. So if we don't get a bounce play here soon, I'll keep my eyes on this. I'm going to be in and out of the office over the next 10, 15 minutes. If we don't get the bounce play, right? So that's what I'll be looking at right around that 540 mark. All right, team? I'll be in here, in and out of the office. If you guys need anything, just let me know. Got a great bounce early. We're all over it with roller, you know. And again, even like going back to the Discord, which I reiterated on the Discord about 13 minutes ago, I said orders for me 1350 to 1250. I mean, if you go to 1350 and then go below, right? If you go to right here, look at that. Look at this. Perfect. 1350. Over and over and over at 1350. And then we did get 1250 a couple of times. All over it with the dip buys. That's all what we're doing tomorrow, and we're going to do, you know, on Friday. Every day this week, every day next week for sure for the foreseeable future, it's bounce play city. And hopefully some days we'll get 3 or 4 of them. Today we could have had 2. 100% could have had minimum, more, at least 2. We could have had BNAI. We should have had it. Then we also had roller here. So we had one good bounce play. Really could have held long. You know, right? It held all day. It's held all day. It's held all day so far. And then same thing right here. So if you think about our bounce play areas, this is held for over an hour. Over an hour. You think about this bounce play right here. It'll be a minute till we see 495 again. So over an hour. You know, both bounce plays, you know, that's why I missed the BNAI one, because I was so glued to roller, but they happen almost at the same time. Well, you know, literally. 48 after. 51 after. Great. Both resulted in a dollar move. This was from 490 to almost 690. That's a $2 move, and the same thing here. 1250 up to 1450, and then eventually to 1550. $2 bounce plays. Two $2 bounce plays. That's $4 in bounce plays from 2 tickers. That's all you need every day. You don't have to trade 8 times, 20 times in a day if you're getting $2 bounce plays, right? You get $2 bounce plays. Now again, green, and I'm sure most of you, like you would have this, you know, you wouldn't have probably held BNA all the way up to here. I would have held some shares. Depends on how full, you know, how big I would have been filled. I'm going to give it probably another, I'll probably give it to about 15 after. If I don't get filled on BNAI, I'm going to cancel my orders, as this just has died off here, and the volume and the backside move is just not going to be good for a bounce play, as I've talked about for years. I'll get in one-on-ones. I'm like, well, AK, why didn't this bounce play work? I'm like, well, you missed it on the front side. You should have had it on the front side, not the back side. Backside just isn't going to be as powerful. It'll be slower. All right, I'll put on some jams. I'll be back here in just a bit, team, all right? You know what I'm looking to trade. BNAI, roller. Got the levels. I love you. Be back in just a bit. I thought I had the audio on the whole time there. I just now realized, I was like, oh crap, you didn't have audio on for them. I had music on the whole time. Thought it was playing for you guys. Not that it's anything special, but great moves here out of nowhere. I kind of forgot about Seg. Had these massive upper shadows, pretty good reversals off that 105, 110, 105, 110, 105, 110 area. Squeeze, finally. Now we're holding that. I called that out just a little bit ago to you guys, Seg, 110 to 105 for the dip. That low right there hit 111, and that was your low dip area to actually get some profitability and to soak back now into this sort of consolidation area, and that's what you hopefully now you're back into this, which is huge. So then you have that possibility, that should be profit target number 1, taking profit already there, and then 2 should be if you get anywhere up in the 130s or so. Not a big runner, but definitely a nice, slow and steady mover. Of course, up 140%. Really was hanging out in this $1 to 80 cent area all day long, and that's why I always talk about 80 cents. It's huge. 80 cents, 180, 280, 880, 875 rule. Always in the same, like, Kevin, Avery always talked about that 20 cent mark. That always ends up being a crucial area too a lot of the time. But the bounces at 80 cents, you'll hear that a lot, and I say that for these small cap plays that are, right at $1. I'm like, hey, I forgot what play it was, and maybe it was this one. There was a play similar to Seg today, whether it was it or another one, which we've had a lot of these sub $1 plays trying to work its way up to 2. And here comes trying to be another one. But 80 cents is usually the bounce below $1. If we get support below $1, usually 80 cents is going to be where you want to take it at. And then of course the of course more volatile crazy mover at 500% now on the day, big time mover. This old halt up area and really kind of resistance from before, but you can see a shadow there, a wick there. This definitely going to be the support to hold this if we're going to see more and continue to see higher. Which right after I alerted that, we did get a little higher halted up, and that's what I don't like about ROLR. It's a nice good mover and you're getting plays out of it. I love the plays that at least halt up or gap up. Again, we traded one last month where I got in on the second halt up, it gapped up and went into a third halt up. That was money. Money. So, it's not doing that. It's like today we've either gapping down or beside it. Or when a lot of the time when we've halted down, we've had one gap today. It's right here. This is our only gap down today from halts. As in, we'll continue. This is only continuation, I guess, the way to word it. Because we halt up, you want to gap up, not gap down. And then I think there was one where we halted down. I think maybe it was here and we gapped up. I can't get back through all. I'd have to go in a 1 minute time frame. There's another gap up. There's a small one right here. It's not a lot. But you get my point. It's up, boom, boom, and it's down. They're just not. And if anything, it's trying to do that now, where the halt up area is becoming support, and you can see that here yet again. So that's the only thing that is working now, which is nice. But I really would love for this to halt up, gap up. And you at least get gaps or a little. You can then trade them actually a little bit easier too, with anticipating the gap with getting into the play. So far, a good bounce, but like we talked about, 110 got back up, and like I said, profit target already made it. You got back up in the right at 130. It's floating in the 120s now. BNAI canceled the orders. I never got filled. It just never got to me. SPY finally flattened out for the day down bottom here over the last hour now. Oh, hiccups. I was like, what's going on with Ava or Queenie? 686.20 area support. A lot of these plays here. You okay, Queenie? Just hiccups. What's wrong? Come here. You good? Maybe kind of like a little reverse sneeze going on there. You good? I'm right here. Okay. Come here. Getting caught down there, huh? Sorry, Queen is doing some weird light. Thought it was hiccups. She's fine. She's just doing something going on weird with her. Anywho, ROLR again. We talked about this earlier on in pre-market. I'm fine, baby. You're right here, baby. This has no real past chart history behind it, so this would be just to go over levels if we do continue up. 25, which I talked about earlier, not surprised. I think did I talk about that actually? Yeah. Roller, there we go. Yeah, the first alert when I came back there at 22 after, I said roller halted up. Now watching for 22.50, 22.25 resistance. Over that naturally could get to 25. Over 25, usually 27.50. It could hit 28.75 instead. And then 30. 30 is usually a pretty good, strong gatekeeper. So we'll have to keep our eye on that on the way up. For seg, let's go back to check past chart history here. Over 150, which again usually makes sense for these plays. And it, what, 145, essentially 150. I think I talked about seg this morning. And it's pretty strong through this 150 area, actually. Seg is going to probably need roller too, and I think it's kind of running a little bit maybe in sympathy with that little chat room pump, possibly too as well to get that extra leg going. Now, of course, a lot of other traders are looking at it, and it's holding that bounce play just gorgeously now. It's strong through the 150s. You can see here to 165. Now, over 165, that's where we have some gap territory to really, there's not a lot of strong charting through there. You know, could get to 225, honestly. But you can see through this corridor from around 150 up to around 165ish or so, some strong resistance. But over that, then we can start moving, get to the 2 area, 220. Margo can't get out. You can open the door. You got to learn to use your head, baby girl. So this has some chart behind it, but it's not a lot over that 150 to 65 corridor. Now, it could do one of those things where it makes new high of day, where it pops up to 155 and kind of comes down, and then 165. But it is at least on watch here to get to 2. We've seen so many of these sub $1 plays get to the $2 mark. And the ones that have held on throughout the day make it to 3 if they have. This one doesn't look like it's probably going to get to 3 today, but does have a shot to get to 2. Needs to hold 110. If it cracks 110, next bounce play, probably right at $1 is going to try to hold. $1 into around 95 cents. Somewhere right through there, right? And then the best, of course, below that's at 80 cents, but I don't know if you'd want to try to go for something long that was at 140 back down to 80 cents and pretty much, I guess, back to almost red for the day, or would be red at that point. Was right all over with BNAI. Honestly, in the end, if I just would have left my orders originally in and didn't go lower, you know, went back and looked at that, you know, just the volume was, it kind of worried me there, but I was all over the original bounce play. Remember, I had orders in from 587 to 557. So I wouldn't have been filled fully, probably about a couple thousand shares somewhere in there, but it would have been nice up to the 615 mark and then kind of died out. But it was still another good bounce play. So bounce plays were killing the bounce plays. I know T-Web still... Damn, that was a loud explosion. I don't know if T-Web's still around, but we talked about this earlier, you know, and how this hit our area. We were all over it. It said 1237 to 1277, something like that. And you go back now and look, and whoa, wow, whoa. $12 move. The bounce plays we have, when you go back and look at it, and that's the other key thing too, they're holding up. They're staying up above it for hours on end. BNAI, the original one, I had at 490. Hours. It's not even gonna see it today. Probably unless you get some weird random sell-off. Beautiful move, and of course now does this at times, kind of get stalemate. You can see SPY here in this choppier channel. SPY chopping around in a little bit of a channel there. Apple's had pretty good sell-off. They just chopping down below. I'm gonna go through different large cap tickers over here since I have SPY over there. Yeah, already looking at that one. BABA, no, for sure. Being the two. All right, BABA, Google, BABA, Google, not good. Meta, Meta kept going down, so Meta's good. That one went down to the 615 mark, so that continued down today. Talked about that in the morning alerts. Have another decent sized red day. NVDA is crazy flat out to the right. Very small, tight channel. I'll put Tesla on watch too as well. Tesla, but a lot of these plays are a little slower right now. Not doing too much. I would say the one thing to be watching for would be Apple. Looks like it could bear flag and go down for one more, and same with Tesla. SPY is just in a channel right now. Go over here. Take a look at the good plays, in my opinion. Tesla here could continue down. Got some room to go down here. You got some little bit of room to go down. Not the greatest of charts, but you can see we're working on lines. You know, bouncing up, big reversal, back off the upper VWAP band. Kind of a downtrendy line I have in. Crazy hard reversal. Where does the reversal come in at? It should, and it does work to go there. It goes even through to new low. So just has that theme of maybe having one more red flag, bear flag down. Meta, as well with this little boot heel, as they call it, little H shape. You can see it throughout the day here. Here's one, there's one, here's another one. So watch back under that 615.50 area. Apple actually for once, actually decent day today. Again, you can see the theme here, bear flagging. Beautiful flat bottom shelf right here. Watch for a little bit more continuation on down. Those would be the plays I'd be looking at. Showing missing nothing here. BNAI too, if you're asking, maybe if someone's asking or thinking to themselves, bounce play. Maybe one more down here at 560, you know, possibly one more. You just got to understand that we had the one area and we've only went up to 620. Slowly coming back on down. So if you took this at 60-ish area, profit targets the VWAP area, anything into 6. We already have the one alerted, of course, in the chat to you guys earlier for the 110. It barely clipped. You may have gotten filled there, you know, with the upper shadow being at 111. Maybe put an order at 111. May have gotten touched and clipped there. Sit back and do not touch roller right now. If you're going to look for a trade on roller, it's down here. This 18. I would wait for 18 for a bounce play. You know, here comes more sell-off now. So if you're looking for a bounce play on roller, I would look to go to 18 or so, somewhere right around 18. Maybe have some orders a little bit lower into the 17s, possibly. We got all the different tickers. All right, these are the best ones to look at, and of course I showed you the large cap plays that I'm looking at over here that look pretty good. You know, just then it looks like it's more short side, if anything. Even AMD here, you know, I'd put this line in and see how many, you know, once that cracks from the VWAP, definitely under 220. Watch for a move down to 219.20. Now, if that cracks, more continuation on down. It's just an uptrend channel, really, right? I don't think we're going to make it back up to this, but hey, you know, another short again then would be opportunity here. Boom shakalaka. You know, there's your uptrend channel. That's why I have this on watch. And we talked about Apple, Tesla, and I know Meta. I touched in on those. Here are the small cap tickers to look at. There we go. Any levels, any stocks you guys want me to break down, let me know. Just kind of jumping back in here. Of course, I get back in here and everything gets stalemate. Not a bad bounce play right there, and it's kind of cracking out of that consolidation, which is, you know, of course, for your longs, this candle in the 5-minute time frame or 3, whichever one, a more elongated one. If it confirms outside of it, just cut it, or just cut, you know, leave it your entry. You know, your entry price will be your stop loss. This is just sideways consolidation for now. We're trying to hold the halt up area. You can see we just touched it and clipped right off of it again, right at 22.80. That's your risky biscuits play. You know, obviously right now already up $2. You got to think if you're in 1,000 shares, you're up $2,000, just like that. Right off that bet. So that's the main bounce area for now is going to be where we halted up at. Put that in chat too as well. Then the one below it's going to be down here around 18. Maybe put some orders in the 17s. looking at the Avery on there. Oh, Avery with it. Emilio, I love it. What's Emilio? What y'all doing out there? Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right, team. I'm gonna take a little break for lunch. Doing a good classic Italian sandwich today. Oh, that sounds so good. We have like the stuff to make it. I was like, oh, I think we have the stuff to make it. We don't have the hoagie. We're just gonna do it like on our awesome. We get really good bread from the stove. Some nice, good, thick bread to make sandwiches with. I'm making Italian sandwich today, team. I can't wait. Gotta love an Italian sandwich. Mike's way too. Gotta have it Mike's way. I'm coming. There. He's loving it out there.
Anytime we get into a dinner rut, this is the meal we turn to. It's just a package of our favorite hoagie rolls layered with ham, salami, and pepperoni and topped with provolone. That goes in the oven to melt the cheese, and for that salad topping, it's just mayo, red wine vinegar, some seasonings, pepperoncini, parmesan, shredded lettuce, and red onion. Once that's all mixed together, we'll just add a big pile to the top of each sandwich with some seasoned tomatoes, and dinner's ready to go. If the busy holiday season has you wondering what you're going to have for dinner, anytime we get into a dinner rut, this is the meal we turn to. It's just a package of our favorite hoagie rolls layered with ham, salami.
Get you guys hungry right there. All right, so I'm gonna jump back on. And I was just jumping back on the mic here for you guys, seeing what was looking good. Got the double bottom from Meta. Apple looking like it could crack for more. Tesla as well, but it's starting to pop back up to the top of the channel a lot like what SPY is doing now. Apple's doing the opposite of that, looking like it could go for more down. AMD, beautiful uptrend channel. Beautiful uptrend channel. And this is starting to get in this really tight pennant, kind of inverse pennant flag here. Instead of ascending up or tighter to the side, this is ascending down. This could see a sell-off here soon. You know, this could see a sell-off back down into that $1 VWAP range. Doesn't mean that it's done for the day. But again, I think this got some sympathy and some, you know, some move from ROLR being up as high as it has. I'm going to leave these lines in to see which one of them, if they do work out or hold up here as we move forward. I will get rid of the downtrend, but the downtrend break, just like going back to this one that actually worked out. You don't see them ever work out this great. A lot of the time they'll come up and they come back down, and then maybe they'll go. This is a classic, you know, downtrend break, nice tight squeeze. You can see the overall like pattern of that downtrend. Candlestick confirmation outside of it, get the squeeze and the halt up. So good downtrend break right there. And again, I'll put the horizontal line in of what I feel support will be back there on the way down. All right, I'll be back here in a bit. See, of course, it'll be like 5 minutes after I leave the office. It'll squeeze or something, you know, or halt down. I'll be back here in just a bit. I'm not kidding you. Like, did what I say? Watch it squeeze right after I get off the mic. Levels for this on the way up. We'll put those in chat right now. Oh, roller. All right, so let's see if we get that squeeze here. Let's see if it's that volume's going to come in. There's some more of that green volume. Now we're going for a halt up. Now going for a halt up. And I'm not kidding you. What did I say? Right as I jump off the mic, watch this happen. So there is the halt up for ROLR. What a move. Now up 650% on the day. I'm going to jump off the mic. This will be halted for 5 minutes minimum. 5 minutes minimum. The last halt up was 5 minutes. We've had one earlier that was 20. We've had some that are 10. Resumption time would be 27:07. I'll be back right before this goes live. Absolutely gorgeous right there. Absolutely gorgeous. Some of you heard my orders going off there. We're trying to do stuff around the house to make those sandwiches. I got in there. My orders were getting clipped. I don't know if you heard that at that 24.50 mark into 25. Beautiful move, and I just got out at 28.75 area. I tried to anyway. Peter, you okay there, buddy? Beautiful move for the day. Beautiful move there. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Absolutely ballerish day there from Roller. I was hoping for the downside move. And I knew we'd get one more bounce play here at this halt strat. So I told you guys we'd get a bounce play at 24.50. It came down right into that area. It was right back on up, and here it goes for more. Oh, I should still be holding. I just had to take profit. I had to. Beautiful move there. There's the P&L though for the day. There's the P&L there for the day though. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. I was holding like the remaining shares up top. Did a little test share earlier for one share. I lost like $2 on it. I was like, whatever it was, lost about $2. But yes, beautiful move there for Roller for the day team. Beautiful. 1892.70 from the trade we had earlier in the morning with Roller, where I had like 100 and I think it was like 192 or something like that was the win from earlier. I have to go back and let's get looking at this and add my exits. No. 292, it was 292. Adding the ones from her. I cannot believe this Roller. I can't believe oh my god. Oh my gosh, what a move here. It's still going. What a move there. Oh, I wish I was still holding some shares. Oh wow. Wow. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, though. Beautiful. I can't believe this. Oh, what a move. Now up, what, 760% on the day? God. What a move. What a move. What a move. Oh my god, I can't believe this is still going. I can't believe this is still going. I wish I was still holding. Stop itching your ear, Petey. Oh my gosh. I'd leave it alone at this point. I'm just glad to get a piece of the pie for the day. I am just glad to get a piece of the pie for the day. Scaling out slowly but surely at the top. Wasn't making a lot of money on those final share orders, but it's all good. Big move there for the day. I wanted to hold some. I got out most of my shares once it started popping up back up through 25 and into 26 as this new high of day moves, where I was starting to get out of my trade. And I was like, okay, I'll hold like 10, 20 shares for like 28.75. And I did, which was nice. And I made a little money from it. Not a little extra money from it, but it was nice. Whoa, what a move, guys. What a move today. 700, almost 800% now. Essentially at high of day, it is a 800% mover. Really, I figured Seg would get another leg up there. Seg starting to drop back down to the 110 area. Gorgeous move today, team. Gorgeous move today. Wow. Bounce plays are working, and that's where it's just going to stay at for us for moving forward. I'm not going to try to worry about shorting the tops. Just bounce plays. It's absolutely amazing what we've been getting out of bounce plays. All right, I'm gonna put this right here for now. Boom. All right, whatever. Just to get that up there, show the banger trade there. I had to take that. I was like, oh, that's why I had to put it in chat. 24.50. Put it in. Put your orders in. 24.50 is gonna be money. I cannot believe we're all the way up to 32. Nice. Nice. All right, sweet team. All right, I'm out. I'm gonna take a little break off the. Well, I mean, I want to sit here and try. Why? I don't want to. That's the reason I want to leave, because I don't want to keep watching this. It's gonna make me want to. The FOMO starts to get in, especially that 35 to 50 rule. And I'm like, oh, do I want to trade the 35 to 50 break? Oh man, stop. Just come back down already. Have a sell off. I don't want to stay tempted to get back into this for another breakout, because it's pushed so hard right now. You're talking about. It went from 25, now it's from 25 to 34, essentially, you know, almost 35. So if I'm talking about the 35 to 50 rule, you know, it's, whew, that's a, you know, it's what we get. I mean, you know, it's what we typically, they start running like this, and they just jolt from 25 to 30, and then they go to 35, and then you're like, really, it's going to go for more? I'm like, yeah, it'll go for probably 10, 15 more a lot of the time. I really wish this would pull back and come back down so I don't get tempted. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Okay, good. Whew. Whew. Yay. Come down even more. I would say, yeah, there we go. Thank you. 33.50 kind of came into play right there. Finally, some sellers. I would say if one more dip buy on this area is going to be tested again for sure. I get off. I'm tempted. Yeah. Because I'm even tempted to take this bounce play again, because I feel that this is so bullish that this is going to hold. I don't think we even come down to this. Now, this would be the one, like, if you get filled, you get filled, right? You got the trend line up. Yeah, it's perfect. This looks sexy right here. That's where you should go. So if you're looking to take a trade and it may happen, it may not, just go there. This is like, oh, this one's going to see a bounce. There's no way, unless we have a huge halt down that comes really close to it. I still feel it bounces, actually, honestly. This play's super bullish right now. See, I'm gonna go make my sandwich, or at least finish it. She's probably already done out there. I know she was doing stuff in the kitchen. I heard her out there. Poor girl's coughing her butt off. Just got some kind of coldy-ish. I'm still doing good. I just have my shit in the morning, and then by now, especially after trades like this, get that heart running and that blood flowing. All right, I'll take the break. Glad to get that. Was a banger right there, though. Glad to get that. Called it out. Told you guys, you know. Doc trying to steal stuff in the kitchen. Our cat is like a dog. He will eat stuff. So, again, talked about this. We're going over it real quickly again. What I've been noticing, and I almost went short, but what I've been noticing is red out of the halts. You know, here, red, right? And coming down more. Halt up here, red. Halt up here. You know, every open was red almost from halt ups. And I'm like, we're going to see red. But we're at new high of day and over 25, and this plateau's right here. This is going to see a bounce off that plateau and this old halt up price into this area. And that's why I had orders into that. You know, I was like, and let me just, it was already halted up, right? So I'm like, as soon as I see it, I'm just going to market order in. I had bad feels. I think my overall entry was like 25 on the dot or something because of the bad feels in the spread, which I was like, I don't give a shit. This thing is going to rip back up to at least where we halted up at. And that was my first target, and probably heard me kind of sell anyway. The buttons, I'm like, yes, this is exactly what all I needed. And that's where the big sales were coming in. And then I left some small shares for when we popped up into the 28.75 rule. And that's when I called you guys. I said, naturally over 25 we'll hit probably 27.50, but then we'll probably hit 28.75, and we did. So good thought process. Glad to get the trade in. That FOMO was really kicking in after seeing all these bounce plays, and I'm like, oh my god, there's going to be a third one, because this is round 1, there's round 2, and there's round 3. Round 3 ended up being the biggest round 2 as well. So chef kisses. Daza, I'll see you back in a bit, team. Go get some lunch. play the throw before stepping to the mic. Man, wow. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that for half a second. I know I did call it out, and I think I thought about it on Monday. I don't know if Tim's still around, if anyone is still around. All right, though. Anyway, all right, so great, beautiful. I mean, we've been seeing this over and over and over, from alms to BSD. I don't know, all the different plays we've seen here recently that have been doing well, going up in pre-market, not fully crashing back on down. This was finally that play that continued to go. You know, I'm honestly surprised. I thought it would be one that didn't spike up so much in pre-market. I will say that, like today, I was wrong about that. I thought this play was going to sell off at $12.50 at some point, and then there was like that. Well, here we go again. And it was going to be a play that wasn't really doing much in pre-market. It was, you know, going from like, say, 5 to 750, 5 to 750, 5 to 7, and then it just started exploding, went up to 10, chilled, went up to 12, 15, right? Then we had this crazy ramp to 20, and then we did this, right, the rest of the way. But I was predicting, that's, if in my head, if you would have said, okay, Josh, what's that play going to look like? Well, I think it's going to run in pre-market, get a little bit of love, but not a lot. You know, it's going to be up a couple of bucks, 3 maybe or so. Then it's going to have a big explosion at the bell, go up, you know, like I said, go from 5 to 10, whatever. I say 5 to 7, whatever. Like I was saying, 5 to 750, 8, whatever. Explode to 10, chill at 10 for a while, you know, do that staircasey thing. Get to 12.50, 15, then have a big explosion from like 15 to 20, kind of like what we saw here. That's what I would have thought more of. And really how it moved in market, but just starting lower in pre-market, not the big spike that it had. Great. See, it's just beautiful to see. Bounce play here, of course, just real quick reversal off the soak zone, demand zone. Of course, I should say a supply zone. It was old resistance here. It was my last little, let's say, last trade that I got in. I was like, I got to get into it. There's no way we don't see one last leg up there. 1, 2, and the third leg up was amazing. So, beautiful move here. There's the bull flag, and then you get that third overextended leg up. And I was saying a few minutes ago, I was like, oh my, I got to step away from this. This might turn into that 35 to 50 mover, and then you're really talking about 1,000% plus mover, or at least at that point, somewhere right around 1,000% mover. Big move there, big move there. Love it, absolutely love it. And again, hopefully you guys got a piece of the pie today. There's still some pie to be had. Again, safe area for me, again, would be back down here if you got filled around the 2080 mark, somewhere right around there. And then even the ultra safe area where the VWAP is at, really just has stayed flat. And since we didn't spike for more, at around 1820. Those are your two areas on the way down. I have back-to-back one-on-ones coming up, team, so I won't be able to stick around, unfortunately, for power hour after hours. At least the next 2 hours, which is power hour, and the first hour of after hours, which is fine. You know, it's not that I'm around that often, but we've been there. First Friday of December, that was an ultra hot Friday. I remember, I'll never forget, like, coming out of the room because we stayed till closing bell, and you know, Avery, of course, on a Friday, like, let's have some fun, blah blah blah, or whatever, you know, kind of like, let's get this. Like, what are you doing? What's taking so long? I was like, sorry. I was like, it's so hot. And I was like, man, I just remember saying that day. I was like, man, I wish every Friday, or I want more days like that, because that was one of the days that I banked over $1,000. That was about a $2,000 day. That was the day that I forgot what it was, started spiking crazy into after hours, and I said watch for it, and then sure enough, the play went from like 50 to like 80 or something like that, and that's when Get Rich Together, that she just shows up here and there. But that day alone on that trade, well, that day because she took part of the holiday sale that I had, and so she got the $1,000 package, the live stream and the morning alerts for a year. And then the 23 pack, of course, I was throwing that in for free. So like a lot of people, they were taking advantage of that. She literally, in that after hours trade, got in 20 shares and made like $1,100 or $1,200. Said, thanks, AK, just paid off, just paid for that. You're like, wow. And that's why I was so fucking pumped. If you guys remember, I put that on my stories. I need to start making more posts about that. Like that, I need to go put that immediately on like Instagram and TikTok, and I can probably go find the video of it and make a post of it. But that's crazy. I mean, she comes over and gets that package, and That's crazy. You know, pays it off right there in a trade within about an hour or two of booking it or so. As far as for the rest of the day is concerned, I myself obviously calling it a day. I'm just getting into one-on-one, so I'll be helping out traders going over their things with them. Seeing returns to the large cap side, you know, we had there's that break of this line that I put in for SPY. There's the break back above it. Or maybe that line's been in possibly. But we're seeing returns back on up. Plays not fully cracking down for more. We are now moving back on up, or at least sideways consolidation like Meta. I would say, of course, watch for an after-hours runner. You know, I'm going to put that in there like right now. After-hours runner on high watch today. If roller can hold 20 area, this could still get us some fun. Under that, 18 will be key. Is it 18? Where's that line at? Yeah, it's 18. I'd be looking for a play from earlier today too. Oh my gosh, Josh. To pop up after hours for a All right. Any questions from you guys? Any questions? And yeah, of course, Tim put that in there earlier. They know that is possibly listening right now. Got a good call there last week. Again, been a week or so from that. I alerted that on, I think it was like the 8th or something like that of last week. Something like that. So about a week ago today, I knew it was coming. Again, it just we'd seen all these plays still holding up even into this week with BDSX, you know, and you go through the ringer of trades that we've been through, getting these bounce plays over and over and over and over and over, and especially BDSX where we were wrong on one, came back and got the 720 bounce, it ran and got into a halt up, you know, and then yesterday I was in another halt up play. So it's like you get 2 days, and I almost was in 3, and would have been 3, and I should have held my shares, because eventually this does run into a halt up. And is that the halt up? Yeah, the first halt up. And right after I got out of it. So and it was kind of that double dip back on down. It's like, oh, I'm all over it with the dip buys. We're all over it. So it would have been 3 days in a row that I was in a trade that halted up, and it was from a dip. Not you're trading a breakout and you're just jumping in. As in you were on 3 straight bounce plays. Or 3 straight days you had bounce plays that led to halts. That's incredible. I had a Liquid Vision. If you remember Liquid Vision, he used to be over at Tradecaster, over at he joins every once in a while, but he's on YouTube and stuff. He's done pretty good for himself as a trader. But anywho, he's over in the UK, somewhere over there, somewhere over in London, somewhere in London. I can't remember exactly where he's at. Anywho, but I forgot. Yesterday I had back-to-back one-on-ones. And the first timers, one actually booked a package, and I did another email. I'm like, who's this guy? No, this guy's another first-timer. But it was him. I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot you won one of the freebies over on when I was doing the giveaway back around Christmas. And just going over stuff like that yesterday about small caps and large caps with him, and I'm going to get him on the Dual Stream Fridays appointment. I just thought about that. That's why I brought him. I was like, oh, yeah, what about him? Dual Stream Friday. They got to get him on Dual Stream Friday. You'll like him. He's got some good stories. He's over on Top Step doing futures. He used to trade shares, and now he's doing futures in the Top Step. So, yeah, it's... Well, there's a bounce play, but want me to get him on. I just talked to him yesterday. He's real cool. He's real fun. You'll get some good information from him, too, as well. What's the hell? I have a camera on the front. I don't know what it censors, but it's like, there's someone in your driveway, and there's nothing in my driveway. Like, what are you doing, camera? So that's going to hold up. There's our 20. Now, again, it's somewhere in the 20 area. You can see a lot of support. It's going to come in my opinion, right around 2175 and runs into that 2070 mark. So this is... Perfect. And then below that, we'll have 1790, VWAP area. Any questions you guys have? Any questions? Any questions? We good? Making sure, because I got back-to-back one-on-ones coming up. I'll be around. I'll be right here in the office. If something gets moving, I'll have to put Stock Rocks on for after hours. And, of course, keep your eye on... keep your eyes on after-hour scanners. Any of you that have scanners on the Discord, for anyone that's alerting in here, put it in. I would imagine we see some sort of app. Besides, I guess, yes, ROLR. Could be something that popped up earlier today that, you know, has faded back on down, that it could start to squeeze up again. I've got Stock Rocks on watch. The only one that did pop up earlier was Seg. Gave a little sympathy there. We could see another one pop up. And then definitely keep something, keep everything else, I should say, something new to pop up on watch. I'm like looking at all the scanners, sorry. Yibo, YOBO, how's that looking? Yibo. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So I'll put this on watch over here since BNAI is going to be slow anyway. Yibo. Yibo. Check this out. There we go. Got a new runner here. All right, cool. I'm out, team. Got one-on-ones coming up. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning. Another great day. Another more bounce plays coming in for sure. Nice to see ROLR. I would imagine pre-market tomorrow too as well. Sweet. Hard team, unless something goes crazy in after hours, which I'll maybe jump back on the mic, which I've done that in the past. QMs was one of them, where I went in long. I remember it was I had one in Power Hour with Glass Blowing Trader, and it was the day QMs was going nuts and was like like I've told this story before. I love it. It's fucking awesome. And the one-on-one, it's halted up at like 200, and it immediately Yeah, right, because then it capped up to 225, and that's where I got in. Yeah, so I was like, it had I had to go back and look at the chart of it, but if I'm not mistaken, it halted up somewhere right around 200. I think it was just below it, and had a massive gap up. No, I think it was like 150 and went to 200. I just know it had a huge gap up. In my head, I'm going, well, I'm going to at least get half of that, because I was telling Jason, when I was telling Glass Blowing Trader, it's going to have like a $25, $30 gap up watch. So anyway, I'm like, oh shit, I got to get in. It's about to halt up. And I just got I was like, I'll do 10 shares. And I got in 10 shares at like somewhere right around 225, 226 when it halted up there. Because it gapped up. I guess it was halted up at 175 then, and it gapped up to 225. And immediately was just racing into another halt up. I'm like, it's gonna freaking. It was having it had a reset where it went crazy that day, right? It was in the 150, 140, whatever, and then it went flying up, and it halted up around 175, and it was like had this secondary round. If you remember, that's when QMs ran to 300 that day. Let's just look at it real quickly. Let's see if I can get this into a. Oh, that's right. It's not a ticker anymore. I have to do. I don't think I can do. Oh, I can do the 4 hour. I can't do Can I do 5 minute? No, I can't. Could I go longer back and do 5 minute? Okay, 1 hour. Let's go back. Can I do 180? 5 minute. Yes. Does that get me back there though? Yeah. Okay, that's where are we at? There we go. Boom. Okay, here we go. Yep. So here we go. Okay, so see, that's what I thought. We had this little reset. So it went fly. Yeah. It was actually halted. Okay, so here's what it was. Now I remember it was a $50 gap up. So we were halted up at 150s. And I saw this, and see, you can see this in Power Hour. We gap up immediately at 200 flat. We did one of these little, as I call, slingshots, where we come down and go right back up to green. And it was halted up, and there, okay, there's where I got in at 222. I couldn't remember what it was at, 225 area. And I just, 10 shares, just to get me in. I saw orders still going through, right, the time in sales. Is this still T12? Is that what happened to QMs? Anyway. Anyway, jumped in 10 shares, and we're going to at least get a $25 gap up. And sure enough, we got a $25 gap up, essentially, and ran straight into another halt up. I was like, as soon as this goes live, I'm getting out of this. It hits 300 and starts flying down. I got out. My best exit was right around the 280s, 290, something like that. As soon as it went live, I just got out, which was right around this area, and it just shot straight up. It may have been the two. I can't remember. I just remember making... on the 10 shares, making right around like 690, 700, whatever it was. It was absolutely bonkers on 10 shares there. I did it on Thinkorswim because it was what I had open at the time. Absolute crazy move. So we sometimes see this. So just pay attention to that this afternoon on ROLR. Now, I know it's a little bit down compared to this chart, right? Dollar-wise not, you're thinking about 145 to 107. That's $40, but it just seems tighter into that area. And that's my point. It's still quite a bit down and still made its way all the way back on up and even further. So that could happen with ROLR. Is that what happened to this, though? Is it T12? Is that what happened to this play, I think, eventually? Yeah, I think it got like T12, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, T12. Whew. 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 Anywho, so keep that on watch. It definitely could happen. It could ramp back on around. And then watch for new stuff. If we're hot in pre-market, or if we're hot today, especially in after hours, we do see spikes. We're going to be hot in pre-market tomorrow. I'd imagine we still are somewhat hot tomorrow in pre-market. But I have seen days where you get this, and then maybe it's not too hot in after hours, and then tomorrow it's like, okay, well, really? All that yesterday, and then we have after hours is kind of, sluggish and pre-market slow. It could happen. But I would imagine, point being to keep your eyes peeled for spikes in after hours in pre-market. I'll see you guys back here in the morning, or if something goes crazy parabolic, and that's what I was saying, like when that went parabolic back in September, I remember jumping back on them. I was like, guys, okay, I'm in this. Like, I'm going long. This is going to see it. It was nuts. It was nuts, I say. I'll see you guys back later tonight, or today, I should say, if there's something that starts spiking. Otherwise, I'll see you in the morning. fam? Just jumping back on the mic real quickly here. There it is. There's the camera. Got it on the one-on-one there early. Had back-to-back. The second one there ended a little early. Got through all the trades. Nice quick little recap with the one-on-one. Good information. The first one was really good that I did there. Going over, kind of finding where I find my bounce plays, those key areas where I'm finding support at, which we can go over more into as well. But just those demand areas that get built in, old resistance, new support, and even later, how that wasn't crazy bounce plays, but even after this crazy head and shoulder cracked the trend line, we still come down and get a bounce play there, right? From earlier in the week, which was huge. BDSX, right? Just going back to that the other day, getting the bounce plays, why and where we're getting them at, and this is huge. Just this old resistance, these little areas like this right here, this is huge. This is where traders are going to come back down into, and especially when you go into in-market areas, which we go to BNAI today, which was crucial, and we never saw lower than this area that I wanted. Oh, finally it sold off in after hours. But if you remember, this is where we had orders to get filled for a bounce play. So when I come in here and I'll zoom in more of like that 1 minute time frame to really my magnifying glass, my scope there, microscope to go through my different lenses and really zoom in, I notice and I can see the volume profile, I think is what it's called, where they have that volume profile out to the right. This would be huge. Of course, this is the first area we wanted, was down in this area, right? Because this is when the first flag came up. We broke. I wanted the 5. Then we created another area right here. And then this was that last area that we created, whether we came to the bottom side over to the top side of it. We're not leaving this demand zone. That profile from the volume is huge through there, and there are going to be a lot of traders that want to get back in at that area for a move up. And we've got it not only once there and then twice. And that was really right in the middle of my area. Of course, you remember I said 580s and around the 550s or so. Somewhere in here would be the bounce play. Perfect bounce off of that area. And that's what I'm looking for every single day. Those areas that get built up. Of course, we saw it earlier in the day on BDSX here. In that little area, that micro area, and it was a micro flag. You go back in the 1 minute time frame so that we can see it a little bit more in depth. And there's that we wanted it here. We just weren't, by the time we hit up into the 20 area, we weren't coming back down to 10, at least for a while. And so that's why this area right here became such a great bounce for us today, and never saw anything lower than that. Roller probably won't see lower than 1250. My entry price was 1277. 1277 on roller, and we run all the way to 3368. Crazy on the play right there. Absolutely bonkers. Love it. Beautiful to see. Any questions you guys have? I was just kind of jumping back in here in after hours. Any last questions here before we close up shop for the day? Just want to jump back on the mic. I love the bounce plays. You got to think about the bounce plays we've had here recently. $20 today out of this bounce play. I mean, BDSX had $2 bounce play plus. AMA was about $1.50 bounce play. So we've had some really big banger bounce plays this week alone. Major bounce plays. Major bounce plays. All right, I'm gonna I want to edit something real quickly so I can post it. I'm gonna get one of the I need to get more of these trades edited. Honestly, these trades that I'm taking with you guys, I need to get them out there. Will you stop it, Merlin? Will you please sit down, buddy? It's Merlin. Please sit down, buddy. Oh man. Tuesday, Wednesday. I think we had bounce plays every day, right? Yeah, we had killer bounce plays every day. Was it yesterday? Is that we need to go back to? Yeah, that I was alerting. That's right. Yep. Yesterday, because I put this on my Instagram last night on the stories, with my phone, alerting this right before the opening bell, and what I was looking for. Right here. So I'm gonna go back. I need to edit this and start clipping this up. Banger trades, baby. Banger trades, baby. Banger trades. Roller's still going to be on watch here in after hours. I'll put it back in the 5-minute time frame there. Beautiful move for the day. We do have Riley and Arafil in after hours for moves. Riley on the way up for resistance display has popped up a few times here recently. RLY, even earlier this year, you can see, but we're finally out of those areas and we're really starting to run on up here. 52-week high was 825 as well. Let's go back in time and try to find, ooh, gap fill, gap fill, gap fill. Over 10, this has room for gap fill all the way up into possible the 1480 area. So Riley does have gap fill potential on the way up here. Nine, what we got there? Really strong resistance there from 950s. 9 really is where it starts at and runs into that 985 mark you can see there. So that is on high watch for RFIL. If we do get over that for RFIL, let's go back in time and try to find it. That is 52-week high at 950. So you can see that 950 mark again is very strong resistance. Let's go back in time here over that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, okay. Ooh, look at all the hard reports. All right, so we have strong resistance at 965, 950 area. Marlon, lay down. Merlin, lay down. Boom. All right, there we go. Perfect. Perfecto, perfecto, perfecto. All right, sweet. Stream is now public too as well for traders out there that do want to come watch the live stream and rewind. They can. Don't know what's going on there. Let's go to YouTube. I'm going to refresh YouTube. That's how to refresh it. Let me refresh the page here. Refresh the page here. Oh, you can rewind the stream too if you want to rewind the stream. There is my Instagram, or there's actually my website for plans and pricing. Booking one-on-ones with me. My morning alerts, which has made traders millions. Truly has made one trader $5 million+ He's bought a sailboat named it Levels from trading my levels. Absolutely bonkers. And here is the Instagram, and of course you guys are already on my YouTube. Subscribe, follow. Good information on both. All right. You guys have any other questions for me? Put them in chat. I'll be around here for the foreseeable future to help you guys out in the office for the next 10-15 minutes. I'll let you know when I'm out of the office though, and I'll be working out and calling it for the day. Trade wise, I am. Beautiful move there on roller for the day. There's the P&L for the day. $1,900 day. Pretty good move there from ROLR. All right, sweet. All right, guys. Any questions you guys have, put them in the chat. I'll answer them for you. I'll be in here for the next 10-15 minutes doing some post stuff. Maybe being here for maybe at most 20 minutes. And then I'm calling it for the day. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. Lost boys, lost girls. See you in the morning. 2 for 3 on the day. I did short Alma. I had a small loss. It would have been a great win. I didn't hold it long enough. Alma did have a good pop up there. We'll go back to Alma. At the end of the day, I was actually in short here. I didn't get a good entry. I got a bad entry around 1480s. Oh, that would have worked out really nicely. I should have waited for a little bit better entry up. Price had a bad spread. So there was that play. And the one bad trade, or one loss I did have for the day. ROLR was 2 for 2 on it. Actually was in at 1277 early on in the morning on the dip buy area here. And then again, took this dip buy, the dip and rip here on the move up. And that's where we got a couple of bangers there for almost 2K. See you guys back in the morning. Bang a ring, baby. B looks like it could have some more continuation up as well. Maybe possibly Google, but today's one of those days where I'm just not go trade me at the bells. Whatever your favorite ticker is, go to that and wait for setups to be made. Whether it's, again, like we always talk about, whether you're using candle structure, you're using resistance supply demand zones for reversals, bounce plays, or you're shorting under EMAs or breakouts over them. Wait for those strategies to set up today. At the bell, I don't like anything. Use the levels today. Use the levels. I'll say it can grow. All right. Day going down now on the way made, whether it's, we're in it right now. What to trade at the bell there was really nothing I liked really, except for maybe Qs and blowing the top off and going for more. Going back through a lot of these tickers, there was nothing that I don't think I was in love with today, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, I don't really see much out there in the chart that says, oh, go trade me, do this. This is the one. B looks like it could have some more continuation up as well, maybe possibly Google. But today is one of those days where I'm just not, I'm telling you, just wait for the range to be made today. I don't like, there isn't a ticker that says, hey, go trade me at the bells. Whatever your favorite ticker is, go to that and wait for setups to be made. Whether it's, again, like we always talk about, whether you're using candle structure, you're using resistance supply demand zones for reversals, bounce plays, or you're shorting under EMAs or breakouts over them. Wait for those strategies to set up today. At the bell, I don't like anything. Use the levels today. Use the levels. Over to the small cap sector right now. Again, we're having the pullback on AHMA. I have put my orders down a little bit lower here for AHMA. We'll see if we start to get filled here possibly soon. Would be nice for AHMA. See if this comes down a little bit more here. I do have orders. My orders were in it right now where we're at, but I put them down a little bit lower. I did put them down around 1050, 1035, 1025, even down at 10 to see if we get filled there for the dip buy out of the gate here. Would be nice to have a dip buy here on AHMA on the way back on up here. So AHMA, fine. See if we get this move back on down. It's got the mob. As I talked about, other than that, XAir. XAir is a great move. It's got that, I think it's taking the mob away from Decoy. Decoy already made its, running in pre-market. Watch for XAir to take its mob and move up to that $2 mark and over. That's really your main movers at the bell. Now we are getting that pop like I talked about from BDSX. So at the bell, there's not, you're kind of, it's a hodgepodge. I say a hodgepodge, but you don't know exactly which one's going to take the mob. I do say AHMA is going to have it, though, to start the day. Oh, man. All right, any questions you guys have? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? I'm going to get some water real quick. I've got my orders in down low for AHMA to get filled there. Be right back. Let me get some water. X-Air, look for that squeeze up. Look for that squeeze up on X-Air. There's not really got that double top short there on PDYN. I think your other potential there for the morning, other than everything else is kind of, it's lackluster right now. Everything's a little lackluster. Aton getting some of that hangover like I talked about. EVTV's not even moving right now, which means it could possibly squeeze. All right, cool. We're good to go. Be right back. Let me get some water. with me? Who's in with me? Who is in with me right now? Average entry price 1037 or 1037. Let's go. Oh. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Whew. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so I'm still in 150 shares. I did sell some as it was spiking up right there. I'm in 150 shares and still up $258. Target for me as soon as this goes live. Does anyone have the LULD? I'm already out. I was only filled 400 shares. I only got filled 400 shares, I think. Anyway, so far today, up $308 on the secured shares, up $258 over here. I wish I had orders that I never got filled. I have orders that I never got filled. So I still have 600 shares out there that didn't get filled. 600 shares, and I'm canceling those right now. I'm still in. Oh, you're out, T-Web. No, T-Web. No, guy, you gotta start scaling out. Gotta start scaling out with me. $12.50 open price. I hope you got filled on armor, my Bahama mama. 1037 average entry for me. Let's go without it up. Gonna open with a gamble. Take a little profit there and watch the rest run into history. All right, sweet. That's all right. Hey, start doing 5 at a time. What you need to do, I'm not kidding you, once you get filled, go to 5 shares and scale out 5 at a time. You know, because the fees are going to be the same regardless. It's not like, you know, if it doesn't, its fees are going to be the same. So that's where I have like, hey, the fees are going to be the same, Josh. So get out, you know, majority. You can go 5, 5, 5. Like, okay, I'm out, you know. And then start to like, okay, I've got 10 left. Let's see if I can't hold on to something here. Let's see if I can't hold that a little longer. That's what I started doing forever ago with the, you know, now I'm even scaling out even more. Like what you've seen here recently, like where I'm like scaling out right there at the end. Shill's holding on to some shares, trying to get the tippy tops. The first thing you need to do, like 25 is a little weird. Say you did 50, then you go put 25. So as soon as you're filled, or like I do, like I was trying to get filled 200 lot increments, right? I just have 200 sitting there. So like I know I can get it. It's going to be the even number, right? So like say if you're trying to get filled 100 shares, just go put 25 in there right after you try to, we put limit orders in. Boom, 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 boom. Just go put 25 in there in your little box and put market and just wait, right? Just wait. Here we go. All right, what's the 35 after in 6 seconds? All right, let's see here. Oh boy, halted up. I'm only in 150 shares still. Halted up, called this play. You can see my average entry price there. Filled orders there already. Chat's killing it. There's my entry price and seeing where I'm scaling. Look at that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, here we go. Let's got to get ready now. Let's get back to game time. Got to get back to game time. I will sell. I have 150 shares left. As soon as this goes live, I'm selling 50 of them. Then I'm going to save 100 shares. All right. Oh, whoa. Big pullback. Let's go back on up there. There we go. Let's soak back on up. Whoa. It's all right. I'm scaling out here. Oh, about to halt down. Taking it. Taking it. I did get out up top, which is good. I did get out up top, which is good at the 12 mark. 12.10 was my best entry. Man, I wish it would have opened at 12.58. I wish it would have opened at 12.58. It's all right. So far on the day, that sucks. Now that's pretty shitty. Hey, but we did get. I got out of it. I got it. My best exit was 12.12. 12.12 was my best exit. 12.12 was my best exit. So can't be pissed about that. I will take it. All right. Sweet. Hey, we got it though. That's good. We got it. We got it. Look at that. Let's go. Bam. 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 Sweet. Let's go. Sweet. All right, well, I wish we would have got this another time. Like, I could have made well over $1,000 if I got filled fully there. I got filled 400 shares. It was 400 shares. Got filled 400 shares. 1041 and 1034. 1041, 1041 and 1034. I'll take it though. I've canceled them. I'm gonna let it go for now. I mean, again, another bounce play where all my exits here. My exits were just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, 1148, 1212, 1130, 1126, 1121. Those exits up top, this sucked. This again, I'm thinking it's going to gap up. It did gap up to that 1250 mark. And when I pulled the trigger, it was unfortunately, and I got bad slippage, and I got terrible exits on those last 150 shares. All below, all in the 1130 area. Nothing in the 12s or even high 11s. Like, that sucks. Oh well. I get the last 50 because I was just trying to get out when it was halting down, but I immediately triggered when that went live. I pretty much did, and it gave me 1130 fill, which is terrible. And I've seen that before with a lot of people. When you start playing these halty plays, which I'm glad I sold 50 shares at 1212 because of maybe this possibly happening. I wanted a 12 exit, so that gave me almost an overall about $1.70 move again. If we open and run, which I'm thinking we open, come down, hit off of this, and fly right on up to and maybe into another halt up at 1350 into 14, and then we're just going bananas. We're like, oh wow, I'm up $400 on 100 shares. Then again, imagine if I was filled the other 600 shares. Because I just did 1,000 shares on this play because of how volatile it was and the big area that I didn't know where the bounce was going to come at. I wish I would have left my orders in up top because then I would have been filled probably almost all of my orders. Remember, I did move them down, which hurt me in the end. I just was a little worried about this play because it was staircasing down here. We especially go back to the 1 minute time frame. See how we're slowly coming off of this downtrend, and we just held the downtrend the whole entire time. I mean, which is nuts. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Let's take a little screenshot of that. That's pretty cool. I'm leaving this play alone for now, like he just said there in chat. Was it T-Web? Yeah, Halt Fest. Hey, you got filled. Hopefully you guys got filled with me. Not a bad opportunity here to go for that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I'm going to leave it alone. Oh, my God. Huge short op right there, team. Holy moly. I'm leaving this alone, but oh, my gosh, there goes an immediate. This might be nasty. Ah, man, this makes you want to get into this. Thinking we're going to get another gap down. God. Whoa. 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 Yeah, pretty crazy right now, T-Web. Just like that. Hey, wow. Sold it right as we, got out of the gate there, which I'll always sell a lot of my more of my shares when it goes live, and of course then it turns red. So I'm like, I'm getting out. Look at this thing now, huge crazy sell-off reversal. Now just as profitable, if not more profitable. Obviously depends on where you got in at. As the bounce play that I alerted ahead of time, we did not picture this sort of a sell-off. And again, just be careful trading this. To me, if you are going to trade it, go down to that 850 to 835 mark for a dip buy. That's where you need to go to if you're looking for a bounce play, somewhere around the 850 mark. I'm going to leave this play alone for now and see if we get another mob play. One I do like is X-Air. Wide's built up a beautiful top shelf resistance area at 170 to 175. That's sexy sauce. You know, if that can squeeze up to 2, then we can get a small, short, cute little bounce play from 175 back up to high of day. As of right now, going through the tickers, only got filled 400 shares there, unfortunately, on AMA. I moved my orders down. I shouldn't have done that. I moved them all down around like you heard, you know, closer to 10. So my top orders were filled. If I wouldn't have moved them, I probably would have been filled the full 1,000 shares. And I was only going 1,000 shares just because this was having that slow and steady pullback. I didn't know if it was going to cave down harder. It didn't. Actually held the downtrend.
No. This is my first time doing the Zoom while being on my live stream. I'm on live right now.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm live streaming.
Okay. All right.
Let me see. I'm gonna put y'all in the building. Hold on. Let me see.
We still can't see you, bruh.
I know, because I got the OBS. I mean, you can see me on my live, but I can't switch it over to the Zoom.
Yeah, you can only do one at a time, yeah.
See that? See?
I want you to be great.
Let me see. Well, let me see. What I can do is I can get off my live stream. I mean, because we already made it.
Nah, if you go to OBS, you can switch. You can turn the camera off and then switch it to Zoom.
Okay.
You don't have to stop streaming your thing. Just turn your camera off on OBS.
Yeah, just deactivate
it. Settings.
Camera. Yeah, you go to the camera settings and you shut it off.
Okay, so stream, recording, audio, video. Nope, it's not on that.
Go to sources. I'll tell you how I'll do this. Go to sources, handsome. Go to your sources.
Wait, sources?
Yeah, like you have your media source, your display capture, your video capture device. Don't.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Go to your video capture device and click and click it like shit. Here, I'll show you on my live stream. Go to your video capture device and do this. See that? And but you want to deactivate it. See if I activate it. You have to
deactivate it.
Deactivate it.
Okay. Oh God, turning everything off.
Boom. Okay. Now you come over to us and join. You click the video button on the Zoom. Click the video button on the Zoom.
Yeah, that's what I did.
There he comes, just a walking down the street, singing do I did it dum did it do.
What up, y'all?
What up?
In the building. Hey, I caught the best trade today. Doing my live, boss. The best trade doing my live.
Congrats.
Hold on. Can I share the screen with you? I'm going to show y'all how I did it. Y'all know me.
Okay.
All right, let me go to it real quick, guys. Let me go to it. Let me share my screen. Where's it at? Where's my share? All right, request. I'm going to show y'all exactly what I did. How I caught the best. I caught the best upside. The best upside, guys.
Right, SPY, I'm assuming it's the SPY?
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, sir. Where's it at? Let me go to it real quick. It should be this one. And share screen. Okay, here we go. All right, let me close this out and go to my chart and show you why I did what I did. So I'm gonna I got this. These are both SPYs. So I have the 5 minute for my my traders, guys. Can y'all see the charts?
Yep, we got it.
Okay. So I do a 5 minute for the normal traders who like to trade off on 5 minute, and I have my hourly. So I'm gonna tell you what I did. I traded off my hourly time frame, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how I did it. Let me bring it up real quick. Go to my hourly time frame. All right, bring this over here. All right, can y'all see the hourly time frame itself?
Yeah.
Okay. So all I did, and again, shout out to AK for always teaching me about the trend lines and so forth, because and on how and for everybody else who's listening, so on how powerful trend lines can be, guys, whether it's on an uptrend or a downtrend. Again, you pay close attention to your trends. There are psychological levels that will 9 times out of 10 rinse and repeat themselves, guys. So all I did was, once I figured out the rotation or the range that was on SPY, started from last Friday. If you notice right here, look how we started. From these bottoms, we got this nice rotation from the bottom of this purple trend line to the top portion of this trend line. You can see that clearly, AK and Season?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Okay, so every time we hit around that level, let me go ahead and draw that for those who are looking at it and not know what I'm talking about. Let me go ahead and so every time we hit around the tops, we know that is a sell level. Every time we hit around there, so that means go for puts. Now every time we hit around the bottoms, those are call signals. That means to buy back to the upside. So all I did was just play that trend line today. Let me go to it real quick. Let me close this out. Show you what I did. All I did, I told everybody to get prepared. So this morning, oops, take my time. Yep. So all I did this morning was waited for the 10 o'clock candle to come in, because you got to remember these are hourly candles. So after this 9 o'clock candle performed, we knew we had data that was going to come out. That was going to be the consumer sentiments. That was going to be at 10 o'clock. So I told them the game plan. I said, and I'm so used to SPY now, I know the psychological movements to it. So I said, guys, watch this trend line still holding. I said, notice every time we pull back, buy, step in, and protect this trend line. Equaling out, pullback failure, pullback failure. I said, look, as we go from post-market into intraday, into pre-market. Let me move this line out, move this thing out the way. I said, watch this level here, guys. I said, look how we hold it. And I'm going to show you why I got these lines as well. Now, I played all of these lines to a T, Caesar and AK. Now, the reason why I got these lines, if you notice, I titled them. So if you notice, let me move it over to the side. I got here, right here. Yeah, so right here, I got Wednesdays, pre-market lows, which was located right here, guys. Pre-market lows, pre-market lows. Yeah, right here. We have pre-market lows here. And then I have my other one dated for Monday's high day here, right? So all we did was take pre-market's high, because you got to remember, that area acted as resistance at one point. So what was once old resistance can now possibly be utilized for support. So y'all notice that? That all I did was take Monday's tops and now utilize that for support. Because when we were underneath that price point, you pulled back. You pulled back until you got that break above that price point. So as we got this hard pullback, all I was doing was buying in these key areas. I bought here, I bought here, and I bought here as we pulled back. Because I told everybody, I said the way this is setting up, this could be setting up for a major bear trap. I said because we're already starting off pretty bullish in pre-market. Let me go to it just a little bit. Right about here. Yeah, so right here from pre-market bottoms, I said, guys, look at this setup from Wednesday's bounce to Thursday into Friday. I said, guys, pay close attention to this trend line. I say, see on how we're leveling out, we're still holding. I said, we got some key levels that's going to be around that trend line that can add this double support, triple support. I said, we got that Wednesday's low of day, and we also have Monday's high of day. So after we got this 10 o'clock candle pullback, I waited. So as we started to pull back down, I bought in, I bought in, I bought in, held my levels. So therefore I had a lower risk, but more of a higher reward. So I utilized these price points to the best of my ability. Next thing you know, buy and step back in, bought right back on up, sold it up to the top, boss. And all I did was play the rotation from the bottom of that trend line to that mid trend line. We rotated from bottoms to midpoint, and look what we got rejected at, right? Midpoint now acted as resistance for a possible put. Back on down. Bam. Done. And that's all through the guidance of you, AK. Learn from the best, baby.
There you
You
go.
taught me everything I need to know on how to respect and appreciate my trend lines. Understand, as long as those trend lines hold, you play the trend lines, because those can be psychological levels where we done played off this level more than once. Buy stepped in, buy stepped in, buy stepped in, buy stepped in. Got a little crack below down to the pre-market. Towards that Monday's high of day. Again, why did I utilize this level? Because again, what was once old resistance, Monday's area, which held up as resistance, now being support, I bought in at these tops, because now all I did was reverse that level from resistance now to support and caught that move back up to the upside. And I told everybody to be prepared for that possible rotation from the bottom of this trend line to the top portion of that trend line, and we bang. Got it. Got it, boss. That's it. And I learned from you. And again, I want to give a shout out to you guys, because I learned everything from y'all. Caesar, AK-47. I learned from you guys, man. You guys are the greatest, man. I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Hey, right out of the gate there with a little mini lesson there. Love it. Right out of the gate. Dropping facts. Dropping facts. Love it. Yeah, no, you gotta, just can't get, trend's your friend. Do not step in the way of a train, and so It's very simple. Yeah, you've learned through the years what lines to use, and which ones not to use, and you just sit there and trade your lines. Like I said, put your lines in and trade them.
I mean, and then like I said, AK, look at this master bear trap, and I warned everybody. And again, what gave me the notion of that it was because of how we were already setting up at pre-market.
Right.
With pre-market, we were already setting up for a bullish movement on up to the upside, almost giving us like a cup-like pattern. So if you look at Wednesday's tops, right, going in from Thursday into Friday, what do you have? You have a U-shaped pattern. You literally have a U-shaped pattern right in front of you trying to go for what? A red to green move. And psychologically, we know on how those levels like to play out, especially on Fridays. What do we normally do on Fridays? We short squeeze. So when we pull back down, I told everybody, I said that trend line is holding, guys. I said we could be going for a possible bad trap. And another reason that gave me notion was because on how this candle closed out first. I said, now, if we would have closed underneath that trend line, then that would have been a different story. Because now this trend line is turning to resistance. But this first candle, a 9 o'clock candle, closed right at 9 o'clock, so that means that level held. Now, as 10 o'clock candle came out, and also I looked at that candle's close. So I looked at the lows, and I looked at that close. So I told everybody, and there's another trick that I tell people about too, AK, I don't know if you tell people about this too, that depending on in Caesar, depending on the direction, you can utilize those candle closes for the next leg either up or the next leg even down. Yeah. So right here, for example, pre-market, right here, this green candle closed out right here. Because you got to remember, as everybody who's listening, your green candle closes up, your red candle closes down. So when this candle showed that we had bullish strength and bullish momentum, the first thing that I saw, AK, was a bull flag pattern. That was the first thing I seen. I seen an engulfing green candle, good strong bullish candle, putting it right back on top of that trend line, also equaling out to a possible bull flag pattern right here. Bam. So all I did was watch this candle's close and go right across the board. For those who don't know what I'm talking about on how to utilize closes for the next leg up, you take the previous candle, right, and you mark a line right here. So that previous candle close was right at 690.38, right? Yep, right where I got that right red line at. So if you notice, go across the board, guys. Pull back failure. Pull back failure. Where did those buys come in at? From that candle's close to this candle's open for the next leg on up. Also, if you notice, guys, we have a bull flag pattern. So you had a lot of signs that was giving us bullish sentiments. So you had a bull flag pattern. We was on top of this trend line. Look at the setup. You had a bullish movement to the upside. Now, as we were still moving on up, I wasn't gonna chase these tops, and I told everybody I wasn't gonna do that. I said, guys, and the reason why I wasn't gonna chase these tops because I recognize these high areas. That's the previous 52-week high, and that's the new 52-week high. And I'm not about to chase to the top. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait for a pullback bounce. So as we ran on up, I watched this level. We went green to red. This level, 52-week high, turned to resistance and pull back down. I'll say, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait for us to pull back down to some old key areas. So once we pull back down, I bought in for that nice bear trap because I told everybody to be prepared for a bull trap back to the upside. Once we came back down, what happened? Look at all this buying pressure pushing back up to the upside, and we got that candle now on top of that red candle's close, now turning that into support, and it got that push to the upside, and that was it. Easy. I just got a little different method of madness on how I trade my stocks, and at first I stick to the trend line, confirm that, and then I go for the moves inside the trend line. But again, shout out to AK47 and also Caesar for helping me understand on how valuable your trend lines are, how valuable your BWAP is. You got to take these into consideration. And another thing what a lot of people fail to do is, and I mean, you guys can probably agree with me, AK and Caesar, that a lot of traders, all they do is look at one intraday. They look at one intraday and try to figure out on how to make a move. I tell a lot of people, what you have to do is step outside of that. Instead of looking at one intraday, go back out just a little bit where you can kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together. Take from Wednesday's movement to Thursday's movement into Friday's movement, you can clearly see a range or clearly see a setup right in front of you if you take a step outside of that one particular day that you are trading to kind of give you an idea of the overall setup. Because again, taking Wednesday's tops, going into Thursday's bottom, into this area of Friday, all we did was create a U-shaped pattern. And that's another thing that a lot of people fail to do is take a step outside of that one intraday, go back a little bit, look at the past areas to see, okay, you're going to have a psychological area where sellers came in at. You're going to have a psychological area where buyers came in that you can utilize for the present. And what did I do? I used the psychology areas on Thursday's plays, right in this little zone, played it right back up towards Wednesday's area. Easy. And then also, what pattern did you have? A nice U-shaped cup-like pattern. And uptrend, I put everything together to kind of give me the idea, guys. Man, what's the next level? So I made a 1 hour trend line that for my 1 hour traders that may utilize this this chart, and I got a 5 minute. And look at the 5 minute even did the same exact thing on a 5 minute time frame. Once you got back above that trend line, what did we do? Got that nice catapult right back up to the upper portion of that trend line. Easy. And then again, trend lines. Trend. And AK preaches this all the time on how important the trend is. And the reason why, guys, the trend line is so important in every aspect, guys, all the market does is rotate. You either rotating up or you're rotating down. It's always a designation area where the market is trying to go. Guys, that's why it's called a trade-off. Because when buyers are in control, we pushing up to a certain level that we're gonna cap out, where sellers can now come in and then pull it right back on down. They work hand in hand. The market, all the market does is rotate. Look right here, for example, guys. Once you ran up towards 694, you rotated. You rotated down to the 680s. Then you held 680s. You rotated all the way back up to 6. Guys, all the market does is rotate. That's it. So don't make trading complicated. Once you identify yourself with psychological levels, play off of those levels. Why do you think I had so many lines on my 1 hour time frame? Because I utilized those levels. Think about it. If I wouldn't have put in those lines, I wouldn't have known where to buy in, buying after this pullback, right? All I did was utilize Monday's high, Wednesday's lows, utilize those areas to the best of my ability to play it right back up to the upside. But I took those levels. And AK and Caesar can agree with me on this. All the market does is go through 4 states every single day. You just have to identify what it is. And I got a drawing right here that I use for my people. 4 states that the market goes through, guys. You go through either a trending state, a ranging state, which is the channel, a breakout state, or a reversal state. Once you identify yourself with whatever state that we in, you play that, guys. Uptrend, downtrend, range, breakout, reversal. Once you identify yourself with that, play off of it. How did I know to trade this? Because I played off of a what? Trending state. Right here. We are uptrending. Trending to the upside. I identify myself with the state that the market was in, and I played off of it.
You a player. A player. Just a player. Just a player playing the market. So
and I've learned a lot from you guys, man. I mean, you guys showed me everything I needed to know.
You getting any trades in today, Riggs?
Oh yeah. Caught some longs on NQ, ES, and the Russell. Currently in a long swing trade on silver. Silver this year so far it's been my baby and my go-to this year. Uh, from purchasing it in the 70s, and I really started playing it when I was in just before the end of the year, when I was in San Antonio. I was driving back from Houston, and this thing, it gapped up to like 70 something, ran all the way to 82, and I traded that. And then since then, I just been playing. Every time it does a massive 4 to 5% pullback, I just start scaling in. Because of the margin requirement based off of how much it's moving per day, like TD Schwab has increased it, but there's other brokers where it's relatively cheap. But today I caught a nice buy on Russell, ES. I'm still looking to re-enter the ES for the movement back up to the 700 area. NQ, I'm doing some day trades, but I'm also going to probably end up holding a position over the weekend because I'm looking for NQ to hit 26,150 next week. I'm also be looking at the end of the day to pick up some triple Q calls to expire next Friday, because I think at least by sometime midweek next week we'll be back over 26,000 on the NQs. And I can share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead, boss. Yeah, I closed mine. So in other words, you predicted more upside to come, Caesar?
Yeah, there's more upside to come, in my view. So if you look at my screen, so here are some levels that I have on NQ. I'll show you the trade that I caught on ES. So I caught ES once it broke back above the 69.71, which was yesterday's closure. And my target was to the 700, but now I'm looking to re-enter it again, being that it's holding above yesterday's daily high. And then with silver, where's silver? Silver, I picked it up yesterday around the 74 level. And if we go to a 4 hour time frame, I had ran a fib and it was around a fib retracement. So I'm liking this back up to the 82s and possibly a breakout to 89, just because of these tensions that are, ramping up between, well, one between US, China, Russia, right? With the US overtaking a Russian tanker, like oil tanker that came out of Venezuela that they overtook during in international waters. And then you have Trump talking about going after Greenland, which is set in the European countries to band together, where they're going to end up, essentially possibly going against Trump or going against the U.S. So with all these tensions ramping up, and Trump, stating that next year they're gonna add 1.5 trillion dollar to defense budget. So I'm just picking up as much rare metals, stocks that have to deal with rare metals to be able to, hold out for, this long-term play based off of escalating tensions.
All right. I like the thought process. What do you think? Okay, let's say this. It's a huge year in 2025. It was like a Santa rally. We always talk about that, right? Santa rally. It was like a Santa rally all year. It just was, we kept going, obviously, after the tariff thing in April. How much more upside do you think we have until we actually do get a good size pullback? We haven't had one. To me, we've been more consolidating, between like 670, 650s, trying to get to 700. Do you think we do that anytime this year? Or is it just pretty much straight up again?
So I do think we're going to have a pullback sometime this year. It'll probably a decent, maybe like a decent 5 to maybe 8% pullback. Probably when Powell comes out of office is when we're going to have that. Either that happens, or let's say, tensions between the US and European countries like really ramp up, like he's dead serious about going after Greenland. That's going to cause massive uncertainty, and it basically will have a reaction similar to what happened when Russia and Ukraine conflict started, right? So headlines that you want to look for is tensions continue to increase between the U.S. and some of the NATO and European countries pertaining to Greenland. The other thing you want to look for is China possibly mobilizing against Taiwan, right? Because on a political level, what the U.S. just did with Venezuela just basically opened up a can of worms, where now it gives any other country that has the military capabilities to overthrow or take over another country that they deem that leader is doing whatever or whatever they feel that is against their particular law, even though that leader is not a citizen of their country, right? So the things that I'll be looking for is tensions between Europe and the U.S. increasing, Taiwan, but I think China going after Taiwan is more so going to be around 2027. And with Trump's, saying that like he wants the market to run up and like, continue to take out all-time highs, we might not see a decent retracement until, maybe Powell is about to come out of office.
How many more interest cut rates do you think we see this year? Do you think we get any more? We come down some more? We stay the same?
I think we stay the same. Maybe like we stay the same until Powell is out of office, right? Once Powell's out, like if Trump gets someone that he wants in there that's ready to do his bidding, we're gonna get a couple. But us getting more cuts, it's not a good sign for the economy, right? Especially with the tariffs and stuff like that. And obviously, like, the judges, they've agreed not to give their opinion on the tariffs today, right? So there's a lot of underlining things going on, especially like with the numbers of the data numbers that have been suppressed, right? That we're not really getting the true numbers of things. So once a lot of these other things start to come to light, yeah, we're going to see some pullback. But as far as cuts, maybe one if with with Powell still in office. Once Powell's out of office, contingent upon Trump getting someone he favors in there that's ready to do his bidding, we could see anywhere from 3 to 4.
Wow.
And that's
All right.
that's towards the end of May, right?
Yeah, towards the end of May is when Powell will be out. And
Okay.
it's because like after May, towards the end of May, we have June, right? So I think like the next Fed meeting would be like in June. And then like the next one after that would be like September, October, and then towards the end of the year. So we could literally see like three, every Fed meeting after Powell's out, a cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. What do y'all think about that today? I mean, both of you guys, your opinion on the no decision. All that build up to it, and then nothing.
Nothing.
So, I mean, with that, like, I'm not surprised, bro, because like it's literally like it's almost like a page out of Trump's book, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this massive announcement, and then last minute pull out.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna put tariffs. We're gonna put 100% tariffs on such and such country. Comes to implement it. Oh, we're gonna push it back, another 2 months. So a lot of it is just keeping you on the edge, expecting whatever. And honestly, I'm expecting them to just keep things as is. And if they keep things as is, the market really doesn't, move because I feel the market has become desensitized to the whole tariff situation. The only way that we could really see some solid movements is if the Fed, the Supreme Court says, oh yeah, Trump, you can't do this, and they take back everything, which then the market would really run up.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. I was wondering what your thoughts were. I was thinking spike too. So yeah, it was my thought process. If they did somehow do a knee jerk reaction and have to erase everything, then yeah, then you think too the market goes up if that happens. What about you, Jay?
I think so too. That we're gonna have that bullish rally to start off with, and like I was saying, and I agree with him in due time. I think we're gonna get that pullback, but I think starting off we're gonna be definitely getting that bullish rally back to the upside towards the 700 pluses. I think so.
And that's what I'm looking forward to is that break of 700 because I think then we get some nice bigger movement. We have been a little choppier
exactly.
days, a little bit less rangy. Would love to see some momentum and some breakouts again, and I think that's when that would happen. And I'm a big fan. And here's what's crazy, Day Trades. I was going over. I always get these like memories of when I share stories, and it was when the SPY was around 504, and I was like, oh, I remember when I was over in his lobby. And we was talking about the 504 boys.
Yeah.
And that seems like it was yesterday, but that was so
Yeah.
long ago now. And here we are at 700, and it's just crazy to see a $200 move, and that seems like that was just yesterday. So yeah, it's been fun, to see that journey of back when it was even. Remember we did those roundtables with Deck, back in the day.
It was under 4, bro. It was under 4.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, like so to see where it's at now, like it's really amazing. And one thing that like people need to understand is that the market is designed to go up. No matter how much of a pullback we do or whatever, like people get into positions and a lot of times they tend to oversize, which really affects, their psychology. But overall, like if you don't over position yourself, like, and you can just ride out these waves, or you wait for when there's like a nice, massive red day, like you go buy them, bro. Like I get excited on red days. Like if the market had like a nice bloody week, yes, please keep on going. Let me get that discount. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
All
Yeah, buy
over.
low, sell high. Exactly.
yeah, man. So people get, they get really bummed out when we're having these massive sell-offs. But I'm just like, you look at it from like even like a consumer aspect. That we just hit the 7,000 again. From a consumer aspect, it's like every time there's a massive pullback in the market, it's like view that as a discount. You go to
Exactly.
the store, like most people, they can't wait for Black Friday. They
Yeah.
can't wait for Cyber Monday or this and the third. Why? Because on these specific days, you're getting a massive discount. Well, shit. If in 2 months from now the market drops 20%, yes, be excited. Let me put somebody to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let me go shopping. Like
Yeah.
have a list of companies or trades that you're looking to do, and then go shopping, man. And it's like I'll even bring it to the rare metals, bro. Like I'm seeing so many people now talking about silver. It's like, bro, like
Yeah.
the time to pick up silver, bro. Like I started picking up silver in the end of 2024, right? Because gold was too expensive. I bought a lot of gold at 1,700, And I'm just like, gold at 4,000, I'm not interested
Yeah.
because the most upside I could see right now for the next couple of years on gold is maybe 5,000, maybe 5,500. There's not a great ROI. I bought in at 17. And then I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the rare metals and I'm like, what can give me the greatest ROI, right? Silver. Because silver was still undervalued and underperforming. It was like I started buying it between 29 and $30 an ounce. And now you look at this thing is at 80. And in outside of the US, silver is over $100.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So it's like I buy silver here for 70, $60, and I go to freaking China or I go to freaking the Middle East or in Europe, I'm selling it for almost $100 an ounce.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you said too. I mean, I've said that about Bitcoin. It's when it was got so expensive again. Yeah, it's you think about that across the board, but Bitcoin would be another one. But point being, I'm just thinking like you, like logistics. If someone said, and I know how much just say a car costs, and it's like a car costs 60K, but now they're charging 120K for it or 400K for it. I'm like, I ain't buying that car. It's a 60K car. When the heck am I going to, it's like, well, I ain't doing that.
Mhm.
You want to come back down to my levels, I'll come back down and play with you. But you go way up there, then no, it ain't happening. So yeah, you're right. You didn't really think about it that way sometimes with the analogies that I always love to give. And yeah, that's a great analogy of, like, Black Friday or how things cost. I'm like, hey, if it's on sale, or if it's way more expensive, then yeah, that's what you should be, eyeing and understanding those things. If it's way overvalued and it's super expensive now, don't trade that. Find something else to trade that is undervalued and has a good price and move up. Same thing again. Like, you just think about that and then with your, a TV. If a TV normally costs 800, but now they're charging 8,000 for it, you're not gonna buy that TV. You're gonna buy the other one that's 800 or whatever.
Oh yeah, you go find the Temu version or you go find the Chinese version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you buy that and you get the best because a lot of it. I mean, a lot of times when you're buying things like you're basically you're buying a name, right? Because once a brand has established a certain thing, they can charge a certain amount for the same level of quality that you're offering. So back when I mainly traded stocks, like it used to be called a sympathy play, right?
Yes. Yep.
Like whenever I was trading like a stock in the pharmaceutical sector, or I was trading a specific tech company, and let's say, for example, like the whole craze of AI and everything like that. We have Nvidia and AMD running up because they just made some massive deal with this and the third. Yes, they're gonna move. Let's say Nvidia and AMD. They're in the $200 range. They're outside of my price limit, right? For what I'm looking to gather within that day or week, they're outside of my price limit. So then what I would do is I would go and I would look up stocks in that same sector, right? That maybe had usually that had some sort of affiliation with these companies. And then I would trade those stocks because now there are more people there are more people with like less, that are non-credited investors that will look to start purchasing these lower expensive stocks because they have the greater amount of upside, whether it be 30%, 50% or whatever, but you're going to get a better ROI versus if you buy, Nvidia at, 190, but Nvidia only goes to 200. Yeah, you're only getting a 10 point, but it's like if you go and you drop $1,000 or $2,000 on a $15 stock and that stock goes to 30, that's a hell of a return.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So that's how I view stuff. So when something gets like too expensive, okay, what's in that same vicinity that has the potential, but also like, I'm paying attention to the geopolitics. I'm paying attention to what's happening and how things are just amassing and accumulating. And it's like, holy shit, like are we potentially on the route of like, World War III, like the US just knock off the first domino where it's like, oh shit, like, we just invaded a country.
Yeah. Literally, yeah. No. And you're right about that. The sympathy plays. We'll see that all the time, even into the small cap sector. You're going to see that just across the board. It's one thing, to keep your eye on too as a trader. It's just all the stuff that you learn. Like I said, we get into this, like myself, like, you just see the glitz and the glory and the money that people make and you go, okay, I'm just going to buy and sell. All right, this is going to be easy. I'll figure this out. And yeah, then even all the way to that, to like where you're like, you have no idea. If someone would have said to me back when I first started learning about this in the Tim Sykes days back in 2015, it said sympathy play. Like, sympathy play? What are you talking about? Sympathy? Like, is it it feels bad for the other play, so it's spiking. I mean, well, I guess my analogy would be close, but but yeah, it's like, what do you mean sympathy play? But there's just so much stuff that you have to learn and pay attention to, and that's another key
Yeah,
thing for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
100%. So, all right, guys, just had the holiday season. We do anything for Christmas, New Year's? Any big plans? Any? I think J Trade's welcomed someone into the world.
Oh yeah, my baby girl, man, my brand new baby girl, man. Yeah, yeah.
Congrats, congrats.
Appreciate it, boss.
Yeah, congrats for sure. So, how's that going? New baby.
Oh man, good man. It's a blessing. I can't even complain, man. I mean, bringing a new life into this world, and not just that, being, motivation to me to keep going because now it's another life I don't want to let down. That I definitely want to aspire to do great in life. Leave a legacy for for herself and so forth. But yeah, it was definitely a blessing, man.
She got a great daddy. I know that already. And I'm
I
glad.
appreciate you,
Yeah,
boss.
well, glad to welcome another little niece in the world. So yeah, man, I can't wait to cook for him one day for sure.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you know what they're gonna eat? They're gonna have some Brussels sprouts, my friend.
Sprouts.
Brussels sprouts, huh?
Oh yeah. Jay always gives me a hard time about those, but yeah. So y'all do anything? You've been traveling, didn't you, Riggs?
Yeah, yeah. I spent the holidays in Asia. I went to Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea. I spent New Year's in Texas. So in San Antonio, I have a trading office that I'm working on in Texas. So
Cool.
rearranging some stuff, and they have to like replace the carpet, so I have to move some stuff around, and we're still arranging like the trading setups, the desks where had like the TVs, the monitors mounted on the wall, but because the monitors are so massive and the wall is sheetrock, the owner of the building was like, "Hey, you got to take those down." So I had to put them on mounts,
Okay,
and then
gotcha.
just rearrange some stuff,
Yeah.
and it's still coming together, but I'm pleased with it. I'm pleased with like how things are coming along, and I'm even more excited that there's going to be an exchange opening up in Texas this year, I believe.
Yeah.
So a lot of good things are happening, and yeah, and I'm currently working on securities license because your boy's about to go down the hedge fund route.
Ooh, all right,
Ah,
nice. Yeah, you got. Hey, like all the guys, the big boys like you, that've been doing it long enough. I see like Michael Nosses of the world or whatever. It's like y'all work with it's this and it's a y'all get into a hedge fund. Y'all dabble in everything essentially.
Yeah, yeah, because like as a trade, like once you reach a certain point, it's like you want to continue to expand, right? And
yeah.
by the grace of God, I've been able to do really well, and I've been able to educate people and grow my network from here in the U.S. to abroad and stuff like that. And it's like, just going the institutional route is just the next level
Right.
because I guess you could say like I've proved it as a trader, right? So now it's like, okay, what more can I do? And for me personally, to be able to grow where I can, trade 100 million or 50 million of my own capital, that's going to take some time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Versus, okay, now because I've been able to make X amount of returns per year, year on year, and individuals have taken notice of that, and now they're willing to invest, but say, okay, well, let's do this like on a legitimate basis, and okay, set up a hedge fund, you invest in a fund, do the management and stuff like that. So looking to build up to get to at least somewhere close to some of the people in the industry that I've looked up to, from Carl Icahn, George Soros, Bill Ackman, and stuff like that. I mean, so yeah. So that's what I've been working on
Hey,
lately.
I can say this: I beat Bill Ackman, but Trade the Pool did that tournament back in October, and it was like based off a 3 day stretch. And I don't know, like, did y'all find his worst 3 day stretch? Because he like ended a 3 day stretch like down like 7-9K. It was so funny, but yeah, we had that challenge at Trade the Pool. So when you said that, I was like, oh yeah, Ben, he is a big name. But yeah, I was like, hey, I beat him over a 3 day stretch, but it was
Hell yeah, that's what's up.
yeah, right, yeah. So I
I mean,
wanted
because
to
bro,
go
like
back.
everyone has their moment and stuff like that. I mean, like even them. I mean, bro, like, and that's like he's taken some monumental losses
Oh yeah,
over the years. Like
yeah,
I remember when he got crushed with Herbalife, bro.
yeah. I
Like
remember
this,
that. Yep, yeah,
whew,
yeah.
like so
And
yeah, so and then some of these funds have blown up. Like I remember a few years back. Well, yeah, a few years back. There was a fund that blew up, shorting nat gas. I took like a $48,000 loss on nat gas, but
woo,
a fund like bro, we got squeezed.
yeah.
So yeah, so it's definitely it definitely is it's a different ball game, but I'm excited for it.
Got to ask this because I was thinking about Asia, and I, of course, would love to travel over there. What is your favorite food dish when you're over in Asia?
So it was in Thailand. I love their pad Thai, pad Thai like it's like a like a see-through spaghetti.
Okay.
With they'll do it with shrimp and chicken.
Okay.
I love the mango sticky rice, bro. The
Okay.
mango sticky rice is smacking. Like you are gonna be like finger licking. It's a sweet, like you would
Yeah.
have it like a dessert. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was really good. I ate a lot of Wagyu beef
Oh.
with again like with that like it's like a flat type of pasta spaghetti thing, like really good with basil, a bunch of like different herbs, bro. Like if you want to go to a country, bro, like I would say definitely Thailand. It was great. Like I did Muay Thai while I was out there. But the food, bro, is amazing. Like you could, like if I tell you how much I was paying for food and ordering in and stuff like that, bro, like an average of like $5 to $10
Yeah. I've heard it's. I heard
for
it's super.
meals.
Yeah, I heard it's super cheap, and not only to get there, flights, stay, the food. Got a guy, and
Natural
he's
food, bro, like natural foods, like the best coconut water I've had in my life. And bro, I've visited a lot of Caribbean countries, South American countries. And when I tell you like the best coconut water I had in my life was there in Thailand, like, dude, like amazing. The freshness, the greenery, the people are really friendly. There's so many different things to do. I did a lot of like biohacking. I did freaking I did what is it? Acupuncture
okay.
with red light therapy and electrical stimulation. Dude, like and stuff like that here in the US goes like north of like $200. Bro, $60.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Like amazing. Like you could literally do that like once every 2 weeks and stuff like that. But the food over there is great. You can get fresh juices. You can get fresh coconut water, fresh pomegranate juice, fresh apple, pineapple, orange juices, bro, for like 60 cents a bottle. Like for like a 16 ounce for like a 16-ounce bottle
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I
under
love
a
it.
dollar, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? And this is fresh, like, bro, amazing. Like,
Yeah.
so if you wanna check out, like, definitely there, I would say there because there's so much to do. You don't need to rent a car.
Yeah.
You can get around by either Uber or like those mopeds, which is really fun. And I recommend the mopeds because you can whiz through traffic. It's really dope. Singapore was nice, very clean, amazing food. It's a melting pot. There was a lot of Indians there. Malaysia as well was beautiful. Oh my God, bro, the food market in Malaysia at night, amazing. Like there's a long strip about maybe 3 blocks long where you can walk down and you can try different street foods. There's a lot of restaurants on both sides of the street selling a bunch of different foods. Bro, I ate the largest oysters in my life, bro. Like I felt a little disrespected because that shit was massively long, bro, and huge. Like that shit hit the back of my throat. I was like, oh, this ain't right. And I had to cut that in half. Like it's wild, but
Yeah.
like the food out there, bro, it's amazing, and your money goes a long way. They're a heavy cash like driven country. You can do they prefer it, but obviously you can pay with your card, Visa. Visa and Amex was pretty much accepted everywhere there. It was just great, bro. Like where I'm literally excited to plan to go back again this year. Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people like all of a sudden you start talking Asian and the people in the chat are like, "Oh yeah, we love it." I've just heard that a lot too, and then even I saw a post here recently that it's cheaper to go to. I think it's the Tokyo Disney World, but to go to Tokyo, it's cheaper to fly to there and go travel and go to that park than it is to go to Disney World Orlando. Because again, flight is about the but once you get to Disney World in Orlando and all the food and how much everything costs down there compared to like is
Expensive.
and that's why it's so it's actually I was like it's cheaper and they like this guy like broke down how much it would cost for each one and it would be cheaper unless you stayed off the property way off
Hmm.
in some cheap ass hotel and ate really cheap in Orlando. I'm like that is crazy, and then you're eating cheap. You're not eating like you eating good food, eating
You're
healthy
eating,
food.
oh, 7-Eleven, bro. Yo, 7-Eleven in the Asian countries, bro. Yo, top tier, bro. Yo, 7-Eleven in Thailand, bro. Amazing food. Like They had like pre-made food where like you could literally go back, like they would heat it up and you could take it with you and eat. Fresh fruits there that they're selling, like sushi rolls, bro, vegetables. Like there's 7-Eleven, bro. I'm just like, yo, what is America missing? Like, what is going on here?
Hey,
Because like
well, sugar
7-Eleven here,
factory. It's like a sugar factory when you go into our 7-Elevens.
yeah, bro. But over there, bro, yo, natural, amazing tasting food. I'm just like, and so, bro, things under like I got a whole bunch of stuff that you would think I was buying food for like 3 people for like $15.
Wow, that's awesome.
Over here in the US, I'm like, yo, $15 would probably give me a bottle and maybe a chips
Yeah,
and a bar, like
right.
three
Yeah,
items.
yeah,
Over there, bro,
that's awesome.
it's different, yeah.
Well,
So, and in Tokyo or in Japan, it's even better because you can go get ramen and all sorts of stuff. Like 7-Eleven is the truth out there.
all right, I love it. Hey, we got three amigos heading to Asia. The Asian tour with us
When,
three.
when, you know what I mean? Say the word, bro. I mean,
Well,
say
yeah,
the
well,
word.
I can probably pull that off. It's just J Trey's guy now. He's got like 18. He's baby.
Don't do that. I know you about to say don't do it.
You like me with the dogs, bro. So I get it. I understand, man. I totally get it. I love it. Big family that makes you build more rounded. I see that too with bigger families. A lot of the time those people they're very loving, very caring people. And you definitely are that, my man, Jay. Well, to finish it off, last words. We'll get it. Like I said, try to do this once a month, once every month. I want to get you guys on to start the new year, especially talking the SPY. You guys both trade large cap pitcher overall kind of stuff, So I want to get people in the first one that I did this year to kind of get an eyesight and mindset or what it might be for what we have moving forward into 2026, where we have the market, how many. The decision with Trump today and not having a decision actually in the end to is the SPY going up anymore? How much more are we going to go? How many rate cuts are we going to have? So very appreciative, very informative. I'll be posting this. I did record this, so I'll be posting it and sharing it to the world that didn't watch it today. They can then go back at least this portion of it. So last words though, heading into 2026, what you got? Go with you, Jay, and then we'll go over to Riggs last. What you got, Jay?
For 2026, like the things that I want to say to everybody, man, I do wish everybody nothing but health, happiness, and much success, man. Whatever you went through in 2025, leave it where it's at, man. Start a new life, start a new chapter. Whatever you didn't do back then, work on trying to doing it now. With a lot of traders that I do talk to, about, a lot of getting discouraged, overthinking. And I tell a lot of them, man, a lot of us, man, we went through that, of starting our way, trying to figure our way out through the market. Like me, you, Caesar, like we had trouble. We had times in our lives where, we were losing confidence in ourselves, not knowing if this was for us. But the fact is we didn't give up on ourselves. We believed in our craft. We believed that we could make a change doing, with the market where not it only benefits us, but if it benefits our families. And now look at the position that we're at. I mean, God has blessed us with so much where, again, not only are we taking care of ourselves, we are able now to take care of other people. And it just goes to show you, whatever you try to pursue in life, man, don't ever give up. It's not going to be the easiest, but you just have to keep breaking through because God wouldn't put you through anything that you can't handle. I've been through hell and back. Through the grace of God, I have great people like you guys all over the place. And if I can make it, you guys can make it. So for 2026, like I said, guys, just start again working on yourself, working on your health, and first and foremost, work on your happiness, man. Make sure that you are okay. Again, because you can't try to take care of others if you're not taking care of yourself. Take care of your number one person that you see in that mirror every day. Take care of you. Again, always put God first throughout everything that you're doing in life, and you'll be able to make it. So shout out to everybody. Happy 26.
Boom. Good words. Always dropping facts and the knowledge. Over to you, Riggs. What you got for us for 26?
For 26, I'm gonna say, as individuals, just look forward to improve on your physical and mental health. Take time for you, absolutely. You know what I mean? Take time to appreciate the small things. And oh damn, bro, you got some guns, yo. Put those away, bro. I'm looking at that straight emoji.
Not even close to you, man. Not even close to you.
Nah, bro. I haven't worked out in like 3 months. I just started up like this week. I've been to the gym like 3 days now, bro. I'm super pro, but I'll bounce back.
There we
But
go. There's
essentially,
him, boy. We rep the guns. Look at the tattoo. Look at the
look
tat.
at that guy, man. Damn, bro. Let me cover up. Real quick. I'll see y'all in like 2 months. And next time we do this again, I'm gonna pull them out. But just be patience, man. Just patience. Have patience with yourself, with whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish, whatever your trading goals are. Obviously, I mean, you guys see that like myself, AK, and Jay doing this full time. It is something that is achievable. It's just a matter of time, patience, and setting the steps or the cornerstones to be able to achieve that. If you're trying to look, how to position yourself this year, like I said, you want to watch out for some specific headlines. Granted, instead of, while you're home, instead of watching Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever, start digging in, what's happening abroad. So maybe you can learn how to position yourself, right? Maybe you're over here, you're trading on a personal account, and you're like, damn, how can I find ways to save more money? Well, you might want to switch, and I've said this before, you might want to switch your accounts to a business account and start trading it that way. Obviously, certain brokerages will have like maybe a minimum requirement for you to be able to have a specific business account with them. Other brokers, not as much. So you have to take the research upon yourself to find these brokerages. Although at some point, I believe by mid-year this year, PDT is going to be dropped down from 25K to 5K.
Although it's two, or is it 5? Is it 5?
No,
Oh, it's
2K.
I think it's 2.
No, 5K.
Is it 5?
I
Okay.
was
Okay.
I was told
Okay.
5K. Between 2 to 5K. So between 2 to 5K, but from I was talking to a broker yesterday, and I believe it's 5K. So so there's a lot of different engines out there that you can take advantage of or utilize and position yourself to be able to make some money. Like the next couple of years, the amount of volatility we're going to have in this market, like it's not going away. I know some people like, oh yeah, it's gonna die out. No, it's not. They are continuously increasing the threshold of of things as far as like the limiting ups, the limiting downs. At some point this year, you're going to be able to trade stocks 23 hours a day,
Yeah.
right? So, for people that are working 9 to 5, these next few years are going to be the greatest where you're going to be able to make money. So if you're working, again, you're going to work at 7, 6 in the morning, you're getting home at 3, 4, you miss the bulk of the market. Shit, you'll be able to trade the Asian market. You'll be able to trade the London market because it's literally going to be 23 hours a day. You can trade the blue chips, small caps, penny stocks possibly. So keep an eye and prepare for those things. Have a solid plan. Obviously, we're not always going to follow our plans to the T. So be lenient on yourself. Be patient with yourself more than anything. But journal, journal and prepare. And once you start making some money, get outside of your city, get outside of your state, get outside of your country, and really see what's out there because the amount of opportunities and ways you can make money outside of the US is immense. Like I can't even begin to, you know, elaborate on how big it is.
Yeah. Well, the average millionaire back I remember seeing a study or whatever back in the day, but the average millionaire has like 5 or 6 income streams, something like that's 5.7 or whatever. It's some 5 to 6, something like that.
Yeah.
Find different ways. It's not just all going to come. We're not going to be in the NFL and get a contract for $40 million a year, or the MLB and get $300 million guaranteed. That ain't going to happen. We ain't going to win that lottery ticket, okay? So, or you're not winning the lottery most likely. Even though, how crazy is that, guys? That 1.8 bill was literally 5 minutes from me. That gas station,
That's
5
wild.
minutes from me. So
That's
yeah.
why, but like those stuff like that, it's like, you're wishing upon a star, and it's like I believe in more taking control of your destiny and doing, what you can for yourself and your loved ones. And again, focus on trading, get better at trading, and then use that as the cornerstone to be able to diversify into real estate or whatever else that suits your passion or that you can do. But the thing is, it's picking a focal point, mastering that, and then that thing will feed whatever other ventures you have. So, make this year great, like for yourself, for your family. There's a lot of opportunities to make money. You just have to have the plan for it and prepare and, be present.
And another thing we didn't talk about that you even were kind of mentioning there would help traders, if they, which we finally will have that lower PDT rule for like traders like myself. When I first started, I only had like 3K, and I couldn't really trade that much. Use prop firms. You and yourself with futures. And what I'm doing with equities. There's prop firms out there. So whether you're trading shares, you're trading equities essentially, or if you're trading futures, you have options out there to not risk your own capital, and that way you're not blowing accounts. Because I can't tell you how many people, And if anyone asked me that, like the other day, I was on a new server, whatever it was, a chat group on YouTube, and they wanted me to join anyway. And I was chatting with them, like, how many accounts did you blow? And I'm like, I never blew one, thank gosh. But that gets my point. The person that asked that, I wonder how many he blew, because I don't be the weird, the rude person. Well, how many did you blow? You know, but.
You want to know?
Yeah, right, yeah. But he knew most have, and so don't blow your account, and so go use those prop firms too as well to your
Yeah.
advantage.
Can I touch a little bit on that as well?
Yeah.
So obviously, like we're still not at the 23 hour a day for trading equities, but futures is something that you can trade 23 hours a day. So if you're trading S&P, SPY, or SPX, if you're trading the triple Qs and whatnot, or let's say you're trading gold stocks or silver stocks, that you can trade these actual commodities on the futures market.
Yeah.
And as AK said, yes, there are a ton of different prop firms out there that you can purchase an evaluation to trade with them and be able to take a certain amount. Like I mentioned, as an individual, for you to be able to, let's say, make $1,000 a day on one account, it's a bit hard depending on the size of your account, right? Because if you're trading with a 5K account or a 10K account, you're most likely probably going to maybe making two to maybe $500 a day after commissions, maybe not as much, right? Or maybe after some losses. But it's very hard to make $1,000 in a 5K account or in a 10K account. It's very easy to make $1,000 on a 50K or a 100K or a 200K account. And what these prop firms do is they allow you to have the buying power to be able to do that. And if you ever blow the account, it doesn't cost you anything other than what it costs you to purchase the account and what it costs you to activate the account. So if you're someone that you have $1,000 to your name, when you are starting off trading, there are a lot of emotional attachments to your physical money that you've worked hard for. The minute you see red, like your palms are gonna start sweating, your body's temperature is gonna go up, and you're gonna be like a deer in headlights. I'm speaking from experience. That happened to me various times. So with the prop firms, there's a less of a emotional connection because in your mind it's like, this is not real money. And if I lose, I'm only losing $200. Imagine you put 5,000 in an account, you take a trade, it goes against you 500. More often than not, new traders or even intermediate traders, they're not going to respect that stop loss. What they're going to do, they're going to double down. It drops against them some more. Now they're down 1,500, right? So when you lose $1,500 or $2,000 of your $5,000 account, you almost lost half. That and because you're gaining experience and understanding, regardless of the education or the mentorship that you've had, there's still things that you have to learn about yourself. So the beauty about these prop firms is that you're able to learn more about yourself. You're able to get more acclimated to the conditions of the market and the specific asset classes that you're trading. And the fee is a mere $50, $20, or $30. So you're paying $30. So let's say at the end of the day, it costs you $600 to be able to learn that you're not patient about this setup. You're patient with this one. You're too you're not respecting your stop losses. You're doubling down. There's things that you need to work on. All of that costs you $600 to learn versus it costing you $2,000 to learn.
And that was one trade. And that was one trade, you know, and that wasn't a lot of learning.
Yeah. So with the prop firms, like, it could be $20, $30. So you're talking about maybe, 60 times. It took you blowing 60 accounts to be able to realize things because, again, you'll learn there's a fundamental difference between understanding something on a book level and an actual implementation, right? J Trade is talking about the trend lines. AK talks about the trend lines and stuff like that. But when it comes to it, most of the time, most new traders, you're gonna second guess yourself. Right. Oh, do I trade? And when you hesitate and you don't follow the plan, then you end up chasing, and then a small little retracement, you get out because you're scared. Then it starts going the way you want it. You get pissed off at yourself. You start raging. Then you just like, you know what? You throw caution to the wind. You're wiped. You know what I mean? So that's the beauty that I like about these prop firms. And again, to be able to trade 5, 20 accounts or 10 accounts, where literally if I want to make $2,000 on a day, I trade the 10 accounts collectively. All I have to do is make $200. On a $50,000 account, I can make $200 relatively easy, and so can any other person. And when you start making smaller amounts but across multiple accounts, you're hitting your goals.
Yep.
Right? You're not sitting there like dealing with the size and the parameters. Like, okay, wow, if I really want to make 1,000, I have to be able to withstand a $200 to $400 drawdown. For some people, that's a lot, and they can't deal with it.
Love it. No, facts. That's why I want to touch on those prop firms now that I'm being, of course, being a part of one right now, and so it's nice to
Oh,
have.
snap! Word.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Trade the Pool. I've been with Trade the Pool, so
Okay.
So stream live with them. I went to the Money Show in October.
Yeah, so when you
no.
posted that.
Yeah.
saw
So
that.
that was huge. So that was it's been nice to be with them, and they're it's kind of like it was like free agency. I left one, and then I got picked up by Trade the Pool, and so I'm streaming live with them and doing stuff with them and giving them posts and information. They took me to the Money Show, paid for my trip, so it was
Awesome.
love some prop firms for sure, and they're definitely a way
Hell
for,
yeah,
especially
bro.
for newer traders, to not risk their capital
Absolutely.
and to learn. So
Yeah, I mean, the amount of money you can pull from them, like, it's crazy. Like, I see all the time people pulling in 50, 60, 100, a mil. Obviously, to bring the seven figure, you have to go through the process where you actually get moved to a live account. So, if some of you guys are questioning, like, okay, how does it really work? So, initially, you pay for an evaluation. Once you pass the evaluation, they bring you onto a second account, which is still a sim account, but everything is based off of actual live market data, right? So now as you trade those accounts, they might have a consistency rule where there's a certain amount of money that you can make per day on the set account based off that account's value. And then once you reach a certain threshold, you're then able to withdraw from the account. Some companies they'll allow you to withdraw 50%. Others they'll allow you to withdraw 80%. Others they have a specific number that they will allow you to withdraw for the next, 6 or 8 payouts before then they reevaluate you and move you to a live account. And the goal is to be able to get to a live account. So imagine you get moved to, you start off with a 50K account and then you get after 6 payouts or 3 months of getting consistent payouts, they move you to a live account. Now that live account, you're not trading a full $50,000. It's mainly like you have the buying power of 50,000, but your initial what you can lose is the profit that you've accumulated that they'll put into that account. So some it might be, let's say, a $5,000 drawdown. So what they'll do is they'll put $5,000 in that account, but you get the buying power of $50,000 or $100,000 account. And as long as you stay within those parameters, you're going to be able to grow that account. And eventually you grow that account to where you're doing, 10, 20, 30K a day or a week. So it's a really great way to get the best ROI. And ROI stands for return on your investment. If you spend $100 or $200 and within a 30-day time span, you're able to withdraw even $1,000, right? That's 100%. That's over 100%. That's over 300%
it's
return
crazy, bro.
on your money. About 500% return on your money, right? You invested 200, you took out 1,000. If you took out 2,000, you're getting back over 200% return. Over 1,000% return on your money. So look at things that way. When you see these people posting about, they're making 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, you got to remember they might be trading with a different account size. They're not making 80,000 trading a $50,000 account. They're most likely trading a seven-figure account, either 2 million, 3 million, right? Because then making 50,000, 30,000 a day is easy when you're trading with a seven-figure account, which is the equivalence of you trading a $10,000 account and making $300.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just got to look at it in perspective. A lot of people don't want to do that, and that just got to do that. We've talked about that many a time where everyone gets into it. I think a lot because they see that big money, and it does not come right away. It is you got to put the time in, you got to put the grind in, and then down the line you got to understand that like that. Yes, let me just get my $200, $100, $300 days and add those up, and learn that I don't have to have $500, $1,000 losses. Those don't need to come because that's what killed most traders. They have. I remember Matt talked about this on one I've had to him in the past where we have big losses, break even, small wins, and big wins. If we get rid of the big losses and all we have are small losses, break even, small wins, and big wins, you're going to last in this game. It's just traders like you were talking about at first get deer in the headlights and they get in that trade and they don't respect their stop loss and their risk. And next thing you know, they're down 500, they're doubling down. Now they're down 1,000 and there goes half of their account or a quarter of their account or whatever. And now their mental state is freaking out. It just is not a good thing to do. And essentially my point being back to the prop firms. That's why I brought that up. There's a good way to avoid doing that at first and learn how, hey, let me just get a small account. Like you were saying, 50,000, there's 20,000, whatever account size there are out there. And again, go read the rules. All the prop firms have different rules, for, like you were talking about. Find the one that best suits you. And then, rinse and repeat. You're going to go through a few evaluations. You might go through 10 to 15, but the cost of that versus the cost of you risking your own capital is far different. So, definitely take advantage of that. So good words there to end this Double Duel stream Friday with you guys. Appreciating everyone for, of course, over here, Jason, Ingrid, all the guys that are, I know there's a lot of people that are just soaking this in over the last hour or so, but appreciate you guys getting on here. It's been very, very knowledgeable and beneficial, dropping facts, from J Trades and his trade and how to put lines in, Caesar and all the different markets. I feel like you cover a lot of different things in the sector of investing. So having you guys on together, and like I said, to start the new year, being that you guys trade the big picture. I know, of course, I cover that small cap sector. There's really no need to talk about small caps, but large cap to invest down the line. That sort of thing is what I want to open up traders' eyes to. And I am, of course, going live here on YouTube, and you guys definitely bring that to the table. So again, thank you so much. Do what?
Tell everyone to look at defense stocks. If they want something going into next year, long-term defense stocks.
Yep. I feel you. Feel it, brother.
CCTVs, like companies that make CCTVs.
Yeah.
What is it? Cybersecurity companies, like all of those in the next year or so, it's gonna be
booming, huh?
Yeah.
Love it.
AK, somebody from my chat asked if do you ever trade large caps?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't trade them as much as I used to. I still trade them, probably once or twice a week, maybe at most. I'm since been going live, the small cap sector has gone bananas. September, October, died off a little bit late October into November, but now we're getting 500, 100, 300% movers on the daily. Especially now we had, like yesterday, we had 100% movers. Well, if I have a 100% mover, no offense, there's not a lot of reason for me to go over to large caps. So I have a 100% mover in small cap, so I can easily get 1 to 2 points off these small cap movers. And I can, you can bank off that. And so I haven't liked either the direction overall with the SPY after we made that huge move up. I would say about the summers where I started to notice overall getting a lot of misdirection. So out of the gate, we turn red, then we turn green. And so we go high today to low today. And you're trading more range where what you're trading, in my opinion, that's how you have to trade the SPY and the large caps. You'd have to look on it more of a bigger time frame, like you were when you're showing your lines earlier, the trend line, and taking bounce plays off of old resistance and new support. It's hard to look in just an intraday and say, oh, here's going to be a good setup. I see this trend building, or you have to trade a bigger picture now because we're trading a bigger range. In my opinion, we're stuck in that 670 to 700, 690, whatever. Sometimes we've gotten down to 650, but I haven't seen it just goes back to my trading. Go back to 22, 23, 24, and I literally just put this out on my social media 2 years ago today, so 2024 was when I was trading large caps and small caps every day. Within 5 minutes after the opening bell, I was up $5,000 on 2 large cap plays and 2 small cap plays. And so that means at 9:35 a.m. I've taken 4 trades already because the opening bell was so easy. And there was 2 different large caps, so I traded AMD and Meta to the long side. It was just a lot easy for me to predict. Now I'll be like, okay, this is going to be the play at the bell. I like bet to do this, and I'll go watch it, and I'll be like, the fuck are you doing? You're not doing what I thought you'd do. You're going the opposite direction, And so then it's hard for me to then switch my mind around and go, okay, well then we just got to go short because the long's not there. And then we get the small cap. Since I've been going live, which now it's all me all day, every day, right? And for my streamers, and a lot of them are small cap traders. And then we've been hot, literally. I never, like June when we kind of were done with Tradecaster, it started to get hot in the small cap sector into July, and it really started to get spiky and boomy. It did through August, died off a little bit, and then September. I don't know. You can go look it up. Go look up QMs. QMs went from like 5 to 300. Go look at SMX recently here, November, December. It went from 5 to 500, bro. 5 to 500. We're not talking. We're talking a $500 move. There ain't no large cap ticker moving $500. And so when I have a ticker that's going from 5 to 500. You get where I'm glued to. And then, because then what do we get? We get sympathy plays. So then we had TGL, we had AFJK, we had all these other crazy runners that are going 3, 4, 5, 1,000%.
Man, which one was that? Was that HKD the one that went from like
that was
like 200?
Yeah, that was the craziest ever. That went up to $2,500. Opened up new IPO play. It was around 15 or 20, and then just went boop boop boop, bam, right up to 2,500. Yeah, that was nuts. So it's one of those streaks like that where it's hot, and I'm just in small cap sector, and I literally said this on the Discord yesterday, and I was talking about that earlier this morning. I was like, don't worry, we're going to get back to a time when I'm loving my large caps again, and I'm trading small caps, and I've got my large caps, and I'm gotten them both together. But it right now has been more small caps to me. And that's the good thing I like about stock trading. You can float around and find what you like to trade. I mean, look at you guys. You know, oh, I like this. Okay, I want to go over here. And then what is it? It's all about the chart. You don't care what the ticker. You don't care if it says ASS, if it says FART and says fart. I don't care if that says fart, ass, shit. I'm going to trade the ticker. I'm going to trade the chart. I'm not trading the ticker, right? You build that chart up, and that's what you're looking for, you know. So I don't really care what the ticker is. When that chart builds up, I'm trading that ticker. And does Caesar have a YouTube channel? I don't think you do. Or do you, Caesar?
I do. It's Trigonometry Trading.
Let me look that real quick. I'll get it on the chat. I think I followed you. I thought maybe I did. Let me see.
I don't know.
I follow him on everything.
Let me look it up. All right, so let's see here. I got, dang it. I'm not, where am I? Let's see. I got YouTube pulled up. I don't think I do follow you. I thought maybe I did. I'm following a lot more people than I used to follow. Oh my God, I follow a lot of freaking people now. Let's see here.
So far, AK and Caesar, we created a new high of day on SPY 94, 694.3.
Yeah, we're rolling.
Yeah, I follow you, AK.
Well, I don't know why I don't follow you. I'm saying subscriptions and I'm going through them all. I don't freaking see it.
You follow me, bro. You gotta follow me back.
Well,
Shout out to
yeah, right. I don't see it. I don't know why. And okay, let me search you then. Let me just look it up. All right. You can if you have the link, you can put it on the Zoom. If you have it, have the link, put it on the Zoom or put it on my live stream if you can.
Yeah. How would I do that? Let me see.
Do the chat at the bottom if you want to on the Zoom. There's that little chat button.
Yeah. Let me go to my account.
Yeah, because I'm following I must have clicked on some other people. I'm following some bands I didn't even know I was following. I'm following this band. I ain't following you.
Let me see if that takes you there. I just posted a link. See if that takes you there.
There we go. That clicked up over on this side. I heard it. Whoop.
Did it work?
I don't know why it's not letting me click on it. It just says YouTube. It acts like it's high. Oh, there it goes. Finally, but it only takes me to YouTube. It only took me to YouTube. Didn't give me to your page.
How would I share I am so. You know what? I'll do this. Copy link. I'll send you. I'll post a link to one of the videos.
Yeah. We'll get it out there for traders. I'll get it out there.
There you go. See, that's it.
There we go.
Yeah, that's another thing I gotta start doing, getting more, putting more of this stuff out with on YouTube, because I've been talking about silver for the longest time, from the 30s, gold. I was talking about AMD back when AMD was at 100, targeting the upper 150s and possibly 200 area. So yeah.
Love it. Yeah, and I of course now that's the other thing too. For the longest time, I really never really focused in on doing that social media stuff and just posting stuff, which really doesn't take much time. Just record and then just post it later, just so people have some information to go back over. So yeah, absolutely appreciate it. Again today, Jay, I think everyone has your information, but if you want to put it out there, go ahead and put it out there again. Yeah, Jay Trades, it's where you can find it across the board.
Only original name on all platforms.
That's right, baby. You gotta love that. And of course, Caesar Riggs. There's his YouTube. I'll have that out in chat right now. Go follow Caesar Riggs 24 on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. So go follow those guys. These guys are some of the best traders I know. They're really good friends of mine. Again, thank you guys for coming on today. It's been an honor.
Appreciate
you too, boss. You stay blessed, man.
Oh yeah. We'll have you back on again very soon. I'll be talking to you guys, and I'm not kidding you. We need to figure it out. 3 amigos.
Hey, I'm down.
3 amigos.
What it was? Chevy Chase, Martin Short, and what was the third one? Who was the third one?
Steve Martin. Oh, Chevy Chase. Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, Martin Short. There you go.
Y'all look at y'all schedules. Y'all let me know.
All right, yeah, exactly,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yes,
We know
sir.
you, Mister Bachelor over there. We know you. We know you. The Eligible Bachelor coming up this year on
Really?
ABC. Coming up, that's right, September the 19th. You better stay tuned on ABC. The Bachelor, Rigonometry Trading Caesar will be the newest Bachelor. That's right. Get
Hey,
ready.
hey, AK, I bet $5 Caesar be sliding in his shirt and socks like Tom Cruise on Risky Business.
Oh yeah. Hey, well next time
Oh,
we
that.
have one of next time we have one of these, he's gonna come in with the shirt off all ripped, and he's gonna make us look little scrawny boys. So he's got
I
it.
ain't gonna do y'all like that.
Okay. All
You
right,
stay
boys.
covered up, man. You saw me today, man. I stay covered up, bro. I'm not there yet.
All right. How about this then? How about this? Who we got? Y'all watch any college football?
Yeah. Florida State. Is it Florida State?
Is that your team, Florida State?
I like them, but I was the other day I was looking at the what's damn, I'm trying to think of the state. It's not Alabama.
Ole Miss?
Shoot. I'll go with Florida State.
All right, that's your team. What about you, Jay? Are you even into college football at all? I know you got-
LSU. I mean, where I'm from, LSU.
Yeah. I didn't know. I just was asking. I didn't know. Of course, me and I'm
Yeah,
Arkansas. I'm a
LSU,
big
huh?
Arkansas fan. All right. How about in if because I got the NFL.
Pittsburgh.
Okay, Pittsburgh. Okay. All right.
Hey,
Steelers.
What do you got?
New England. New
Okay.
England.
All right. Well, so I
I've
got
been
to.
a fan since Drew Bledsoe, bro. Like I've been a fan since '94. So you know what I mean, it's been rough sometimes. I don't jump. I'm not jumping the bandwagon. So
All right.
I stay there. You know.
All right. Yeah. Well,
You?
do what?
Who do you got?
Oh, Broncos. I'm surprised I'm not wearing my Broncos hat today. I usually wear a Broncos hat. So a huge Denver
Denver.
Broncos fan. Yeah, my brother was born out there, and Avery's actually from Denver. So that was kind of like a matching in heaven when we got together. I'm like, oh, you and your family's from Denver. This is awesome. But yeah, so Denver Broncos. My brother was born in Colorado Springs. In the late '80s, they were watching Elway and the Broncos. I was like, who's this orange team? And I fell in love. And so that's my passion. Broncos over probably all other, which. There's Elway. There's an Elway jersey right there. So there's my Elway jersey.
Oh, nice.
Got the Wings
Nice.
poster up there too. You got the Wings Elway. Or there's Jordan. There's my Jordan Elway. My two
Yo,
goats.
AK, I gotta ask, man. How often do you actually play the games that you have in the
In the back, huh?
'Cause, like you got like a hell of a setup, bro. Like damn.
I would never leave out that room.
Yeah, right. When I first got them, I played them all the time. Me and Avery both did, but I'll play them probably about once a month now. I'll kind of have my arcade night where I'll feel like a kid and I'll come in here. I'll get like whatever, like tonight will be a good night with Oregon versus Indiana in the college football playoff. I'll throw that on in here, and I'll put some charts on so it's all like, the screens are on. I'll turn all the arcades on and I'll go from one to the other and kind of hit them up and. Yeah, get a little smoke on, get a little drink on. I'll come in here with my, feeling good, and I'm like, all right, time to kick some ass, So about once a month. At first, it was all the time, but yeah, the next house, you guys wait. I got 2 skee ball machines already here. I got a side-by-side Denver Nuggets hoop 'em. Hey, next house, that game room, bonus room, the stream live room. Oh, if you think this is a sick setup, you just wait for that when that next house is built. That thing is.
Hey, Caesar, you know how he's trying to be very careful. Call it a stream room instead of calling it a man cave. He's trying to be extremely careful wording that, just in case she's watching, in case the wifey watching.
Like, he's like, ain't no man
You
cave
want,
here.
you want to say man cave so bad.
Oh man, I love it.
I saw the blueprints, man. It looks pretty dope.
Yeah.
Is it in Arkansas?
Yeah, Arkansas. Yeah, it's yeah.
Arkansas.
So for a it's going to be about 3,600 square feet, right on 3,600 square feet. We got 6 acres of land, and building that with that setup, 8-car garage, right? It's gonna be a big daddy, a nice one, good size. I mean, it's only 3 bedroom, but every bedroom's big. It's 1,000 square foot living room. It's nice, but we're talking like 500-600K. That's it. So 3,600 square foot house. Like there's one house out there that they just did 3 acres. 3 acres. It was 3 bedroom, 2 bath, or 2.5. No, 4 bedroom, 2.5 bath. About 2,600 square feet, or somewhere right around there, and it was 400K. So imagine what other state are you going to get 3 acres of land, beautiful land, and then have a 2,600 square foot house, brand new for 400K. Not me.
I don't know where. This is the first. The only place I could probably say something close to that would like maybe Texas.
Right? Yes. Yeah.
But
yeah.
damn.
Yeah. I love it, man. Yeah. So I found my dad. Well, okay, I say my dad. Luckily, because the guy knows my dad, I know the owner of the land, because the guy that is the GM of the Dodge Chrysler Jeep place that I get all my
great things in life. Look where we at now, guys. Now we on talking points, talking to AK-47, one of the GOATs, Caesar, one of the GOATs, Kev, one of the GOATs, and we're showing on what is possible in life. So don't ever in life doubt yourself, saying you can never make it in life. We just proved it on what's possible, man.
Speaking facts over there.
Absolutely.
Speaking facts.
Oh man, that's awesome. Hey, J Trades, I want to rewind time a little bit though. I know talking about the time. You've been trading for a while, haven't you? I mean,
Yeah.
I actually remember you. You don't remember me because I wasn't very active in the chat, but I was in the chat room you were in probably in 2016, and I do remember your name when Josh brought you up. I was like, I remember J Trades, the active participant in this chat room I was in. So yeah, it's awesome to see you, man, and see the growth and the longevity. Because certainly, like longevity here. It's challenging, right? The sustainability, because traders want to, traders have that itch where they want to scratch an itch to get somewhere quicker, than maybe than today allows, right? You got to take what the market gives us ultimately, versus pushing. The speed limit kind of analogy we give. Don't go 75 and a 35. And just catching up on chat here. I'm the only one apparently wearing a costume. Josh, where's yours? I'm the idiot in here.
Not at all.
I love it. No, I was going to, and I didn't really. I looked around. I was like, man, I didn't have really anything. I was gonna buy something, and my weeks always fly by. And I'm like, oh fuck, here we are, ready to Friday. So I just sported the AK-47. I'm sporting the brand today. I love that you went with Toad. You stayed with it, bro. I love it. The Toad is good. It fits you well. It almost looks like you're a chef, though. It almost looks like you're about to go cook something.
And
sous chef,
and Kev sees in AK-47. This is something that I go over. This is something that I created, which is called the Breaking Bad method. And this is for a lot of traders who go through a lot of a lot of situations where your weakness basically overshadows your strength. So these are the main things that I go over with a lot of traders, that this is what you need to work on to better yourself as a trader. So I'm like, one thing, and as a breakdown, I said you need to correct having the wrong mindset, not having a detailed plan, unstable work ethics, losing trade syndrome, losing money per trade. Now, losing money per trade is you have a game plan, and Caesar and Kev, y'all can agree with this, is that a lot of traders, they'll have the right mindset, but they procrastinate. They'll scare themselves out of initiating or executing on a trade, where they second guessing themselves. And when the trade does go their way, they're missing out on the opportunities. Now they're revenge trading. Now they're going against the grain. Now, instead of having, going into these areas where you have a good, a low risk area, but a high reward area, now you're putting yourself in a position to where now you're chasing. Now your risk level is over your reward. Now you're putting yourself in a dangerous position because you jumped ship from your initial game plans. And now, instead of going into the entry that you were supposed to go to, now you're putting yourself in more of a dangerous risk, because now the market is moving on up. Now you're chasing it. Now that you get into these tops and now the market is going against you, now you're cursing yourself out. Damn, why every time now when I get into the market hates me? Oh man, market watch is watching me. Every time when I get into a trade, it's going against me. Oh man, the market hate me. Oh man, and like every time when I do something, it never goes right. But what people are failing to do and failing to realize is you're going against your game plan. You second guess yourself. You did all the work to understand the necessary entries and your necessary exit, but you tricked yourself out of jumping in on the play when you needed to go in on this play. Now you're putting yourself in a position to chase it. And now, especially if you're going long, when you could have had the bottoms, you could have got in at the lowest areas where you had more reward than risk. Now the market is moving up to the upside. Now it's going into resistance. Now you're jumping into a wrong area. Now you're putting yourself in where your risk is over your reward. Now when you're getting in, you're cursing yourself out. Now you're doubting yourself. Oh man, the market guards hate me. The market watchers are watching everything I'm doing. Every time I get in on it, it's do the opposite. Now you're having FOMO. Now your emotions are taking place. And these are the things that I break down. This is what I designed to help people get out of that. So you got to take a chance, guys. And these guys can agree with me. I mean, guys, every and what a lot of people have issues with is having an OCD complex. Not every entry is going to be perfect. Stop trying to get every penny on the penny. It may not go right. It's right down to your actual entry, and it may go against the grain a little bit. But you got to understand, because what a lot of people fail to realize is the market has pivot points. In other words, which creates a channel where you have a strong bottom, where you have majority of buyers sitting at, and you have an area where majority of sellers are sitting at, which is creating a range. So we know that, guys, all the market does is rotate. So if it's going towards an upper area where it has a lot of resistance, guys, you don't go long. You want to go, don't go against the grain. You want to go with the grain. So if you know based off the past, and the past has told you, okay, these are 9 times out of 10 where these sellers are going to come in at and yank the market down as we go down. Okay, we may go into a strong demand zone where buyers are sitting at. Okay, this may be an area we can go in for a call for the move to go right back on up. But a lot of people veer away from their original game plans because they second guess themselves. They don't want to press the button. They don't want to execute. Man, it's a risk that you have to take. But again, if you understand your patterns and you understand the support, you understand the resistance, man, execute on it. If you're afraid, go on with a small position. You don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. Go on with a small position to test that level. Because, okay, if it doesn't go your way, okay, you'll take a small loss to see, okay, if we're going to reclaim on this level where you can go back in and go for the necessary move on up. But a lot of people veer away from their game plans because they procrastinate themselves. They second guess themselves. Now they start to doubt themselves. Now it's nothing but emotions. Now they're blaming everybody else but themselves. It's everybody else's fault. It's the world's fault. It's the market's fault. But they don't take accountability for their own damn actions. And that's what a lot of people got to start doing, is taking accountability for your actions. If you're not pressing the button, that's on you. You can't blame me. You can't blame Caesar. You can't blame Kev and nobody else. If you know these positions and you know these price points, execute on this shit. You know, right. And again, if you're not confident with those levels, go in with a small position to test it to see if, okay, this level is going to work in your favor. If it goes up, okay, start adding in more shares and move up to the upside where it can benefit you. Now you have more reward than risk. And and I'm sorry for ranting. But so we go over there.
Ran away, baby. I feel like this has been pent up in you. Someone got to you. Like, what are you doing? You did it again. You did it again. I've been telling you so long.
I used to be like that. I mean, because I didn't know how to execute correctly on the market because I wasn't doing the necessary research. But again, thanks to you, Caesar, Kev, you guys taught me to be the trader that I am, where now I can help other traders as well. So also we go over, again, losing money per trade, lack of track, and the main weakness, patience. That's the main thing. Yeah. Patience. Yeah. Because you're not allowing the market to set itself up properly to the way it needs to set itself up. Okay, what about your long buys, but the market is dropping? We could be purposely pulling down to a certain price point to a strong demand zone where buyers can step back in and reverse right back on up. But a lot of people lose patience and then again they start to blame everybody else but themselves. Think about it. Just right here, for example, right here on my chart. Right here. I was yelling out this morning. I was talking to a few other traders. I said, guys, watch the 8250. Watch 8250. As long as 8250 holds, we can reverse back up to the upside. Look right here. 8250 held, red to green, sell it to buyers. Nice entry. Reverse right back on up from 8250 now to 84. Patience. You see what I mean?
Baby. Easy. All right. So Jay trades, we know he traded CRWV today. I want to do this down the line. Riggs, what'd you get today? Caesar, did you get any trading in today?
Yeah, actually, I caught a long on the NASDAQ and I caught a long on NVIDIA from 204.75 all the way up to 206.
Nice.
And I also caught some trades on gold.
Cool.
But mainly I focus on the NASDAQ, which is the tech sector.
Yeah.
So I caught a nice little, actually like nice 70 point off of it this morning.
Bet, yeah. And then Kevin, what'd you get today so far?
Pre-market DFSC for the fade. DF.
You can, if you want to show your chart to any of you guys that want to share your chart, just press the share button.
Yeah. Go ahead, boss. Yeah.
We're looking at J Trade. J Trade was sharing his chart this morning.
Yeah. Let me take my. Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to share your screen, Kev, Riggs, either.
Yeah, y'all got it. Go ahead, boss.
Oh yes. Okay. Sure. Just real quick here. Just type one. Share.
There we go.
All right, we live. Yeah. Just caught the DFSC. A nice little bear flag popped right back up towards resistance. Like J Trades is saying, guys, patience, uncommon patience. So, waiting for the entry, waiting for the ticker to come to you versus forcing. Forcing doesn't work well in trading. And then stabbing at it. Let's pop up towards multiple variables. I like multiple variables to lean into. So VWAP, prior resistance, the whole dollar area, these levels where oftentimes you'll see that break right up through the whole dollar and then it retrace back on down. Could be a decent risk for you. And then back on down to the bottom of this bear flag and for the fade unwind. So that one ended up being fruitful. Multiple points on these plays. I like them because there's less emotions involved. I have traded HKD today, and that one has been all over the place. And more this one's more challenging, because it's just overcrowded, so it creates less edge. I did get it over 5, but it's just this one's. It's just when there's so much volume on these tickers. I'm sure you guys have seen it too. Sometimes it gets so overcrowded that it's hard. Some of these moves are just very manipulated. It's a market maker's paradise, and it becomes difficult. That's why I like those easier backside plays. But that's it for me. Those two.
Love it, love it, love it. And I got the question in chat. We want to make sure any questions you guys have, I'll make sure we get those answered today. And I'll start with you, Caesar. You've been around the longest. You're going to have the best intel. I know I'm decent at charts, and J-Trades is really good, too, with the large cap plays. I know for the most part, Kevin does stick in the small cap sector, but still want to start with you, Caesar. The legendary BM asked, what do each of you think about the market remaining bullish into next year? Are we all clear to keep steady climbing? Any thoughts? So go ahead, Caesar. What do you think about the market? What do we see, Caesar, over the next 6 months?
I'll share my screen as well. So for the market leading up into the end of the year, I still do see the market as bullish. We're going to remain so until the narrative changes. A few things that could have possibly derailed this uptrend would have been if the meeting between China and the US, which happened last night, if that didn't go well, we would have been dropping severely. So being that that didn't happen, they're talking about, things went well. We got the rate cuts that the market wanted. So right now it's literally full steam ahead till the end of the year. And if we are to have a retracement, it's most likely going to be around the first quarter. Right? So there's a lot of layoffs going on, but as you can see, companies are beating earnings. Amazon beat their earnings, Apple as well. Was it Reddit? So being that we have good earnings, we have good trade deals, so it's going to be cheaper to borrow money because the rates are coming down. So it's just going to be a more influx of money coming into the market, and also a lot of these other countries are committing to investing in the US. So it's literally full steam ahead until the first quarter. And around the first quarter is where I am expecting to see some sort of correction, which is why as we lead up until the end of the year, I've started to downsize some of my long-term portfolios from AMD, Tesla, Nvidia, even Intel. Like I've been holding Intel. Oh my God. Like if you guys remember, like some of the roundtables that we did in the past, I was like, Intel was one of the companies that was severely undervalued, right? And here and behold, this year we had the government investing $5 billion into it. Nvidia invested $5 billion into it, which they're up almost 100% on that investment in a matter of a few months, which is absurd. So I even downsized on that position because I know that once we have a decent correction, all these tech companies are going to do a massive retracement. So at these highs, I'm selling into as we end up making more and more highs.
Love it. Good insight there. Jay, what do you think? Any insight?
And I agree with Caesar 110%. And Caesar, I want to ask you too, boss. Do you think a lot of conflict or a lot of and Kev, do y'all think a lot of conflict was coming from due to the shutdowns because we wasn't getting a lot of data coming out like we normally do? Because we all know that normally on the Thursdays we have jobless claims data, 8:30 and so forth. We know the routines, but due to the government shutdown, you think that was causing a lot of friction, was causing a lot of choppiness and a lot of consolidations due to the fact that we didn't have CPI data, PPI data, PCE data, GDPs and so forth. I mean, do y'all think that was causing a lot of strain in as far as the market? But I do agree with Caesar that I do still think that we have room to move up to the upside of things, especially if the buyers can recover these 680, 684, 685 levels, where we could push our way back into the 690s. But I definitely agree with Caesar that we could definitely see some upside after all of this clutter is out of the way and we start to get back to the normal basis.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of data being released is due to the fact that we're running up because we don't have contradicting data, right? So based off of everything that was released prior to the shutdown, so the shutdown is actually helping the market to push up because investors don't know. So if we don't know, we end up keeping with the same sentiment, which is forward. So once the government opens back up and we start getting the data, then yeah, we'll start having more volatility where like I mean every dip has been getting bought up because the sentiment overall, and again, we're leading towards the end of the year, which we tend to have the Santa Claus rally, right? And every time I've seen it, it's usually around the first quarter where we get that correction. But the government shutdown is helping the market push forward.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it goes up. It's going to have pullbacks like it always has in the past, along the way. In my opinion, yeah, I don't see there's any stopping this. I think midterms, when I was at the Money Show, I forgot, of course, the guy that does Jeffrey Hirsch that does the Trader's Almanac every year, got those big wigs that have been doing this for 30, 40 years, and I think that's what they were talking about there. Something around midterms. It's a ways away. I don't see any part of the beginning of next year us going down anytime soon. And I say, yeah. And again, like we were talking about the data releases, that's usually can cause a lot of fluctuation. It's no data, no fluctuation. I kind of forgot about that this week. Imagine how crazy this week would have been if we had those data releases that we were supposed to have too, on top of the earnings report and FOMC. It would have been crazy. So yeah, I 100% agree as far as the market is concerned.
AK, if y'all don't mind, can I share my screen with you again?
No, you only get one share. You got your one share in. That was it. I'm kidding.
Don't do that. Okay, now what I want to share, I'm gonna show you my cheat sheet for SPY, and I'm gonna tell you why. And again, why I agree with Caesar on why I think that the market is gonna go to the upside. This is my 5-year time frame. Let me move it over just a little bit over this way. Okay, so this is what I've been basically kind of utilizing or going off on as far as SPY, because okay, if you notice, guys, we've been in this range. We've been in this range since 2021, 2022. Now the last time we hit this red trend line was in 2021, crossing into 2022. That's what AK and Caesar. That's when we caught that major pullback going into 2022 when we fell from the 480s all the way back down into the 360s, right? That's when we had that 2022 year pullback. So if you notice, every time we come around this trend line, we get a nice little bounce back on up. The year 2023, trend line, bounce right back on up. Still 2023, nice bounce back on up, going into 2024 to 2025. So if y'all notice the rotation, y'all going from this red trend line where those sellers came in, where we had that massive pullback. If y'all notice, we came right back down. That was at the I think the beginning of the year when we had that massive sell-off due to tariffs. Remember, we fell from 500 all the way back down to a price point. We pretty much fell all the way back down to the 480s. If y'all notice, look right across the board. Look what area that took you out between 2021, 2022, which is right here, 480, right? So that was the area that took you out in 2022. So we go back this way from 2024 to 2025. Where did we pull back down to? AK, Caesar, y'all can agree with this. 480, correct? Right. All we did was turn resistance now into support, which was why we had that massive pull all the way back down to 480 purposely, where we knew what buyers were going to see that. Look at this. Ever since 480, we've been on this nice consolidation right back on up. So if y'all notice, we held that trend line since 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 into 2025. And notice the transition from this dump all the way down to 480, all the way back up towards these high price points. So that's why I agree with Caesar that we could see some move on up. As long as we can stay back above, the 470, 480 range, I do think that we could break out of this range finally into some new higher areas around the 700s. So if y'all notice, all we did was bounce off of this trend line multiple times. We bounced one. Let me draw it out real quick. Hold up. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about for those who don't see it. Let me go to Windows. Okay, right here. We bounced off that area once. We bounced off that area twice. We bounced off this area 3 times. Now going for a 4th bounce all the way back up towards this trend line right here. So if we can break above that price point, keep us in the 670, 680s, we could see that possible area around 700. So I agree with y'all 110%. So that's why, guys, and for other traders, I mean, not y'all, but because y'all got this down pat. For all these other traders who don't know, that's why, guys, you got to step outside of your 5-minute time frames. You got to step outside of your 15-minute time frames to get a bigger look of what the overall market is doing. And this is why I use these different areas, guys, to understand on what what is the full and what is the true direction of where the market is going. We already came on down from these levels here all the way back down towards, again, the 480s, which we rebound Now we're on this bullish rally. So again, why go against the grain if the market is literally telling you what it's doing? We're no longer on a bearish rally. Now, based off this 480 level, now we're on a bullish rally, still continuing on up. So why would you go against the grain if the market is literally telling you what it's doing? Which is why I agree with Caesar 110%. I agree with AK and Kev 110% that as long as we hold these key levels between 670, 680s, we could push back up to the upside.
Charting, baby. Charting 101 right there is all it is. Just
There you go.
Yeah,
Straight
you
chart.
can make it. I mean, yeah, just like you said earlier, J trades though, it's just supply demand zones, guys. It's just trend line trading. You can make it as complicated or as simple as you want. I mean, looking at this, guys, does it look too complicated? No, it's just bouncing right off the trends. But like J trades is saying, so many of us want to go against like the grain. We want to be contrarian traders and go against what the market's what is objective, what's right in front of us. React to what is happening, not trying to force what you want onto the market.
You just said it, Kev. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because a lot of traders want to go in and trade and do what they want the market to do what they want it to do.
Yeah,
But they have
yeah,
to understand the market doesn't care about your feelings. The market's going to move, regardless to whether what you want and what the market wants.
The ego's strong.
Always going to overshadow. And let me go to this real quick too. Let me go to my other breaking point. And I always tell a lot of traders. This is another thing that I broke down too. Right here, you have three players of the market. You have the small size traders, which are the retail traders, which is us. And then you have the medium sized traders, which are prop firms and so forth, that trade with, between 50 million to 100 million. And you have the big size players, which trade between in the billions. So us being the small traders, do you really think the market care what the hell we want? No. We're the small fish in a big pond. In other words, like Kevin's saying, it's not about what we want. You have to go about what the market is telling you what it's doing. If it's telling you, okay, we're moving up towards the upside, why the hell would you go against it? Why would you go in front of a moving why would you go in front of a moving train or a moving bus that's telling you, dude, we're going up? And as I stated on my chart, I mean, plain as day, right here, the market is telling you, okay, we came down as low as 480, which was 2022 level, right here, clear as day. They're telling you this level here, we turn resistance now to support, now going up towards the upside. Why would you go against that if the market is telling you that we have not fell back above 480, we rebounded, going from this green trend line, now moving back up towards the uptrend. So that's telling you that the market is now bullish. Why would you go against that? I agree with Kev and season them 110%.
Love it, brother. Love it.
And the thing about it, AK, Kev, and Caesar, what a lot of traders do, especially these new traders, fail to do, go back to the past.
Yeah.
The past is telling you, literally, okay, areas of resistance, areas of support. So why would you go against that if right here, if the market is telling you right over here where resistance is, you see you tested once, you see you tested twice right around the 610 level for a pull back down. It's telling you right here where sellers are sitting at. If you go back this way, okay, we done broke above 480 in 2022, 2021, 2022. Now going from resistance now to support. Why would you try to short it if this level is holding? You can see this trend line that's clearly telling you every time you come around the green trend line, buy, step in. 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 So it's telling you in reality the demand zone, and it's telling reality the supply zone. I mean, the market tells you everything that you want to know, but a lot of people don't want to do the research. What they want to do is they want to wait on us. They want to wait on AK. They want to wait on Kev. They want to wait on Caesar. They want to wait on us to give them the answers. Guys, how the hell do you think we got the answers? If we can do the research, guys, you can do the research too. Because what about we're not in the market or in a session to give you the answers that you need? Do the work your damn self. Because again, we were in a position where we leaned on people to give us the answers for the next day or the next week or the next month, and that person wasn't in, and we was in a state of confusion. We didn't know what to do. What do we have to do? Be our own traders. We had to understand, man, what are these guys seeing that we're not seeing? And that's why I give roses to AK, I give roses to Caesar, Kev, you two, boss, because you guys showed me that, man, how the hell are these guys finding the answers? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? So what did I have to do? I had to make sacrifices. Over the weekends, I had to push back everything. Man, Netflix and chilling, push that off to the side. World Star, push that. I had to focus on the market.
Yeah.
Because especially if I'm trying to turn this into a career, I have to make the sacrifices to put myself in a better position. So they're seeing something that I'm not seeing. What is it? And that's what I started to do. So I started to kind of put myself in a competitive mode with Caesar. I started to put myself in a competitive mode with AK because I want to be better than my mentors. I want to be better. I want to be on the level where above my teachers, because it's like if they can see something, then I can see it too. So and what I had to do was I had to make the sacrifice to see. Okay, now I see what they're seeing. Now I can call these plays because now I get it. Because now I see the patterns that they're looking at. Now I see the setups that they're looking at and why they're calling out these specific plays. They're not, guys, and guys, I'm not talking to y'all, I'm talking to these other traders. When AK, when Kev and Caesar are breaking out things, guys, they're not guessing these numbers. They're putting into work and putting in the work to understand these numbers, to understand because as I always break down in my live, guys, what did I always tell you? The market is 90% psychology, 10% strategy. So on a psychological basis, psychologically where buyers can step in at, and psychologically where sellers can step in at. It's a psychological play, and that's it. Take those numbers and take that into consideration and make the best of it, man. That's it.
Right.
Don't make trading hard for yourself. Again, you can turn it to a career, but you have to put in the work to get to the levels that we are. We had to make sacrifices. Kev can they can speak on this. Caesar, AK-47, we all had struggles, in our trading careers where we did catch some downside and we did catch some levels where we lost confidence in ourselves. People didn't believe in us. People thought we were crazy. Now understanding that the market, especially if you start to better yourself as being a stock trader, to understand these levels that, man, this could be a life-changing career. This can change your life. This can get you away from a 9 to 5. We had to go through that, guys. So don't think that me, Kev, Caesar, AK-47, we were born with understanding the knowledge of the market. Hell to the no. And you can ask AK-47. Yeah. I had to put up, AK, you can vouch for this. How many indicators did I have before you broke it down to me? I had over 20 indicators. I had a 20 EMA, 9 EMA.
Yeah, I see
100 EMA.
The air traffic control chart. Yeah.
My chart looked like a rainbow fest because I didn't know how to read the market. But once I started to understand the realistic levels, man, I started to do away with a lot of these indicators. I got down now to 3 indicators. Out of 50 that I had, now I'm down to 3 because I had to put in the work to understand how the market works. It's guys, the market is beneficial and you can make it, again, it's a life-changing situation, but you have to put in the damn work, man. You can't always sit there waiting on a handout for Kev to give you an answer, for Caesar to give you an answer, AK to put in an answer. How do you think we are on the level that we at? Because again, we went through situations where we had to lean on ourselves, man. We had to believe in ourselves to get on these levels to put us to where we at now, to where we can now teach other people, to help people. Like, don't ever make the same mistakes that we make. Why do you think that we do these damn live streams? It's because we don't want you making the mistakes that we made, because we know what it costed. It costed us our time, our family's life, our lives, where we went through a lot of downfalls, man. But you got to make sacrifices to get to the levels that we at, man.
There's a corridor.
And y'all can agree with this, that what causes a lot of distraction on these days is this damn social media, man. People get caught up in technology. They so quick to run to Instagram, Facebook, all these other things that's outside of the market, instead of just pushing this off to the side to study the market. Because guys, you got to realize the past means something. The past tells you something. If it's a certain area that we came back down to, okay, that's telling you, okay, that level meant something to the market. That level meant something to these sellers because, okay, every time we go to this level, why the hell can we not break out? That means that psychologically, those sellers are holding a certain level that they're refusing to let the buyers break above. Now we're turning it back on down, vice versa. That's just like when we go down to lower areas that we can't crack. That means that level means something to the market where buyers are stepping in that in order for a reverse to happen. Guys, we just talked about this. Kev, see, didn't I just not say 480? If I take all of this off right now, and I just put one price point, I'll take it off right now. One price point. Everything is clear. What changed Spire from 2021, 2022 to 2025 where we at? Let's put the price point right now. What did we just talk about? One price point that psychologically reversed the. Was I lying? One price point.
Yeah.
Look at its psychological level. From 2021, 22 that held you down for damn near 2 years. You broke above 480, ran on up, and then pulled back down to what price point that got you that upside? 480. Guys, don't you do not see the psychological level? 480 was once resistance, not support. Look at this. When you were underneath 480, you pull back. Now above 480, you push back up. But you see on the psychological level how easy it is just to read these levels? It's not hard at all. Why do you think me, Kev, Caesar, and AK-47 are on the levels that we at? Because we understand it now.
Speaking
But
of,
yeah, that's all I had to say. But I mean, I just had to just let people know that the market is not difficult like they make it. It's not, man. I had to learn from my mistakes. I had to learn and understand it and respect.
Well, the
it.
difficulty comes from within, right? It's within. It's not the market, because you're going to find, and my Zoom says I got less than a minute. I don't know if I'm about to get booted.
yeah,
out
well,
again.
I logged in finally. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. So yeah, I don't know what I literally logged in during that meeting. That's why you didn't see the log in button anymore up there. I'm like, oh, let me log in so this can go longer. I'll just text them all to join the meeting again here. I have no idea why that stopped because I did log in, and I actually do have good Zoom. So hold on a sec. Just go back to same link. Go back to same link. Damn it, Zoom. Boom. We'll get them back over here in a second. Same link. We'll get them going again. The guys are hitting it all on the head, though. You know, they're definitely, I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I talk all the time. I know maybe some of you guys don't see my live stream, so I'll talk more right now while we wait for them to come back. But yeah, it's the same stuff we teach and preach all day, every day. You know, it's the stock market. You know, this is what you can expect. And overall, you got to make things easier on yourself instead of harder. Just everyone wants to make things harder on themselves for whatever reason. I don't really know. But that's just the way.
All right,
there we go.
we
We're back.
back.
We're all back. We're all coming
Back,
back.
baby.
All right.
Yes, sir.
We
We're not
back, we
all
back.
sick, but we
Maybe
back.
it's the hat.
Back
I need the
again.
hat back on.
And like I was saying, guys, and I do apologize, man. I didn't mean to go on a rant, and I do apologize about that. But all I was just saying was, I mean, Caesar, AK-47, Kev, I mean, we all went through the struggles, guys. So, I mean, I'm talking about to all these other traders, man. We went through the downfalls. We understood on, man, if we can fight this stubbornness that we do go through, that, man, we can make it. We can be as, be as successful as these other traders. If we can do it, guys, and we proved it, you guys can do it too. So that's why I give my roses to AK-47, to Caesar, to Kev. Look what we accomplished. Look where we at now.
Yeah, right.
We successful now helping you guys.
We're
Think about
firing
it.
off some
Grace of God,
AK-47s
man.
is what we're doing. You know?
Love the tea, bro. I love the merch.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So no, it's like I said, it's definitely one of the things where a lot of traders find that down the line. It's for us, we found it, within maybe a year or two or three. It takes some time to, for each one of us. But it's just one thing that a lot of traders that finally get and understand is that, get your edge, trade your edge. And sometimes edges are going to, unfortunately, as much as you want to sharpen them, stock market's going to change, it's going to shift, and certain edges won't be as edgy as they were. And so it's the shifting of market, the shifting of change, and understanding that's going to happen where some setups aren't working as well as they were before. Now you've got new setups that are working better than they were previously. And so it's understanding that. It's understanding not getting in the way of a bus like we've talked about. It's the same stuff, that we can keep teaching and preaching over and over and over. But hopefully this, and like, the guys that have come over today, I appreciate you joining, and it's definitely helpful for you guys just to kind of reinforce the stuff that all of us say in all of our streams or out to public or other traders or what we've taught over the last few years. It's the same thing and maybe just different verbiage. What I teach and preach is pretty much the same thing Caesar's teaching, that Jay's teaching, that, Kevin's teaching. It's just in different verbiage, and then like CR, who was on earlier, like he's saying the same things that we're saying, right? So you start seeing this, and like when I was at the Money Show with all these guys that have billions or millions of dollars, and where their mindset's at, it's, of course, they've been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years. And one guy I talked to, 45 years he's been doing this, Keith Fitzgerald, which is nuts. And I'm like, God, you've been doing this longer than I've been alive. but they're all saying the same thing we're saying, you know, and essentially in their own verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
And it just blows my mind to see that from guys that have been doing it for 5 to 10 years or up to 15, you know, with like me, Jay, Caesar here, you know, all of us have been doing this for about 7, 8 years, if not, you know, 15 like Caesar has, but it's a good amount of time. But then you see traders that have been doing it for 30, 45 years doing and saying the same thing. It blows my mind. So it's good to see and say, that's why I'm having these, and we'll continue to have these roundtable discussions at the end of every month. So you can get a little taste of what other traders are doing and saying. And we're all saying essentially the same thing. So please understand that if I'm saying it, he's saying it, they're saying it, she's saying it, you need to understand that and soak it in and start becoming, you know, the trader that you can be and stop.
The love of the game sustains you.
Right,
I mean, if you, for the ones that focus entirely money, it's going to backfire. Like money's a byproduct of trading well. And no matter what strategy you have, guys, I think everybody starts out with a million things on their chart because they think, you know, more charting equals more profit.
Jay.
More arrows, more lines, equals more profit. It doesn't. And more trading doesn't equate to more profit either. It's uncommon patience that Jay was discussing earlier, and uncommon discipline that you have to experience.
And Kev, to piggyback on that, that's why a lot of traders fail at. Because like you were saying, boss, so many traders want to look at they want to overdo too many things. They want to look at damn near 10 stocks. You know, they want to overdo it because while they're jumping on this stock, man, limit it down. Understand the certain stocks that's putting money in your pockets. Man, if you got to go down to 3, go down to 3 because every stock has a different personality. You have to understand it, especially on the blue chip stock, because as I was telling people in my live stream that with blue chip stocks, normally a lot of these stocks like to move by $2 increments. The only one that normally moves by $5 increments is Tesla, because you'll normally see 440, 445, 450, 455, and so forth. Majority of these other stocks like to move by $2 increments, but too many people like to put too many stocks under their belt, and they can't keep up with it. They have 10 stocks, so while they're looking at too many, it's always going to be one that's going to surpass them on, you know, and they're taking focus on the one that they needed to look at. They could have put money in their pockets. But so what they have to do is they have to minimize that, man. Stop looking at damn near 10 to 20 stocks. Lower that crap down because you're only human. You can't look at every single stock. Look at the ones that's putting money in your pockets and understand on how it works. If it's NVIDIA, if it's Tesla, if it's Apple, whatever the case may be, because you got to look at it, especially if you're dealing with options. You're going to make money on both sides of things. You're going to make money on the downside. You're going to make money on the upside.
Oh, and they froze him. Zoom said we're cutting Jay off.
The market makers heard him. The market makers heard him.
They said we're not with it.
I want to ask this though for sure on
International Space Station ain't not good reception up there.
They're cutting him off. He's out in space. He's got bad reception. So I do want to ask this. Questions for at least this one was I was going to ask that your guys' thoughts on the SPY and where we see the market over the next 6 months into next year. That's always going to be a big topic for sure. The first roundtable had to get that asked, which someone asked it already. The other one I was going to ask, and of course I don't long win this essentially kind of podcast live stream today, but I do at least want to ask one more question before we kind of call it over here soon. You guys have one indicator to use for the rest of your trading journey. What indicator are you using? Caesar, we'll start with you.
EMAs.
Okay.
The exponential EMA. So it would be the 200 and the 50 and the 14 EMA.
Okay. Love it. And then how about next time, or if you want to now, if you can show your screen, how are you using those? Can you pull up, can you find like real quickly how you're using that?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. And then we'll get to you, Kevin. So Kevin, get ready for yours as well, bro.
Okay. You gotta allow me to share?
Yep, I got you. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. So here's my screen, right?
Yep, there we go.
So 15-minute time frame, 200 EMA. When we came this morning, I bought here anticipating we broke out. The first retest tends to be the highest probability winning trade. So I always take the first test. Second test, not so much, because then it's like the way I equate it is it's like taking a sledgehammer to a wall, right? The first time you hit a sledgehammer to the wall, you get the strongest bounce. After that, you might break through, or the bounce might be smaller. So that's how I use the EMAs on the 15, on the 1 hour. I mean, I could go back to where, again, let's go. Okay, example here. Price holding over the 50. We broke over the 50. Retest. Here's up. Second time it comes back, generally I wouldn't take it. I would then look to either take it on the second one or the 200 EMA and then let it rock out. Oh my goodness, what is happening in the market right now?
Yeah, that's what they were just asking about too. They're like, we just got some huge volatile movement out of nowhere there. So
Yeah, wicked,
I don't see anything.
wicked. And waiting for that entry or that setup to take place for you to then to take advantage of it.
Gotta get the edge. Once you get the edge, just keep sharpening the blade over and over and
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
Love it.
So
Love it.
see how on the 15, see, second time it came down. This is why I never trust the second or the third. I like to stick with the first retest and then just go from there. If I miss it, I'll wait till the next day.
Right. Yeah. Boom. Bam. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Patience,
Okay.
patience, discipline,
Yes,
and then
sir.
builds. I always say patience and discipline builds the confidence. And so if you can build the patience, you build the discipline along the line, the confidence grows. You take the trades.
Mhm.
Kevin, what do you got? What's your one go-to if you had to do the rest of your journey? You're on a desert, or you're up in space with J Trades. You know, you're just deserted somewhere. What's your one go-to? I say set. I'm going to hangover. I'm going to your one indicator. If you're going to use one indicator, what's it
Yeah,
gonna be?
well, Caesar actually had it on his chart. I think I'm narrowing it into the previous close. That's very important for me, especially with the strategy I trade. I want to know, like, if I could only use one, I want to know. I guess I'm basing that off of, am I only seeing today and just the previous close yesterday? I want to know where we are today in relation to yesterday, essentially. That's the most important thing to me, percentage wise, because I like to fade these names. The 200 day is very important for me as well. You know, I can't just give you one. VWAP, you know, volume weight is, of course, another one. But I just want to emphasize to the traders out there, because we've been talking a lot about a lot of these patterns that we recognize. There's a lot of value in this, and when J Trades was talking, a lot of things were coming to my mind that it's like I struggled with early on, and I just wanted to share that with the traders. And a few of those are, like, we have to ultimately, guys, we can have all the indicators in the world, we can narrow it into just a few, but what you want to avoid is the certainty of any of of relying on these with 100% certainty. And I know that sounds like, yeah, of course, Kevin, you know, but I'm telling you, like, once we involve ourselves in the trade and the ego's involved, it is very difficult to break ourselves from, you know, these trades. And that's why I'm sharing that with you. If you can learn to create a state of mind that's unaffected by what the market does, your struggle will cease to exist. I can nearly give you that with certainty. Create a state of mind unaffected by what the market does. What does that mean? That means in the face of adversity as a trader, you are sure of what you're going to do regardless of what the market does. That takes so much of the fear out of it. There's 4 trading fears. Identify what yours is and make sure you don't create downhill habits for these uphill battles. That's what, first of all, that's what you want to do. But secondly, think of this. This is a little cringy analogy, but think of yourself as a bird on a branch. Do you trust the branch or do you trust your wings, right? And in trading, do we trust our indicators or do we trust ourselves to fly in case the stock market breaks, in case the branch breaks? I'm telling you, traders, if you can trust yourself in the face of adversity, regardless of what the market's going to do, the struggle will cease to exist ultimately. Of course, over time, you have to develop experience, and that's going to be your gut, which gives you, it pretty much tells you what's a good trade and what's a bad trade. But I'll tell you this, even my struggle these days, and that's why I said you never make it, you're always making it, regardless of the experience. Because I'll tell you guys, I've seen so many traders that I admire and that are good traders completely blow up because they have a lapse in judgment one time, and that one time takes all their progress away over the course of a year, 2 years, 3 years. So you are always making it. There's really no light at the end of the tunnel unless it's a train, is what I say. So just focus in on thinking with clarity in the face of adversity, because the market, like we saw with even this HKD today, this ticker was one that went up to 1,600 in times past. And QMMM recently, a few dollars up towards 200. So as certain as you are, I'll say this is my struggle here as well, is I like a setup almost too much where it is difficult. You know, the ego's there. It's difficult to walk away. It's like, man, this is for example, yesterday it was INTS. Yesterday I took a heavier loss on that trade than I should have, INTS, because I really like the chart. And then day one moves, I'm mainly short. I mainly short these plays, guys. And so I was short a little bit earlier than I should have been front side on that. But these plays provide a great backside opportunity, and that's the hangover I've gone over many times now. If you guys just take a look at INTS, today I shorted that one out of the gates. I may have failed to mention that earlier, but against pretty much that previous clothesline, $1.32. These things often second day without the momentum, they bleed out, they profit take and fade, and that's one of my favorite edges and setups just because there's great reward to risk, and it's less emotional. These things, they're just very clear. It's a ride or ride out kind of trade. It's either going to work or it's not. But that's my encouragement to you guys on your trading journey. You're going to develop experience over time. Just really hone in on what you're going to do, regardless of what the market does, because as our good friend Mark Douglas says, the market can be irrational longer than we anticipate, really. And you got to know your response to that.
All right, guys. My mother is coming by here in 5 minutes to see me before she heads out of town. My mom, I'm her only son, so she's going to come. Her and dad are heading down to DFW to see some friends. So I've got 5 minutes to wrap up before I know she texted me and said, I'm on my way. I said, I'm finished with the round table. I'll be out at 11. You know, I love my moms. You know we love our moms.
I love AK.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love AK.
So I'm just truthful about it. I'm just like, I got to get out to moms. I cannot let mom sit out in my driveway. You know, you can't do that to mom. All right,
and guys, I do apologize, man. My internet went out. It's like
we know you're out in space, brother. If you weren't on the
if
you weren't on the International Space Station up there, you know, get out of the damn space station. Get back to Earth over here. You're hanging out with Thanos. You know, you're hanging out with my dude. Come back to Captain America, brother. Come back down to Earth. All right, let's do this. Level of fun. I don't want to finish on anything stocks. We'll get long-winded. Let's go straight to Halloween and candy. I'm going to go to each one of you. We're going to start with top left-hand corner, Caesar, then go to Kevin, then finish with Jay. All right. What was your favorite Halloween costume growing up if you had one? Like if you had a certain year, and then what is your favorite candy? Caesar, favorite candy, your favorite Halloween costume in the past?
Favorite candy, Snickers. Favorite Halloween costumes, don't have one.
All right. That's good. All right, Kevin, what do we got?
I mean, I remember I was a little young and dressing up like Michael Myers, so that was kind of creepy.
My favorite little killer.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Michael Myers.
So Mike Myers, and what's the candy?
I may still be dressing up like him tonight.
Okay, all right. Yeah, scaring the kids.
Yeah, exactly. Chase them down and getting my candy. I don't know, Cowtails. I really liked when I was growing up. I really don't eat much of that stuff these days, but I recall those Cowtails.
Love it. All right, Jay, let's go back nostalgia. What do we got? Favorite costume, favorite candy?
Ooh, I'm gonna lie. My grandma designed all the costumes. I used to be a Batman fanatic, so she made Batman and Ninja Turtles for me back in the day. Favorite horror, I say killer. Like I agree with Kev, Michael Myers, but candy wise, I gotta go with Twix and Kit Kats.
Okay.
Twix. Yeah, Twix is good.
Those are good. Snickers good too. I love a Snickers. I love Skittles.
Well, let's go
too.
get them.
I love Skittles. I've always been a Skittles guy too.
Yeah, my G.
and then my favorite one as a kid, I never forget. Got one of those nice. Well, it was right when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, and I actually got one of those nice ones that were like came with the shell. You know, had the sword. I got Leonardo. I had to get the sword. And then I was big on that. And the next year I dressed up as a ninja. And that, so like back-to-back years, I must have been really big into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I thought I was gonna be a ninja when I grew up. Because yeah, it was Leonardo, and then the next year or the year before that, I was a ninja, and yeah, that was like my favorite. And I'll tell you, how about this? Did you guys do this as kids? One last thing, did y'all sell the chocolate bars? Did your school have the big boxes and you had to do the chocolate bars?
Oh yeah. Definitely did.
Yeah.
Oh, the ones with the almonds in them.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh
Good
no!
stuff.
Hey, Kev, AK-47 in season. Y'all remember? Because I know y'all by 80 and 90s babies. Don't y'all remember back in the day when we used to I guess read a certain amount of books when you could get that free pizza from Pizza Hut?
Yes.
Videotape, VHS.
Yes. Oh man, that those are the glory days. You got the little personal pizza. It was like that, this big or whatever, you know. Yes. All right, boys, I got to go here in the next minute to get out to my mom. Caesar, Kevin.
All right, fellas, it was a pleasure.
Oh, that was awesome. We got to do it again, man. Let's do it
Likewise.
again.
Yep. Oh, it's going to happen again. Us four on the stream coming up soon again. I can't thank you guys enough. Have a great, safe, blessed,
And,
food-filled Halloween.
And before you head out, AK, like I said, man, again, I want to give y'all roses, man. AK-47, Kev, Caesar, man, thank y'all.
Likewise.
And I want to thank y'all for being my heroes, man. Thank y'all for changing my life where I can help other people, man. So I definitely want to give y'all roses, give y'all shout outs because y'all helped pave the way for me. And it goes to show y'all that, man, when you have great mentors, you have great leaders in your lives, man, on how things can work out for the best, man. But I thank y'all for help saving my life and saving my family's life. So thank
you, man.
y'all.
Appreciate
Roses to
it.
y'all. Thank y'all.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Love you guys.
Take
Have a
care,
good
guys.
one.
You too.
All right, there they go. My boys, the gents, there they go.